Rumble. In the blink of an eye, several dozen blows were exchanged. Xia Fei and Solo had started their battle right at the most intense tempo. Every attack Xia Fei made was lethal, and while Solo's arm had been wounded, the frequency of his counterattacks and their power was not any weaker than Xia Fei's. Solo had powerful cultivation, and from the combat strength he was currently displaying, he seemed to be in existence even stronger than constant. This was particularly true when it came to his use of soul power. He had actually managed to materialize it. It had to be understood that while Xia Guqing, Crane, and Constant were all at the founder tier, possessing the power of souls, none of them could use soul power in a combat technique as Solo was. Rather, they used soul power to strengthen their law forces. This method naturally was not as effective as directly using soul power. Soul power was called a second life for warriors precisely because of the enormous boost it gave them. When a battle that was primarily fought with the body was pulled into the heights where mental energy was used in battle, it was like the difference between reality and a dream. The soul arts flying through the air were like dazzling fireworks, and the lethal forces they produced could destroy everything. Rumble. Solo released several streams of soul power in a row, and they flitted past Xia Fei like white ghosts or white kites, dragging long tails behind them. Such flighty attacks were nothing to Xia Fei, for Xia Fei was a speed warrior who could crisscross the sea of stars, possessing crafty approach and incredible speed. Whoosh! Xia Fei's body blinked as he easily avoided this string of attacks, but then he heard Radix urgently call out in his ear, "Don't underestimate these attacks. They can detonate." As Radix spoke, suddenly those drifting white kites exploded in positions not far from Xia Fei. Rumble. The explosions were not that intense, but they put Xia Fei in so much pain that he almost did not want to live. It was like some monster had drilled into his brain to torture his thoughts. This is soul power. Its lethality isn't in the body, but indirectly attacking your soul. Fortunately, with your speed, you managed to create some distance from them, or else the shockwave would have torn your soul apart. Once your soul is damaged, even the strongest body will become useless. Look at Furball and Peacock Blue. Radix fought through the pain to speak. While he was a top-rate immortal soul, even Radix had been shaken by Solo's full-power attack. Hearing Radix's words, Xia Fei hastily glanced at Peacock Blue and Furball. Furball had been farther away from the explosion, so he was doing okay, simply shaking his head in vexation as he roared at Solo. But Peacock Blue had wilted and withered. As an immemorial mystical armament, Peacock Blue also had a soul. It had unfurled its 8 blades of grass and was trying to catch Solo, so it had received the greatest shock. While the attack had not been fatal, Peacock Blue had lost the ability to fight. It slowly drew back its leaves as it was forced to retreat to Xia Fei's arm to rest. All of this had happened in only a second. In the distance, the Founders and the Skywing Wolves had sensed the oddity of this explosion. Xia Fei's combat power had clearly fallen, and the situation was rather dangerous, but they could not rush over to his rescue. After all, the distance was just too vast. Xia Fei would have to hold out on his own. Chaos. The battle was growing more and more chaotic. On one side was the injured Crane and the soul-wounded Xia Fei, and on the other, the Skywing Wolves and the Founders were chasing down Constant. Both battles were still ongoing, and there was no clear winner. This was particularly true for Xia Fei's side. He was just barely holding on. The sinister Solo's attack had almost turned the tables. Radix was hurt, reducing his control over Nirvana, and Furball's mind was a mess. He was going crazy. As for Peacock Blue, it had drawn back into Xia Fei's arm. While Xia Fei was in danger, Solo had an opportunity. Whoosh! Solo swung that pitch-black short sword at Xia Fei with furious momentum. But Solo's opponent was Xia Fei, a monster who had learned how to use soul techniques right after unlocking his soul imprint. The fiendish blade Nirvana contained many souls. While Xia Fei had used most of the souls in a previous battle, he still had Queen Wenpixa. Nirvana had absorbed the soul of the Dark Queen only a few minutes ago, and it was probably still piping hot. An inexplicable feeling rapidly surged through Xia Fei, and without a thought, Xia Fei began to move his arms as directed by this undercurrent. As he moved, he pushed out a soul shade, a soul with the power of a founder. Like a legendary banshee, the soul shade bared its teeth and flailed its claws, its hair disheveled and scattered, and lunged at Solo. Queen Wenpixa had been far more powerful and cunning than King Wendar. Soul power was very strange. It was not stronger just because someone was strong. Rather, it all depended on whether or not a warrior's mental energy was sufficiently crazy. A crazy person like Xia Fei naturally had a powerful soul. He had a sufficiently tenacious personality, and his mind was packed with all sorts of plots and schemes. He was an opponent that nobody wanted to fight against. Wenpixa had also been very powerful, and she had been the mastermind behind the dark life forms. Her soul was brimming with various dark elements, and when she was unleashed as a soul shade, these plots and schemes became a formidable combat strength that could destroy everything. Rumble. The enormous banshee-like soul opened its arms to give Solo the embrace of death. The stars instantly dimmed. Shadowy and fearful energies permeated space. What is this? Is this also a kind of attack? Too powerful. How did Xia Fei manage to do it? The founders all trembled in shock as they looked at the miracle Xia Fei had unleashed. On the other end, Solo had turned ghastly pale from shock. There was no doubt that this was a soul attack, and one even stronger than what he had just used. Solo dodged hastily, but the soul shade of Dark Queen Wenpixa moved faster and faster. Its face gradually grew more distinct, like a ghost descending from the heavens. Whoosh! Solo avoided the soul shade's attack, but soul shades were powerful because they were like real warriors, able to attack all by themselves. Wenpix's soul shade suddenly thrust out its left arm, its hand like an eagle's claw. In a flash, the sharp nail scraped across Solo's waist. Curiously, this attack didn't deal any physical damage. Instead, some white silky substance was pulled out of Solo's body, and Solo let out a heart-rending shriek as if he had been gravely injured. Radix clenched his teeth and cursed resentfully. This is the power of a soul shade. Rather than hurting the body, it directly attacks the soul. Unfortunately, your powers are still too weak, and this attack didn't strike Solo in a fatal spot, so it couldn't completely drag out Solo's soul. Solo had been badly wounded, but Xia Fei was not doing that well, either. He dropped weakly to the ground, and even though he tried his best to persevere, he could not even muster the slightest bit of energy. The outcome was now completely clear. His face ashen, Solo used a spatial compass to escape. From his staggering steps, he would probably need a long time to recover and would not cause much of a stir in the law realm for a while. The situation on the other end was even more awkward. The founders had been worried about Crane's injuries, so they had fallen back, but as they were halfway there, Solo fled. As they thought about going back to join the pursuit, Constant also escaped. Rumble. Constant unleashed the same storm of comets he had used to enter the field, and used a spatial tunnel to escape while the Skywing Wolves were busy dodging them. Plush. The female founder, Youth, who had been heavily injured by Ocean, was slightly slower to act, and the Skywing Wolves instantly rushed over and tore her to pieces. With this battle of peak experts of the universe had come to an end. The founder Solo had been heavily injured. Crane, heavily injured. Ocean, heavily injured. Youth, Smile, and Atrophy had been slain in battle. Dark King Wendar and his older sister Queen Wenpixa had been slain in battle. The million-man Dark Life Form army and more than 1,000 Dark Leviathans had been slain by the combined forces of the 5 great powers of the Law Realm. From this day forward, the Dark Life Form and the Hall of Many Gods would cease to exist. Meanwhile, there was still no news on the battle between the two soul hunters, Hosu and Winwest. The cleanup phase of the battle was particularly bloody. The founders led by Xia Guqing failed to chase down Solo, Constant, Cold, and Rock, so they turned around and began to callously massacre the Dark Life Form army. After tens of thousands of years of grudges against the Dark Life Form that had hungrily eyed the Law Realm from its perimeter, the whole Law Realm could be said to hate the Dark Life Form down to the bones. The fact that Constant had been colluding with the Dark Life Form filled the eyes of the warriors with bloodlust. The most frustrating thing of all was not that one's good friend had died, but that they had died in ignorance. The Law Realm had lost countless heroes since ancient times, all for the sake of the selfish desires of its rulers. This news was like a sharp dagger that twisted in the heart of every warrior of the Law Realm. The Dark Life Forms were truly unfortunate, for none of these warriors had anywhere else to vent their rage. The dark life form deploying its army at this time had made it the perfect target of the Law Realm's wrath. The mixture of new and old hatreds pushed the Law Realm warriors to madness. They pursued the remnants of the dark life form army all the way into dark space. Crane, Ocean, and Xia Fei did not take part in the final pursuit, instead of receiving treatment with the aid of several apothecaries. The most gravely wounded of them, Crane, was the first to recover, followed by Ocean. Ocean actually had not been too badly injured. The problem was that Ocean had fought until the end, causing his injury to worsen and leaving himself extremely weak. As Xia Fei had overdrawn his strength, he was still in a half-conscious state. A large and muscular man appeared, squatting down and placing a hand on Xia Fei's forehead. "Is Xia Fei okay?" "You are," the apothecaries in charge of treatment asked curiously. This war had made the god race and demon race stop viewing each other as enemies. The guardians and rebels stopped their battles in the shadows, and the mercenary groups of the exiled grounds acknowledged the power of the Law Realm. The Law Realm was finally united. Thus, while this man was a stranger, the apothecaries did not stop him. "I'm Dong, Xia Fei's friend," said the man sternly. As he spoke, a shrill woman spoke. "Dong, why are you here?" "Where's Xia Fei?" asked Moonsong hurriedly. Dong used his chin to point at Xia Fei, saying, "Xia Fei seems to be in a little trouble." Moonsong was taken aback, and she wanted nothing more than to rush up and hug Xia Fei, but she quickly calmed down. Pursing her lips, she lightly kicked him. "Xia Fei's a stubborn sort. He won't die that easily," Moonsong snapped. Despite her words, there was a clear worry on Moonsong's face. Who said that there was never a time when Moonsong showed her real emotions? It was just that this girl tended to hide her real emotions under her rude and unruly nature. Dong frowned and said, "You should know what happened with Qin Mang, right? I'm thinking of telling him once Xia Fei wakes up." Moonsong and Dong both fell silent. They had almost simultaneously received the news, but by that time, Xia Fei had already fainted from exhaustion and not heard the grievous news. Shaking her head, Moonsong said, "We should keep it a secret from Xia Fei for now. After all, we also don't know what's going on with Xia Fei's body. It would be terrible if the news of Qin Mang's death caused Xia Fei to go crazy. They had a good relationship, and who can say what someone of Xia Fei's personality will do when overagitated? We can tell him once we're sure that Xia Fei is fine." Dong was startled. He suddenly realized that Moonsong was now speaking like a proper woman, being very considerate of Xia Fei. This wasn't Moonsong's style in the past at all. "All right, I'll follow you on this. We won't tell him for now," Dong agreed firmly. "Let's go. Matters here are settled for now. So let's head back to the Alliance and handle Qin Mang's funeral in Xia Fei's place. Xia Fei was essentially his last disciple, so it's only right that we do this for him." Moonsong and Dong sighed before leaving Xia Fei, where he was to be treated. Xia Fei had fallen truly unconscious, but it wasn't because his soul mark was weak. It was because the power of his soul mark was simply too strong. The ancient doctors of China had a saying, "The ill and feeble cannot take strong tonics." What this meant was that people who were still weak and ill could not immediately take powerful supplements like ginseng. Rather, they needed to gradually take stronger and stronger supplements to slowly restore the energy in their bodies. This was the situation in Xia Fei's body. Unleashing a founder-level soul required sufficient cultivation and energy, and Xia Fei was only a novice in the field of souls, having only unlocked his soul mark a day ago. His grasp of soul power was far from being anything that could be described as proficient. Now that Xia Fei was weak from having used a powerful soul shade, the soul mark naturally needed to restore the energy its master had lost. But Xia Fei's weak body conflicted with the powerful soul mark. Xia Fei was unable to receive the excess energy and fainted as a result. This could probably be called being knocked out by good fortune. Xia Fei now had the power of a formidable soul mark and his mind was clear, but his body couldn't tolerate the instant surge of power. In the past, one of the reasons Xia Fei had been able to get stronger and stronger was that he had an extraordinary ability to absorb and control energy. Alas, the energy of the soul mark was too special, unlike any other energy Xia Fei had worked with. It was an evolved form of mental energy, pure and powerful to the extreme. This predicament was only temporary. Radix was soon shocked to discover that Xia Fei was using a method he had never seen before to control the soul mark. He was trying to integrate it. There was a gap between the body's strength and the soul's strength, for these two major power systems were completely different. There was simply no comparing them. The usual method was to go through a complete upgrade, having all of the body's strength ascend to becoming soul power. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had used this method, forcing himself into a near-death state and fighting with his life on the line to reach founder tier in a single go, having the power from his body system enter the soul system. But Xia Fei's method was to seamlessly link them, gradually converting his body's power into soul power. Maybe this is because Xia Fei received a soul mark too early? If he really manages to seamlessly convert his body's power into soul power, this would be a historic miracle. Radix muttered. Radix began to try and think up any warrior who had ever done this, but his recollections were fruitless. At least among the people and the records that Radix had access to, no one had ever been able to seamlessly link the body's power with soul power. I really don't know what the final result will be. I suppose that Xia Fei, with his impressive control over any kind of energy, should be able to get through this trial, Radix murmured, stroking his chin. Xia Fei is fighting to try and subdue his body and soul. I wonder how Hosu is doing. Far from the main battlefield of the Dark Life form and the Law Realm, Hosu and Winwist had opened up another battlefield. No one had intentionally created this battlefield. It formed simply because the enormous explosions created by this clash of experts had obliterated everything in the region. No stars, no asteroids, not even black holes dared to appear in this region. This was the power of the strong in battle. It was difficult to fathom humans being able to control the unchanging universe, reversing the laws innate to the world and life. Today you will die, Hosu called out. This soul hunter from beyond the cosmic gate, from the eons-old Aurora clan, was covered in wounds. After all, Winwist was no longer that yes-man waif who had followed behind Hosu and the young lord. He was now a powerful foe on par with Hosu. Stealing from the Aurora clan, stealing young Lord Wistful Valley's mystical armaments. Winwist had gotten everything by stealing. Hosu was currently carrying out his duty as a top-class guard of the Aurora clan, taking back everything that had been stolen and killing the thief. Whoosh, whoosh. Winwist panted for breath as he viciously glared at Hosu. I didn't think that you would be so powerful, even after losing the Overcast Wind Mace. You really are one of the golden sword guards of the Aurora clan. Even though I cultivated for so long, I'm still weak. Hosu glared and laughed. Don't think that I can't deal with you just because you stole my Overcast Wind Mace. Stop dreaming. Even if I had only half a breath left in me, you would still be no match for me. Say that again. I only took Wistful Valley's spirit Kodachi. I didn't find your soul weapon. Winwist retorted. Hosu sneered. A thief will always be a thief. But I will believe you once I kill you, and then I'll see for myself if you have my Overcast Wind Mace. Whoosh. It was clear that Hosu had fought empty-handed. He was fighting to the death with Winwist using his bare fists. It wasn't that Hosu could not find a weapon. Xia Fei had many weapons that he didn't use, many of which were high-quality items. But Hosu was a soul hunter. What he needed was a soul weapon. Soul hunters could use only a single soul weapon, which was inextricably linked to their lives. Thus, after losing his Overcast Wind Mace, Hosu was essentially weaponless. Without it, Hosu recovered energy very slowly, so he had missed out on the most important salvaging period after the Ark had exploded. Many of the secret treasures on the Ark had thus been scattered across the universe, and even Hosu had needed tens of thousands of years to reforge his body. One could say that soul weapons were another half of a warrior's life, even more important than one's wife and family. A warrior without a soul weapon could not be considered a true warrior. Xia Tian's fiendish blade Nirvana could also be called a soul weapon by now, because the immortal soul Radix dwelled in the fiendish blade Nirvana and served him. But when other people talked about Hosu, they would always associate the Overcast Wind Mace with him, for Hosu's soul weapon was already another part of his body. In normal circumstances, warriors wouldn't let other people become their soul weapons, for that was very unsafe. Souls had no substance, only thought. Who could say when that soul in the soul weapon would one day turn traitor? If the soul weapon ran off on its own in the middle of a heated battle, there wouldn't even be time to shed tears. Fortunately, Xia Fei didn't need to worry about that problem. Radix, just like Hosu, was a golden sword guard of the Aurora clan, devoted and loyal. Radix had been the sole ship for Xia Fei's grandfather, and it seemed only right and proper that he now served as Xia Fei's sole weapon. In short, Hosu was much less powerful without his overcast wind mace, but this stubborn warrior was using his life to fulfill his promise. Even if his soul scattered, he would take down this traitor. Whoosh, whoosh. The battle stirred up stellar storms, the intensity causing the entire universe to grow darker and darker. He really didn't have my overcast wind mace. Hosu muttered in shock. The battle had ended with Winwist's soul scattering. Hosu had expended almost all his energy to kill Winwist, almost killing himself. But as he picked through Winwist's possessions, he realized that Winwist really didn't have the overcast wind mace. This was truly a blizzard on top of an avalanche. Soul Hunter Hosu, the only person who could seal the cosmic gate and ensure the universe's safety, was now exhausted. Since he hadn't found his soul weapon, he wouldn't be able to rapidly recover his power, and so he wouldn't be able to return to his peak before the inverse opened the cosmic gate. Without Hosu's protection, the universe was in danger. Gritting his teeth, Hosu raised his silver blade and waved it in the air. White wisps of soul power slowly began to gather in his body. Several minutes later, Hosu appeared at the dark red planet where Xia Fei was receiving treatment. His appearance immediately caused an uproar, everyone stepping aside in the face of this nameless and powerful expert, fear and reverence in their eyes. Hosu sat down next to Xia Fei and asked, "How is Xia Fei?" Radix looked at Hosu's battered condition and said softly, "Xia Fei is fine. He seems to be growing more and more accustomed to soul power and is in the middle of integrating his body's power with his soul power. This is like a metamorphosis. After this, if he can succeed, he's bound to be stronger. Unreasonably strong." Hosu nodded weakly. "Very good. He's truly the young lord of the Aurorians and the lone wolf of the Skywings." The mysterious elements in Xia Fei truly make one blush in shame. Simply his ability to adjust his condition surpasses numerous warriors. He is certain to be incredibly capable in the future. Radix clenched his teeth and asked, "Hosu, you still weren't able to find your overcast wind mace?" Hosu bitterly smiled. It turned out that Winwist really only had the spirit Kodachi, the soul blade that the young lord used as a child. "It's simply not enough for me." Radix was speechless. Young Lord Wistful Valley had liked the spirit Kodachi not because it boasted any particular advantages, but because he had used it as a child. Xia Fei's grandfather had been a kind and rather nostalgic person. He would carry around the small blade he used as a child, even occasionally cleaning it. For Hosu, this small blade was little more than a cup of water on a burning cart, utterly insufficient to recover the astronomical amount of energy he needed. Radix and Hosu sighed in unison, deeply troubled. At this moment, Xia Fei shuddered and woke from his coma. A second later, his body went through a stunning transformation. Xia Fei suddenly woke up and immediately sat up and entered a cultivation state. This contrast was truly too great. Several seconds ago, Radix and Hosu had been worried about whether Xia Fei would be able to safely leave his coma, but now, Xia Fei was 100% energized, giving everyone a fright. This astonishing act was only the beginning. After another few seconds, Xia Fei shuddered and began to exude a brilliant aura that drew everyone's attention. "He's promoted." At a time like this, Xia Fei actually promoted. Radix exclaimed in shock. No one knew what was happening, and even Radix only knew that Xia Fei was currently trying to integrate his body's power with his soul power. This integration struggle appeared to be very difficult. At least in the early phase, Xia Fei was not able to make very quick progress. But surprisingly, after breaking through some sort of barrier, Xia Fei began to make such incredible progress that he instantly solidified the foundations of his soul imprint and advanced. The various warriors in the area were all rendered speechless. After all, Xia Fei was advancing along the path of the founders. Xia Fei had already advanced upward as quickly as a rocket before this, making everyone so jealous that their eyeballs almost fell out. Now, Xia Fei was even advancing in his sleep. It might not be long before the Skywings have a second founder. Comparison can truly anger a person to death. I've heard that Xia Fei has only been part of the law realm for 2 years, and he's already nearing level 6 superior law god. Not even the cultivation speed of my entire clan added together could match this speed. Right? Xia Fei also has that monstrous friend of unknown level. I feel like that man is strong enough to annihilate my entire clan with one hand. The ones speaking were the heads of various clans. They had gathered together and discussed what the law realm would do for now. The war against the dark life form had just come to an end, and while Solo, Constant, and the other 2 founders had fled, the law realm had once more been united, with 6 founders in Xia Guqing, Crane, Ocean, Vista, Yor, and Lingua holding the fort. Then there was also the Soul Hunter, Hosu. Constant's group of 4 founders would find it hard to cause any trouble. However, anything that these clan heads said held very little power. It was the 6 founders who were the true masters of the law realm. Authority naturally lay in hands of the Fiend Blade, the Sky Wings, which Xia Fei belonged to. 6 law gods under one clan. Besides that, there was its founder patriarch Xia Guqing and its transcendently powerful ally Hosu. The entire law realm now looked to the Sky Wings for guidance. A superclan had been born. Xia Fei's sudden advance had helped this development along. Perhaps Xia Fei still wasn't the strongest fiend wing of the Sky Wings, but there was no question that Xia Fei, who could advance even while he was sleeping, would one day stand at the peak of the universe. Everyone who watched Xia Fei advance with divine speed seemed to have been given a stimulant as they made up their minds to never make an enemy of the Sky Wings. Even the 5 other founders were of this opinion. Xia Guqing smiled and then looked away from Xia Fei, softly saying, my apologies. My Xia Fei's advancing is truly causing quite the commotion. Let's talk somewhere else." Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. Thus, Xia Guqing, the 5 other founders, the principal clan heads from the god and demon races, Moses of the Guardians faction, Huang Lingtian of the Rebels faction, and the captains of the Mercenary Federation of the Exiled Grounds found a more secluded place to discuss the future of the law realm. Stretching, Xia Fei casually sat up, watched by countless shocked, admiring, and envious eyes. Xia Fei acted like he was completely unaware, treating all these stares as empty air as he said, "It's been ages since I've slept. I was dreaming about being together with Avril just now, which didn't feel bad at all." Plush. The warriors closest to Xia Fei almost choked. They had thought that Xia Fei had fallen into a coma. For someone in a coma to be having sweet dreams while also advancing in level was something that no one would ever believe. Hosu frowned. He extended a hand to take Xia Fei away and try and determine what had happened, but as he reached out, he quickly changed his mind. His energy reserves were so feeble that he wasn't willing to waste even the slightest bit of energy. "Let's talk somewhere else," Hosu said sternly. Xia Fei nodded. He immediately stood up and moved his body around a little. Radix and Hosu were taken aback, their eyes flashing. After the war was over, the warriors divided into 4 groups. The first group consisted of the leaders led by Xia Guqing, who went off to discuss the reconsolidation of the law realm. The second group consisted of the wounded, who went back to their various clans to receive treatment. The third group was tasked with sweeping the battlefield and cleaning up the remnants of the dark life forms. Besides that, there was Xia Fei and Hosu. Hosu and Radix were anxious to know what had happened with him. It's like the waters of a river surging at a dam. At the start, because the dam is too sturdy, my attempts weren't having much of an effect. But with the last strike, the dam shattered, and there was nothing stopping the river's waters anymore. Not only did I wake up, I even used that frenzied surge of energy to break into level 6 law god, Xia Fei breezily explained. It was as if this was all very natural for him and nothing to be amazed about. Radix and Hosu were both in disbelief. They found it very hard to understand what had happened, but Xia Fei's relaxed attitude alone left them shocked. The 2 of them exchanged a glance. Hosu flipped his wrist over, constructing an image of a soul mark in the air. This is a soul mark. In normal circumstances, the soul mark can be considered a kind of seed. Just like the unlocking of the 7th brain region, a normal person normally can't get the seed of soul power to sprout. There is one necessary condition for unlocking the soul mark, a brain region that is open 90% or more. Once a person ends the cultivation of their body, only someone with this level of talent has a chance at unlocking the power of their soul. Surprised, Xia Fei asked. Only someone with a brain region open 90% or higher can unlock their soul mark. Doesn't that mean the vast majority of warriors can't use soul power? They'll have no chance of reaching a higher level of power in their lifetime. Correct, Radix stated firmly. The warrior hierarchy is like a pyramid. Only a tiny number of people are destined to be elites. If war gods were so easy to come by, the entire universe would be in chaos by now. The universe mysteriously has its own laws, and not every person will be born with the talent to become a war god. Let's use you as an example. You had a brain region that was 100% open from the start. This is your talent, and you were able to advance so quickly because of your talent, effort, your personality that refuses to concede, and your unique way of thinking. It was due to this mixture of factors. Crucially, however, your brain region is no longer just 100% open. It is 200% open. Radix seemed thrilled as he finally got to the point of his entire spiel. Radix and Hosu weren't shocked just because Xia Fei had unlocked his soul mark early, and not merely because Xia Fei was able to use his soul mark to advance, but because after advancing, the width of Xia Fei's brain region was now at 200%. The curious Xia Fei asked, "Is 200% very impressive? Why do both of you look so shocked?" Hosu said very solemnly, "The power of the body and the power of the soul are stacked on top of each other like two highways. Highways that are wide and flat are naturally better for transmitting energy. We're so surprised because you've reached the peak in both of these energy systems. It's one thing to have peak potential in the body. After all, body cultivation is the early phase, and many talented people are able to reach 100% with. As warriors begin to work with soul power, their brain regions will widen. Since the brain region needs to hold both law totems and the soul mark, one that's too small will limit a warrior's future development. But while in this phase, you've already reached the limit of 200%. Even if your brain region doesn't get any wider after this, you will have already reached the peak level." Hosu spoke very seriously, and Radix nodded along earnestly. Unfortunately, Xia Fei didn't appear to be any more enlightened. He placed a hand under his chin and muttered, "So 200% width isn't even the limit. As my cultivation increases, my seventh brain region will continue to widen." Radix pursed his lips. He gestured at Hosu and had him come to the side, where he whispered, "Xia Fei still has no idea what we're talking about. He's still focused on brain region width." Hosu replied, "I also didn't think that he would have such a big appetite. He doesn't realize that the power of the soul mark very rarely expands the brain region over 100%. 108% is already a genius, and 109% is a peerless genius. With just the soul mark, Xia Fei has already hit the peak of 200%. I really don't know how to describe this. I don't think there's anyone in the entire Aurora clan that has ever managed to hit 200% width." The seventh brain region was divided into two parts. One part was for body energy, the place prepared for law energy. The other part was mental energy, where the soul mark, also known as soul power, was located. Brain region width was connected to how many law patterns, soul mark, and energy a warrior could stuff into this small space, and was the most concentrated manifestation of talent. Soul mark had one huge improvement compared to law patterns. Soul mark could carry energy. Even that most basic rainbow energy ball had been a huge help to Xia Fei, allowing him to gain energy from his enemies and store it for when he needed. With a complete soul mark, Xia Fei would now be able to store even more energy, and with the fiendish blade Nirvana's unique trait, not only would Xia Fei not slow down in his advancement speed, he would continue to accelerate. There was no stopping him on the path of the strong. On the other end of the field, a conversation concerning the future of the entire law realm was taking place between the founders and the various clan representatives was unfolding. Everyone was happy that their first collaboration had dealt a heavy blow to the dark life forms. After all, none of them had imagined a complete victory to be possible. Someone proposed that they use this momentum to expand the territory of the law realm to the entire universe. Another hoped to select a new leader for the law realm. There was a very enthusiastic mood in the air. Suddenly, the #1 expert of the Guardians faction, Moses, jumped up, staring at the communication device in his hand for a whole 10 seconds. Raising his head, he turned ghastly pale as he cried out, "I must frankly tell everyone present that, 1 minute ago, the inverse began their general assault. The Guardians probably won't be able to hold the cosmic gate." Whoosh! Everyone paled at his words. Unknowingly, the Law Realm had fallen into unprecedented danger. After fighting with the Founders and the Dark Life Forms, the Law Realm had finally managed to struggle through, but not even one day after these two campaigns had ended, the Inverse were once more charging at the cosmic gate. Truly, another wave rose before the first could settle. This year was foreordained to be a year of massive change for the Law Realm. While they were able to avoid calamity on the first day, they couldn't avoid calamity on the 15th. Their powerful enemies from beyond the cosmic gate had finally begun their general assault. Say that again. Old Crane trembled, his eyes opening wide as he looked at Moses. The other clan heads and founders were also in disbelief, with the less composed among them breaking out in a sweat. Moses suppressed the intense beating of his heart to reply calmly. 1 minute ago, the Inverse began to attack the cosmic gate crazily. Based on the Guardians' long experience guarding the cosmic gate, we have determined that this is probably a general assault. As the highest-level warrior of the Guardians, a peak law god who had guarded the cosmic gate for countless years, Moses was naturally powerful. But today, Moses's chest was rising up and down, and his heart was beating at 10 times its usual rate. What do we do? If the cosmic gate falls, the Law Realm is doomed. Yes, I've seen in our clan records what happened the first time the cosmic gate fell. In that battle, our Nyechin Pingdung clan was almost wiped out. It was too horrifying. The Law Realm doesn't have the strength to hold out against a full assault of the Inverse. Fear of the Inverse soon dominated the mood. The various clan heads all knew what had happened when the cosmic gate first fell, and they still felt lingering fears from those records. Now, the Inverse were coming again. All of them were in a panic, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing coldly snorted. He roared, "All of you shut your mouths. The Law Realm hasn't been destroyed yet." It was a mighty lion's roar, even blowing the hair of the warriors standing near Xia Guqing into disarray, as if he had been working a giant hairdryer. Xia Guqing scanned the crowd coldly, his eyes brimming with killing intent. No one dared to meet his gaze, for this was the master of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. No one dared to confront the edge of the fiendish blade once it was unsheathed, and everyone quickly calmed down. Xia Guqing waved his hand and proposed crazily, "To fight is to die. To not fight is also to die. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death." Today, we were able to drive away the Founders and the Dark Life Forms because everyone was united. What about these Inverse? Even if we can't beat them to death, we'll bite them to death. The fiendish blade was the fiendish blade, and what had always supported the Skywing was not their martial strength, but their resolve to slaughter both gods and demons. These words left the crowd deeply shaken. It was very evident that if they didn't hold the cosmic gate, they wouldn't be able to hold the Law Realm, and if they couldn't hold the Law Realm, all of their lives would be in danger. The only option was to grimly defend the cosmic gate until the end, relying on the terrain and their unity to fight a bloody battle with the Inverse. Xia Guqing made another astonishing act, declaring the Skywing clan's war mobilization decree in front of everyone. At this moment, all combat members of the Skywing clan are to assemble, immediately head to the cosmic gate, and cooperate with the Guardians in battle. Even if there's only one person left in the clan, you are not permitted to take even half a step from the cosmic gate. Xia Guqing announced loudly. Everyone was startled. No one had expected Xia Guqing to have the resolve to die. He was gambling the fate of the entire Skywing clan. After saying this, Xia Guqing didn't even look at them. He turned and left, saying coldly, "I don't have the time to chit-chat with you. It's one thing if we can't hold the cosmic gate, but if we do hold it, this old man will settle accounts with each and every clan that doesn't participate." Whoosh! Those hesitant clan heads instantly paled at his words. As had been proved countless times before, the vengeance of the demon-sealing fiendish blade was not to be underestimated. Did anyone still remember the names of those who had provoked the Skywing clan before? The Grand Ancestor's inner demon had exploded. His meaning was clear. You had better fight in this battle, even if you don't want to. The decision isn't yours to make. It was an unreasonable demand, but Xia Guqing had no plans to be reasonable. The Skywing Fist was the greatest argument of all. 1 minute before Xia Guqing announced the mobilization of the demon-sealing fiendish blade, Xia Fei was despondently looking up at the sea of stars, grief in his heart. Moon Song and Chun Dong hadn't wanted to tell Xia Fei of Qin Meng's death, but they didn't know that Xia Fei also had Radix at his side. He had heard everything, and after thinking it over, Radix had decided to tell Xia Fei. Forget about it. A person once dead cannot be revived. Qin Meng's cultivation hadn't reached the immortal level, so there would always be a day when he would die. Permanently, Hosu shrugged. Xia Fei showed no reaction, saying indifferently, I need to go back and take care of his funeral arrangements. Radix nodded. That's human nature, and it's fine to go back and take a look. It's not like you have anything important to do. At this moment, Xia Fei's spatial compass sent over 2 messages. After reading them, Xia Fei furrowed his brow in shock. The first message was from Oro, saying that the Inverse had begun their general assault on the Cosmic Gate, and that almost all the members of the Guardians faction had been committed to the front. A war was imminent. The second was an order from Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing ordering all of the combat-capable Skywings to the Cosmic Gate to take part in a defensive battle that had almost zero chance of success. By combining these 2 messages, it was easy to guess that the entire Law Realm, the entire universe, was at the brink. Its fate would be decided here. Hosu's eyes dimmed once he finished listening to Xia Fei. Truly, when it rained, it poured. In his battle with Winwist, Hosu had used up all the energy he had accumulated, and the Inverse were finally attacking again. What did he, the only soul hunter in this universe, have to deal with them? Xia Fei's mind worked rapidly. This was the greatest difference between him and ordinary people. After receiving this grim news, Xia Fei's first reaction was not to despair or sigh in sorrow, but to think of a countermeasure. Whoosh! He took out a large pile of origin crystals from his spatial ring. The vast majority were high grade, with even a few grade 8s among them. This is all the origin crystals I have. Hosu, how much help can this energy be to you? Xia Fei asked sternly. Energy was the foundation of everything. Without energy, there was no life and no battle. Hosu was completely out of energy, so the first thing Xia Fei thought of was helping him recover his combat strength as much as he could. After all, Hosu was a soul hunter and the only person with the ability to seal the Cosmic Gate. Hosu snatched up a grade 8 origin crystal, and with a whoosh, the black crystal that contained a sea of energy turned pale white, Hosu having drained it all. It might have a little use. I'm a soul hunter, and what I need is soul power. These crystals are pretty good, but at my level, these crystals are only a tiny help. If I absorb them all, I can probably fight at a high level for a period of time, but sealing up the Cosmic Gate will be simply impossible. The only way would be to find my overcast wind mace or a soul weapon on par with it. Otherwise, with only basic energy, I won't last very long at all, Hosu said helplessly. Xia Fei's stockpile was already top class in the Law Realm. Not even the Skywings would have more crystals than him. But these invaluable origin crystals were only basic energy to Hosu. It was clear that this soul hunter required a shocking amount of energy. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei said grimly, just use them for now. I'll have the Grand Ancestor get you even more energy crystals. That's all we can do for now. No matter what, we have to hold down the fort. The warriors of the Law Realm's various clans soon set off once more, countless spatial gates opening into the Guardian base. Warriors surged out and rushed to the Cosmic Gate, grief and indignation on their faces from the knowledge that they were almost certain to die. The vast majority of warriors had never seen the Cosmic Gate before, including experts like Xia Guqing and Oro. All of them were very excited to see this gate that led to an unknown world. But everyone knew that this wouldn't be just their first time, but also their last time. After all, their opponent this time was too strong. The Law Realm had to confront this challenge from an unknown world. Surviving would be an extravagant luxury. Xia Fei didn't move with everyone else, instead going to the Hidden Realm to meet with Xia Guanghai. Is there no way of transporting this big guy to the Cosmic Gate's vicinity? Xia Fei asked as he pointed at the distant Titan. Xia Guanghai pursed his lips. I've seen ships like this before, but never as savage as this one. Based on those giant cannons, it should already be finished? Xia Fei replied. No, the weapon systems are still being calibrated. The Titan has yet to fire its weapons, and there's no telling how it will perform in a real battle. Xia Guanghai smiled. I know your personality. If you weren't confident in this super warship's capabilities, you would never take it out. The Cobaltists were once the most advanced race in the universe, and it's worth trusting in the ships that they designed. You've also used the technology of Summit to enhance the Titan, so I'm sure it's far stronger than the original blueprints. I look forward to seeing what this giant ship can do. Xia Fei frowned. You still haven't answered me. Can we get the Titan to the battlefield quickly or not? Xia Guanghai laughed, his eyes flashing. That has never been a problem. Don't forget that we're already in control of the spatial transmission arrays. But don't be impatient. The Law Realm's army is currently assembling at the Cosmic Gate, and all the spatial transmission arrays are operating at almost maximum load. Once the army there is finished assembling, we can use the spatial transmission array to send this big guy over without a problem. Spatial transmission arrays had load limits, and at this time, all of the Law Realm's warriors and equipment were being sent to the battlefield. There was no extra capacity to send over the Titan. The army would have to finish assembling before they could send over this super warship. Xia Fei let out a long sigh. Then it's fine. I hope that the spatial gate has enough capacity and won't collapse. Xia Guanghai was startled, asking, Do you plan to send something else besides this big guy? Xia Fei said nothing, but that characteristic smirk appeared on his lips. Xia Guanghai would take care of sending the Titan to the battlefield. Xia Fei quickly arrived at Metal City, which was almost completely empty. The horn of war had already blown, and the mech race that had hidden itself away for many years had started to get busy. After all, every life in the universe was at stake in this war, and no one could be a bystander. Rushing into the main building, Xia Fei saw Avril and all the close friends that he was concerned about inside. It was a vast crowd of more than 100,000 people, with people like Charlie, Andre, and Avril's father and grandfather among them. Xia Fei was rather startled, and then he realized the reason. Given that he had notified Avril to retreat, Avril would naturally bring along her grandfather, father, and even the servants that her family was on good terms with, and those people had their own relatives. The refugee convoy had grown larger and larger, turning into a supermassive group of associates. Xia Fei was of course not about to start throwing around blame for that. In any case, since the mech race had been recuperating over the last few years, it had a powerful fleet. 100,000 some people would only take up a small capital ship, so these numbers weren't a problem at all. What in the world happened? Why did you issue a level 4 black alert? Avril asked, clearly worried. The others were also very concerned about this problem, but since Avril had already asked, they simply remained silent and perked up their ears. Xia Fei had set up the 4-level alert system a long time ago. Level 1 was yellow and meant that the situation might grow out of control, so everyone needed to be on their guard. Level 2 was orange and meant that the situation had gotten out of control and preparations should be made to evacuate at any time. Level 3 was red and meant that the situation was completely out of control and that everyone should evacuate as soon as possible. As for black, it meant doomsday. Everyone who had received Xia Fei's black alert was naturally extremely jittery and concerned. Xia Fei smiled and swept his gaze over all these familiar faces. It's truly a rather serious problem this time, but it's not so bad that it requires a black alert. I should have pressed orange, but in a panic, I pressed the level 4 alert, for which I am deeply sorry. Everyone instantly sighed in relief upon hearing this. After all, a black alert signified doomsday, and everyone understood what that meant. As for orange, it meant that the situation was still controllable and that there wasn't too much to worry about. Avril slightly frowned her brow at Xia Fei's words, biting on her lip as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she remained silent. After a pause, Xia Fei continued, Since everyone is already gathered, it would be best to evacuate anyway. The warriors of the mech race will ensure everyone's safety and ensure that you stay out of the storm. Just treat it as a vacation. Once the alert is ended, I will immediately inform everyone that they can return. Xia Fei was a legendary figure in both the Alliance and on Earth, and many people dreamed about meeting him. Everyone took Xia Fei at his word and complied with his arrangements. as Xia Fei was being cautious for their sake. Of course, nobody blamed Xia Fei for mistakenly sending out a black alert. With the help of the mech race, the evacuation of the humans was conducted in a neat and orderly manner. At this time, mech race chief scientist Dimsky and Xia Fei's old partner Phantom walked over and indicated that they wanted to speak with him. "Are you really using the Titan?" Dimsky asked with a frown. Xia Fei using the Titan to evacuate his close friends had truly frazzled Dimsky's logic circuit. "Correct. Use the Star Eclipse as the capital ship. The work on this one started rather late, so it still doesn't have a weapon system. Even if I bring it to the battlefield, it won't do much good. But the Star Eclipse's defense system is already finished and is currently the most defensively powerful ship in the fleet. For the sake of everyone's safety, have the Star Eclipse prepare to set off," Xia Fei said softly. Though Phantom and Dimsky were confused, they didn't object to Xia Fei's decision. Phantom had already become Xia Fei's spokesperson in the mech race, handling almost everything for him. Even though these old partners had split up for a time, they still shared a strong mutual understanding. Phantom told him, "This is my plan. The first fleet will set off now. It will consist of the Star Eclipse and an escort of 6 large carriers, 12 small carriers, 12 dreadnoughts, 3 of the mech race's best-equipped combat fleets, and 2 logistics and defense fleets. The second fleet will remain in reserve and wait for the fleet from Quantum Holdings to finish assembling before escorting everyone from Earth. The third fleet will be responsible for escorting the fleet from the Human Alliance." Xia Fei looked at Phantom in surprise. This was truly his old partner, understanding him down to his bones. Xia Fei had long ago said that he was no god, so he had no excuse to save the whole world, only to protect the people important to him. Phantom's plan was exactly in line with Xia Fei's desires. The first priority was to evacuate Avril and everyone in Quantum Holdings. The residents of Earth came second. Once that objective was done, the remaining force would be left to extend a helping hand to the Alliance. Phantom had arranged for Avril's first fleet to have 2 whole logistics fleets. The mech race only had 3 logistics fleets, and Phantom had given Avril 2. This was even better than Xia Fei had anticipated. The mech race's logistics fleets were different from the Alliance, capable of creating and sustaining life all on their own. To put it simply, even if Avril's fleet truly had to wander the sea of stars and travel somewhere without any signs of life or places that could sustain life, the logistics fleet could single-handedly create a planet suitable for human life. 2 logistics fleets meant that Phantom had already planned for the worst-case scenario. If both the second and third fleets were lost, the first fleet could still survive for an eternity. Xia Fei nodded slightly. "That is an excellent plan. There's no time to delay. Once everyone has boarded, the first fleet should set off at once in the exact opposite direction of the cosmic gate. The farther, the better, and it can never turn back." Sing. Phantom and Dimsky were both stunned. Never turning back? That was an extremely grave order. "The first fleet's commander is Warstar?" Xia Fei continued. Dimsky shook his head. "Sophie says that since you are an important benefactor, she has personally taken charge of the first fleet. Warstar is already getting ready to lead the Titans into battle." Xia Fei said nothing. Sophie had higher intelligence, so he had no complaints about her leading the first fleet. She also had Phantom and Pod, his 2 close friends, at his side, and she was deserving of his trust. "Very well. Execute the plan as is," Xia Fei ordered them. Dimsky and Phantom withdrew. Xia Fei found that Avril had yet to leave, and Little Yu was standing next to her. Both of them were staring at him, tears flashing in their beautiful eyes. "What are you doing? This is just a temporary evacuation. There's nothing to worry about," Xia Fei soothed Avril. Avril shook her head and worriedly said, "Don't lie to me. The Xia Fei that I know would never make a mistake, much less mistake a level 2 alert for a level 4 alert." Xia Fei was startled and turned his head and looked away, unwilling to meet Avril's gaze. Those crystalline eyes were so clear that it seemed like deceiving them would be a blasphemy. It was said that gentleness was a woman's greatest weapon, and this was true. Avril had been so considerate that she had not even exposed Xia Fei's lie in front of the crowd. Only when no one was around did she softly voice her question, making Xia Fei's heart tighten. Although Avril and Xia Fei were physically estranged from one another due to Xia Fei being constantly busy with work and buried under problems, Understanding a person sometimes did not depend on distance, but whether their hearts were close or not. There were many people in the universe who shared the same bed but had different dreams, but Xia Fei and Avril were not among them. One sentence or one glance was enough for their hearts to collide passionately. Swallowing, Xia Fei was just about to explain when Avril suddenly rushed into his embrace and muttered, I know everything. You just don't want everyone to worry, so you tricked them into thinking the matter wasn't that serious. In truth, the situation is already far beyond your ability to control. I also know that you want me to leave fearing that I'll get hurt. Relax. I understand. Men have to hold up the heavens while women have to not burden them. If I stay, you won't be able to be at ease, so I will go, but I will also never leave you. Don't ever think about throwing me away. Xia Fei was speechless. Stroking her head, he said, You're not a burden, and I'm not as great as you think I am. Trouble always comes looking for me, so what can I do? If I could choose, I would rather hide with you in some mountain valley and live a free and carefree life. What does it matter to me whether the world lives or dies? Avril pinched Xia Fei's arm lightly and said tenderly, Everything is good about you except this frivolous attitude of yours that will erupt at any time. Xia Fei simply shrugged. He had always been an odd sort who did not care about the rules, and he was willing to accept her evaluation of being frivolous. Avril truly did stick to her words. Gritting her silver teeth, she turned around and ran off. Suddenly, she stopped, turning her head and saying in a sobbing voice, Xia Fei, don't forget what you said to me back then. Otherwise, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. As Xia Fei watched Avril leave, he took out a wrinkled cigarette, lit it, and let the smoke drift into the air as he sighed softly. Little Yu was rather back. She smiled and nodded at Xia Fei before following after AV. She also seemed to be rather sad, though she did her best to not show it. What did you say to Avril back then? Radix asked, butting in and instantly ruining this sorrowful parting. Xia Fei frowned and ignored him. Avril was naturally talking about the confession Xia Fei had publicly made to Avril in front of the entire alliance during the war between the human alliance and the insectoids. Xia Fei stomped the burning cigarette into the ground, his eyes flashing like cold stars. The founders had been dealt with and the dark life forms were also wiped out. I was just about to enjoy a happy and simple life when those damn inverse showed up to ruin things. They're going to pay for this, Xia Fei coldly declared, raising an eyebrow. The Cosmic Gate. Those who had never seen the Cosmic Gate before always imagined that this window to an unknown world had to be a magnificent sight. Only those who had truly seen it understood that this was not a question of magnificence, but that nothing could compare in magnificence. Xia Xiang stared as he blurted out in shock, Heavens! The Cosmic Gate isn't a door at all. It's a black hole. No, it's even scarier than a black hole. The other Skywing Law Gods nodded, Xia saying, Before this, I really wouldn't have imagined this universe to have something so bizarre. Look at its pitch-black color, as if some invisible power is drawing us in. Everyone knew that the Skywings had an inner demon within them and were people who feared nothing. Yet even they felt shock and an inexplicable fear when they came before the Cosmic Gate. The leader of the Guardian Alliance, Moses, walked over quietly and stood next to the Skywing Law Gods. He said, When I first arrived here, I came to understand something. The Cosmic Gate is something that no ordinary person can interact with. It undoubtedly links to an unknown world, one that might be a hellish abyss. In truth, all the Guardians secretly call the Cosmic Gate the Abyss. The reason we've abandoned our families and friends and have sworn to guard this place is because of our fear and shock of the Abyss. The Guardians believe that if the Abyss is lost, the entire universe will be plunged into endless darkness and will never know peace again. Every generation of Guardians firmly believes this. The Skywing Law Gods were startled. It was no wonder the Guardians possessed a resolve that others found difficult to understand, willing to bind their lives to the Cosmic Gate. The Cosmic Gate from their tales was horrifying. Even someone who was seeing it for the first time understood that this was no paradise. This was the origin of hell. The Cosmic Gate was shaped in a spiral, like an enormous whirlpool in the ocean, stirring up roiling waves in the universe. This enormous vortex connected the universe to another world. It was difficult to imagine what sort of terrifying world a person would end up in if they fell inside. As they stood next to the giant vortex that was the cosmic gate, all the warriors from the law realm were stunned, an inexplicable fear rendering it difficult for them to breathe. No one wanted to fall in, nor did anyone want to see anything crawling out of that vortex. But these warriors that served as the universe's last line of defense had no choice but to confront it all. There was no one except them who could fend off the attack of the inverse. They were the universe's last fighting force. Alas, this fighting force was puny before the inverse, like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Gritting his teeth, Xia Xiang looked into the distance, where the 6 founders led by Xia Guqing were quietly discussing countermeasures. It was easy to see from the look in their eyes that even the founders, who had grasped soul power, weren't too confident. But Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing didn't seem to care, his eyes cold and resolved. He was deaf to the objections of the other founders, the madness which allowed the demon-sealing fiendish blade to stand proudly over the rest of the universe written on his face. Waving his hand, Xia Guqing called Moses over to his side. Surprised, Moses frowned and walked over. "You have the greatest understanding of the situation, so come down with me to take a look," Xia Guqing said firmly. What followed was instant silence. Truly, this was Xia Guqing and the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The others had seen audacious people before, but never anyone this audacious. The cosmic gate was a lethal abyss, and just looking at it made people tremble in fear, but Xia Guqing wanted to go inside. This was incredible. As they sighed, everyone thought of the Skywing clan's rule. When the fiendish blade emerged, gods and demons would be slaughtered. Perhaps it was only the Skywings. Only these crazed wolves of the law realm were capable of something so insane. Moses broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but shiver. Numerous eyes stared at him, waiting for his decision. The Skywings had already used their actions to prove that the demon-sealing fiendish blade was a mad blade. They feared nothing in the vastness of the universe. Now, everyone was looking to see if the leader of the Guardians had the same courage. Phew. Exhaling, Moses seemed to relax, and he eked out a cold smile. "All right, let's go down. Follow me," Moses declared heroically. Hurrah! All of the warriors erupted in excitement. As the saying went, a single burning soldier could set an entire army aflame. It had now been proven that the Skywings who led the law realm were no cowards. While victory wasn't guaranteed in fighting with these madmen, at least they would die pleasantly, fighting to the utmost. Warriors had their pride. When a warrior's pride was completely stimulated, even if they died, they would die drinking the blood of their foes. Whoosh! As everyone else watched, Xia Guqing and Moses jumped into the abyss. They descended quickly and vanished into the darkness. As the king of the Guardians, Moses had naturally been to the bottom of the abyss where the cosmic gate was located before. But this was the time of the decisive battle. While the inverse's attack had stopped for now, the furious war drums that had been beating 10 minutes ago still filled everyone's ears. It wasn't long before Xia Guqing and Moses saw a net made of crisscrossing white lights. "This is the cosmic gate. I think it might be some kind of barrier that stops the inverse from entering, but as time goes on, the barrier grows more and more unstable, and an inverse is occasionally able to get through. As for what the inverse want to do after they break through the barrier, we Guardians have never been able to find an answer. It was only 2 days ago when we learned about the connection between the inverse and the founders that we understood that those inverse who got through were messengers. They possess the special ability to pass through the cosmic gate when the barrier is weak. Those messengers, who aren't even that strong, have given the Guardians a lot of trouble. I truly can't even begin to imagine how powerful the main force of the inverse will be if they break through the cosmic gate." Moses told the truth, holding nothing back. Perhaps it was because the Skywings had become the backbone of the entire law realm that Moses dared to be so frank. In the past, he would always teach the warriors who had just joined the Guardians that the inverse were nothing to be scared of, but his fear of the inverse had never dissipated, and had always been a burden pressing on his heart. Xia Guqing nodded and carefully examined the barrier. This barrier made of energy would shimmer between bright and dim. It was clear that the countless eons had been hard on this barrier. Suddenly, in the distance a pair of dark blue eyes appeared on the other side of the barrier. More and more of these eyes appeared, like a large flock of owls in the darkness, their sharp eyes staring at Xia Guqing and Moses. The inverse. They're extremely close to opening the cosmic gate. Moses cried out in fear. At the same time, the inverse roared at Xia Guqing and Moses, their roars passing through the cosmic gate to resound throughout the universe. A threat, a cry declaring war. There was no doubt that the inverse were only a sliver away from opening the cosmic gate. The cessation of hostilities just now wasn't a retreat. They were just resting, and once they had finished gaining back their energy, they would launch a new offensive, even more ferocious than before. Shock. Incomparable shock. The warriors outside the abyss heard the roars of the inverse and turned ghastly pale. These creatures that could make bellows more frightening than those of the worst beasts could not be easy to deal with. At this moment, Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing did something no one expected. Xia Guqing took in a deep breath, raised his head, and made a roar even more terrifying back at the countless inverse. No matter how loudly the inverse roared at Xia Guqing would return it 100-fold. Whoosh! Fiendish energy surged into the heavens. 2 fiend wings appeared next to Xia Guqing. This was the explosion of the Grand Ancestor's inner demon, its power fully unleashed. His fierce howl drowned out the howls of the inverse. While the inverse were terrifying ghosts, the Law Realm had sky wings. Brimming with fiendishness, a fiendish blade unsurpassed in insanity. They were extremely close, the countless inverse separated from Xia Guqing by only a few energy nets. They were practically face to face. His eyes were bloodshot with killing intent as he filled the entire cosmic gate with his fiendish energy. This was Xia Guqing. Whether it was inside or outside the cosmic gate, the Grand Ancestor feared nothing. The inverse hadn't expected the Law Realm to have such a savage existence. It was clear from Xia Guqing's fierce display that he felt no fear. In fact, the inverse felt very uneasy about the Grand Ancestor's inner demon. It had always been the inverse threatening humans. None of them had ever imagined that there was a human who didn't fear death, and who could threaten the inverse. After several seconds, the inverse came back to their senses. They were just about to attack when countless roars rose from behind Xia Guqing. First came the howls of the Skywing wolf pack. The Grand Ancestor wasn't the only Skywing who didn't fear the inverse. These madmen of the Law Realm didn't know the meaning of fear once they entered a combat state. Like savage wolves, the Skywing warriors howled madly, their weapons clashing together in a deafening din. Following them, the entire Law Realm declared war. Everyone was carried along by the Skywing clan's frenzied, killing intent. Fearing death was a warrior's worst enemy. Yes, the Law Realm was weaker than the inverse. But when these weak warriors threw away their lives, they became savage devils. This was a battle with their backs against the water. You die or I die. The decisive battle neared. Just when Xia Guqing's inner demon erupted, and when all the warriors of the Law Realm prepared to fight the inverse to the death in the distant alliance, Xia Fei was the first to begin the slaughter. I don't have the time to chat with you. Anyone who stops me dies. Xia Fei roared, crimson energy shooting to the heavens. When Xia Fei arrived at Qin Mang's grave, he saw all the people there discussing how to split the old man's property. With Moon Song and Qin Dong around, no one had dared to do anything, but there was a cunning light in their eyes now. Without a word, Xia Fei started killing. He instantly killed everyone who sought to blaspheme the old man. Even thinking about it was a sin. Today, Xia Fei was not to be reasoned with. Old man Qin Mang would have never imagined that it would rain at his funeral, a rain of blood. After instantly killing those people, some that he knew the names of and some that he didn't, Xia Fei strode over to Qin Mang's grave and did what he usually did. He brewed tea for the old man, poured a cup for him, and placed it on the grave. After thinking it over, Xia Fei took out and lit 2 cigarettes, giving one to himself. He then scooped up some soil and put that other cheap cigarette on top of it. This was Xia Fei's funerary service for Qin Mang. There were no flowers, nor was there the paper money traditionally used by the Chinese. It was all very simple and natural. Xia Fei had naturally scared away many people with his massacre, but there were also people who had the guts to stick around, such as Yi Xiaohan, her father Yi Jingshan, and his friends from Star Execution Training Camp, like Manjun and Beihai, as well as the old man's friends, like Serum. These people had once been on the same level as Xia Fei, or were on a higher level than him. But with the passage of time, when they saw Xia Fei now, they were like mortals encountering a god. While Xia Fei was still the same Xia Fei, neither arrogant nor overbearing. But no matter what he did, he couldn't hide the formidable aura that had everyone casting sidelong glances at him. Moreover, with the decisive battle coming, Xia Fei was not in a very good mood. So Xia Fei was not simply a god in the eyes of the crowd, but a god of death. Everyone, thank you for coming to the old man's funeral. As the old man's last disciple, according to the rules of my hometown, I should observe a mourning period for the old man, but there's no time. Xia Fei has more important things to do and must bid farewell. Xia Fei didn't mince words. He felt like he did not need to care about those trifling grieving rites. He felt like he had respected old man Qin Mang, and he knew that it would be too conventional to express anything through ritual and etiquette. Thus, after a short speech, he decided to leave. Yi Xiaohan was startled, and her eyes dimmed. This girl was much thinner than before and had changed a great deal. Had Yi Xiaohan changed because of Xia Fei? Xia Fei didn't know, nor did he care to know. There was also Nicole Sawyer. She had never met Qin Mang before, so why had she participated in the funeral? Xia Fei did not understand. Gritting her teeth, Moon Song pulled on Chun Dong, and the two followed after Xia Fei. Moon Song said, "We'll go back with you. We also know what's happening at the Cosmic Gate." Xia Fei nodded slightly and agreed. At this moment, Thurum couldn't help but ask, "Xia Fei, is the situation really that bad? I heard that your Quantum Holdings is already doing everything it can to evacuate." Xia Fei stood up and turned around, placing his right hand on Thurum's shoulder as he said very seriously, "Uncle, listen to me. Leave. Go with Avril while there's still time. I'll immediately call someone over to pick you up." He looked at all the people in the crowd and said sternly, "As all of you were able to attend the old man's funeral, none of you are strangers. My words to Thurum are for you as well." Xia Fei did not speak too grimly, but everyone could feel an unusual tone in his voice. It was clear that this danger was even greater than that of the insectoid attack from several years ago, many times more dangerous. "I will stay," Tai spoke first. "Me too. The Alliance needs me. I still remember the tragic scenes when the Alliance had to retreat in the face of the insectoid assault. I won't let such a thing happen a second time." Leighton, Williams, and Tai, the three leaders of the Alliance, indicated that they would not leave. Yi Jingshan needed to take care of Heaven Execution Training Camp, and even Uncle Thurum needed to return to the Adjudicator Union to preside over military affairs. Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. He could understand the decision they had made, and while he hoped that his friends would leave as quickly as possible, every extra minute increasing their chances of survival, he also understood that he respected them precisely because they were all courageous and loyal men. Thurum pulled Xia Fei over and stuffed a silver key into his hand, whispering, "The old man left his treasure to you. It's in the basement of his house. Go over and take a look for yourself." Startled, Xia Fei accepted the key with a nod. Old man Qin Mang had told Xia Fei almost everything, but he had never permitted Xia Fei to enter that mysterious basement. No one knew what sort of treasure he was hiding in there. Xia Fei had naturally thought countless times about opening up that mysterious basement and seeing what was in there that the old man valued so much. But now that he had the key, all he felt was heartache. After all, the owner was no longer here, and Xia Fei was no longer as curious. "The old man really treasured you. Even I've never seen what he was hiding in there," Thurum said, patting Xia Fei on the shoulder. He sighed. "Thanks to your rise in power, the old man lived a very comfortable life in his old age, and he often mentioned that you were the disciple he was the most proud of." Before going, he also ordered me to hand over that item over to you as quickly as possible, so I think you should go right now and dispel that worry of his. Xia Fei was slightly dazed, and his eyes reddened. He bit his lip, unable to say another word. Xia Guqing held up his arm and called out, "Everyone, get ready." The howls of the inverse were almost at his ears, and the Cosmic Gate was about to face its most challenging test yet. It wouldn't be long before the inverse army would break through the seal and arrive in the universe where the Law Realm was located. Tension was written on everyone's faces, and as the inverse howled, the hearts of the warriors beat faster and faster, the blood surging through their arteries. The tactics were very simple. Everyone would surround the abyss where the cosmic gate was located and attack any inverse that showed itself. The warriors from all parts of the law realm surrounded the abyss tightly. Weapons both old and new created a vast sea. Every clan had essentially emptied their pockets for this battle. Mystical armaments, more mystical armaments, and mountains of origin crystals. These things probably would not be of any use in the future. As their emotions surged, various mystical armaments from both modern and ancient times appeared on the scene, like an international military exhibition. Nearby, all the artificers, apothecaries, and energy masters stood to the side. These logistics members would do everything in their power to support the war effort. Warships that had lain unused for many years set sail, and weapons that had been sealed in dust for ages now re-emerged. This battle had brought together the strength of all sapient life in the law realm. It would be a decisive battle from the very start. There was even a small group of prisoners in the crowd. These were sinners to both of the great palaces and had been frozen for many years using cryogenic technology. But with this war imminent, nobody cared anymore. The two palaces had let out these criminals, and these people had resolutely chosen to join the army defending the cosmic gate. Banners waved and war drums thundered. The fate of the law realm and the fate of the universe would be decided today. Rumble. Down in the abyss, a massive explosion thundered from the cosmic gate, and then a roar filled the universe. Finally, under the powerful offensive of the inverse, the barrier that had guarded the universe for eons shattered. Tension. Incomparable tension. The warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweaty. The signal for war had been issued, and what came next was a battle to the death. Whoosh. A pair of dark blue eyes appeared before everyone. Inverse. The inverse are attacking, someone shouted, and countless long-range attacks shot over. Rumble. Rumble. Like the chaos that ensued with the creation of the universe, countless explosions filled this pitch-black and hellish abyss. Too agitated. The warriors had been too agitated. They didn't care that it was only one enemy and were madly slinging their attacks at it. To everyone's surprise, the movement and roaring of that army ceased, and the dark blue eyes in the darkness were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the inverse did not plan to attack. The warriors stopped attacking and looked down at the abyss curiously. What had happened? Why had the inverse broken through the cosmic gate, but not continued their offensive? Do the inverse know that we're surrounding the cosmic gate and are too afraid to attack? A young golden-haired warrior asked. In the counterattack just now, he had fired off dozens of long-range darkness law attacks, all of which had landed in the vicinity of that dark blue pair of eyes, and he was currently trembling in excitement. As he spoke, a lethal black arrow flew through space. It struck the young warrior in the forehead and tore him to pieces. This arrow's howl was the war horn of the inverse. The inverse suddenly exploded out of the abyss. They used the same long-range attacks to return the favor. Many warriors were caught off guard and knocked into the abyss. From the fearful looks on their faces as they fell, everyone knew that there was no chance of survival. What followed was a great clamor, like a vast army marching in unison, each step shaking the river of stars. Only now did the warriors understand that the inverse didn't fear their defenses. They had just been building up power for an all-destroying offensive. Death. Death could not stop their advance. The inverse were so strong because of their bloody and barbaric way of attacking. They cared only about the result, not the process. Since the inverse had already decided to take the universe, they wouldn't stop their attack no matter how many people died. And besides, they weren't even people in the first place. Fight! Xia Guqing gave the order. The warriors gripped their weapons and began to crazily attack. They didn't care about energy, didn't care about how much they used. Alas, the inverse had stronger defenses than the law realm. Unless the attacks were made with mystical armaments, the attacks from these warriors were like a minor itch of puny effect. No matter the cost, we have to hold against the inverse's first wave. Xia Guqing called out. Everyone on me. Whoosh. Xia Guqing jumped into the abyss at twice the speed of light, beginning to attack the inverse over and over. He left bodies wherever he went. Spurred up by Xia Guqing's frenzied encouragement, the other founders and the 5 Skywing law gods rushed down. Without a care for their lives, they used their power to stop the advance of the inverse army. Alas, The Law Realm had too few founders, and the Skywings had always been a small clan. These few experts were like a stone tossed into a lake. It could create a few ripples, but it wouldn't stop the advance of the river. Screw your mother. I'll kill you all, a law god snarled as he jumped into the abyss as well. But he wasn't so powerful as to single-handedly challenge the massed attack of the inverse. Thus, he chose to self-detonate, a most tragic method. Rumble. Since his attacks were not doing anything, he opted to bring his enemies down with him. This was the dignity of a warrior. War revealed its cruel side from the very start. A law god had jumped into the abyss and used the most extreme method of self-detonation to die together with his enemies. Rumble. A massive explosion blossomed. After all, this was a law god. The energy he accumulated over countless years detonating all at once was unstoppable. A scarlet ball of flame expanded in the abyss, engulfing several thousand inverse, the shockwave traveling several hundred kilometers. Many of the inverse felt like their heads were splitting open, and they jumped back into the abyss in pain. The inverse were stunned. The entire law realm was also stunned. What a heroic act. It had taken so much sweat and blood to become a law god, countless years, and if the situation hadn't forced it, who would be willing to throw away all of their life's work? Although law gods didn't die and could be reborn using the seed of life, everyone knew how long the path of rebirth was, and how excruciating. It would take more than 10,000 years for him to recover his cultivation. The inverse offensive did not stop there, but they did lose their momentum for a moment. After all, none of them had predicted that the law realm would come out from the get-go with such fearless courage. They were gambling their lives against the inverse. Gambling on who was more vicious, on who feared death the least. More inverse soon appeared in the abyss, a dark mass of innumerable beings. It was like a million provoked ants, but each one was imbued with abnormal killing power. The Law Realm warriors standing above the abyss and firing off long-range attacks weren't too threatened. The moment the inverse appeared, a large swath of them would be wiped out. It seemed like these wicked life forms were more specialized in close combat. Whoosh. Another law god jumped into the abyss, and before anyone could tell which clan this brave warrior came from, another huge explosion erupted. Self-detonation. Another self-detonation. In the blink of an eye, 2 law gods had fallen. The battle had only just begun, and the law realm was already forced to resort to such extreme methods. It was clear that this battle was not going well. It seemed like the inverse were already used to the law realm's frenzied attack methods. Although it suffered a rather significant shock, the pace of their offensive didn't slow. On the contrary, it accelerated. The law realm was intimidated by this crazy attack. It was clear that the inverse were bloodthirsty and cruel, and these monsters clearly didn't fear death. At this moment, many warriors realized that they weren't fighting some sapient life form. They were facing a pack of devils. Ordinary attacks did little damage to the inverse. The inverse quickly charged up from the abyss, and some combat zones had already begun to engage in close combat. 2 law gods frowned. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with resolve. It was clear that they planned to follow the example of their predecessors and use self-detonation to stop the attack of the inverse. Let me do it. Right, let us. Law gods are the backbone of the law realm. Without you lot, there's no way for us to outlast this battle. Since we're dying anyway, I'm taking you down with me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several warriors immediately jumped into the abyss and engaged in another suicidal offensive. But these people were not law gods, and there was no rebirth for them. They were truly fighting with their lives. Everyone could not help but be moved. The battle had already reached this stage. To maintain the number of law gods, law sages and law emperors were beginning to sacrifice their lives, detonating their cultivation. While these lower-level warriors weren't able to deal that much damage to the inverse, their self-detonations were just as vicious. After all, this was in exchange for their lives. It was much better to have more law gods survive. This was important to the law realm, for law gods were only a step away from unlocking soul power, and their full power attacks could kill the inverse. As for those below law god, they were much less effective against the inverse. Thus, these warriors who lacked cultivation chose to self-detonate, as this was the only way to maximize their effectiveness on the battlefield. The founders frowned. They knew that this method of sacrificing 800 to kill 3,000 wouldn't bring the Law Realm true victory, but they couldn't think of a better plan. That vast mass of enemies was simply uncountable, and there was no telling how many more inverse were hiding in the abyss. If they couldn't hold out against this enemy wave and allowed them to get out of the abyss, the Law Realm would be put under even greater pressure. The entire defensive line might be lost. After all, the inverse were wicked life forms more suited for close combat. The closer they were, the stronger they became. The bitter battle continued. If this battle had to be defined in any way, it would be explosions. Explosions. Countless explosions. The warriors of the Law Realm had seemingly gone crazy, using their lives to protect the dignity of the universe. As time went on, the founders began to grow tired. The Law Gods organized themselves in formations and joined their powers to attack the inverse, but the lower-level warriors could only use their lives. Even worse was that the inverse were seemingly endless. There was no telling how many forces they had mustered, but they just kept on coming and showed no signs of falling back. The number of Law Sages was limited, and the self-detonations of warriors below Law Emperor did far too little damage to the inverse. Suddenly, a soul-shaking horn blew from within the abyss. As the horn resounded, the inverse intensified their assault. A force of armored elites suddenly charged out from the abyss. Unlike those lower-level inverse, they were not just better equipped, but were also capable of tactics. This small team of 6 was able to minimize the attacks the Law Realm aimed at it. Their armor was azure blue, and the eyes of these warriors were no longer blue, but mysterious purple. It seemed like the inverse weren't a single species, but rather were formed from numerous evil life forms. These inverse with purple eyes were clearly more frightening than the previous inverse. With only a few leaps, they had reached the edge of the abyss and began to fight with the Law Realm's warriors. The situation turned dangerous. These inverse were far stronger than the Law Realm had anticipated. If their brazen attack wasn't stopped, it would only be a few minutes until the Law Realm was in a completely passive position. "Let me, all of you, stand aside," the chubby Ocean roared as he jumped into the abyss. Ocean had been heavily injured in the battle with Constant, even worse than Crane. Ocean felt like he wasn't being very useful in this defensive battle, and this was a moment where he was needed. He didn't have the combat strength, but he still had his cultivation. In the end, Ocean was still one of the experts who had established the Law Realm. A founder. If he detonated all of his cultivation, he could exterminate these purple-eyed inverse. "No," Crane yelled, freezing him on the spot. This battle was only just getting started, but it was already so difficult that a founder needed to self-detonate. It would be impossible if this kept up. The founders felt despair, and the warriors of the Law Realm felt deep sorrow. The light of victory seemed to be drifting farther and farther away from the Law Realm. At this moment, someone suddenly roared, "Don't go blowing yourselves up at a moment's notice. This battle is only just getting started." Everyone hastily turned their heads and saw Hosu in combat attire, floating majestically in the air, Ocean in his hand. Through some unknown method, he had managed to pluck Ocean out of the abyss. "Look, it's that super warrior. He's a friend of the Skywing clan, meaning that this super warrior stands at our side. There's hope for the Law Realm. This expert might lead us in pushing back the inverse." Like a drowning man clutching at straws, everyone instantly treated Hosu as their savior. After all, Hosu was the only living soul hunter in the universe. In the eyes of the Law Realm's warriors, Hosu possessed a heaven-defying cultivation. He transcended gods, wind and lightning without clouds, a divine seal to hunt a soul. Hosu was Hosu. He naturally wouldn't disappoint the Law Realm. With a roar, he created an enormous divine seal with his hands. Divine seals were weapons soul hunters used to kill en masse. Although he lacked the overcast wind mace, making him much weaker than usual, in the eyes of the Law Realm's warriors, this was simply a miracle. The scarlet seal seemed to be burning. The divine seal Hosu had created was so large that it engulfed the abyss. Strange patterns flowed across the seal. Nobody knew that this technique was, but there was no doubt that it was unfathomably powerful. Rumble. The divine seal shot forward. Like a murderous plate, it smashed toward the abyss. Oh, whoa. The inverse warriors clearly understood the power of Hosu's divine seal, and they roared bitterly. Alas, their roars were not weapons, simply an expression of their helplessness. Without a word, this seal that encompassed the abyss smashed down. Those inverse who had already crawled out and reached the edge of the abyss were thrown back. Bang! An enormous boom came from the depths of the abyss, and then like a geyser, the shattered corpses of countless inverse were blasted from. Mixed in with them was a white mist that ordinary people couldn't see. This was the mental energy of the inverse. Their souls. This was the power of a soul hunter, killing people and hunting souls, laughing proudly across the sea of stars. Hurrah! The law realm was stunned. Hosu's heaven-shaking attack had won their utmost admiration. With Hosu here, victory was possible. Alas, Hosu didn't have a good look on his face at all. He quickly turned his wrist, absorbing origin crystal after origin crystal to restore the energy he had lost. Hosu had come so late because he had been gathering up the energy needed for this strike. This attack had basically emptied Hosu's body of energy. Even though he was using the highest level of origin crystals, the black grade 8s, the divine seal consumed far more than the origin crystals could replace. He recovered energy very slowly, and it would be a very long time until he could unleash another attack at the same level. Hosu clenched his teeth as he watched the souls of the countless inverse dissipate. If he still had the Stormcloud Mace, that would all be energy he could use. Soul hunters could gather energy by killing things. The more they killed, the stronger they became. Alas, Hosu had no soul weapon, so he could only watch as this vast amount of soul power went away. As for the short sword that his young lord Xiaogu had used, for a warrior like Hosu, the amount of energy it could gather was simply pitiful. It should be able to hold for a bit. Hosu stared at the abyss and muttered, his eyes cold. As he spoke, suddenly, mere moments after taking Hosu's divine seal, the inverse came sweeping back. This is trouble, Hosu exclaimed in shock. There had naturally been nothing wrong with Hosu's soul art. Like the river of stars coming down, it had smashed the inverse back where they had come from. But the key was that this powerful counterattack couldn't stop the advance of the inverse. Not only did the inverse not call a halt, they became even more crazed. They heedlessly rushed out of the abyss, destroying everything in their way. The technique had been extremely vicious, but Hosu direly lacked energy and couldn't unleash several divine seals in a row. This single attack had consumed 80% of Hosu's current energy. Gritting his teeth, Hosu immediately threw himself into the battle. The entire law realm was looking to him, so no matter how much pain he was in, Hosu had to hold. If he was unable to hold on, the law realm's warriors would suffer a harsh blow to their morale. Let's go? Sweep through them together. Xia Guqing shouted fiercely after a brief moment of surprise. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was no brute who only knew how to fight. He had sharp eyes and was able to immediately tell that Hosu's condition wasn't right and that he was forcing himself to fight. He hurriedly led the other founders to Hosu's side. A soul hunter together with 6 founders presented an impressive force. They charged into the inverse ranks, their savage offensive making up for Hosu's lack of energy. Are you okay? Xia Guqing asked grimly as he fought. Hosu smiled bitterly. Energy is everything for a warrior. That's true for not only your world. In my world, you can't go without energy either, and what I lack right now is precisely energy. I won't hide it from you. The attack just now took up most of my reserve energy. Right now, I can only use 10% of my power. Xia Guqing furrowed his brow. He did not say anything, but he understood what Hosu was saying. He could tell from Hosu's attacks that such powerful and fierce techniques naturally had to use up an astronomical amount of energy. Thus, the energy Hosu needed wasn't even on the same level as the amount of energy a founder needed. At the start, the 6 founders together with Hosu really did manage to present a major threat to the inverse, combining their powers having a multiplicative effect. But as the battle dragged on, the flaws of fighting this way began to show themselves. Gathering all of one's experts together wasn't good for defense. After all, the abyss was quite large, and the inverse had many warriors. Hosu and Xia Guqing simply could not be everywhere at once. After hanging together for a few minutes, the team had to split up, each person rushing toward a weak point in the defenses to aid the law realm in holding the line. Hosu's face grew more and more caked in sweat. His excessive consumption of energy prevented him from using any attacks that were too powerful, but using techniques that took less energy, he suffered a clear drop in fighting power and wasn't much stronger than the founders. What's going on? The attacks of that super expert are getting weaker and weaker. When he first appeared, I felt like the 6 founders together couldn't match up to his arm, but now they're evenly matched. Is someone like him not powerful enough to endure this? All the warriors of the Law Realm had gathered here, and many of them had combat experience, so they could see that Hosu's combat strength was plunging. They couldn't help but worry about the battle's trajectory. After all, the balance of this battle was being maintained by true men who didn't fear death. Once their main forces could no longer hold, the dark side of human nature would burst forth. Husband and wife were like birds in the same forest. In the face of disaster, they would each run off in their own direction. If husband and wife were like that, how could these warriors who had gathered up to face this disaster be any different? Everyone had lasted until now entirely because of the experts, these fellows who fought without care for their lives and gave everyone else the hope that they could win. If even a super expert like Hosu couldn't last, their morale would instantly crumble. Hosu naturally understood this, which was why he was still hanging on. But he was getting weaker and weaker, and he could no longer use the emblematic divine seals of the soul hunters. At this time, the number of experts willing to risk their lives began to dwindle. After all, self-detonation was suicide. Only a few warriors with fearless spirits dared to wager their lives. When these fearless men ran out, the only ones left were people with wavering resolve. At times of victory, these people would naturally step forward and flaunt their might, but at times of loss, no one would run faster than them. Face, dignity. They were about to lose their lives, so why would they care about their pride? Gradually, the inverse once more took the upper hand. More and more inverse charged out of the abyss, and in close combat, the inverse could display their full power. Killing one inverse took several dozen, or even 100 lost sages all working together. Morale began to fall, and the defense line around the cosmic gate began to falter, even as the founders and Soul Hunter Hosu were already doing everything they could. At this moment, an enormous spatial gate appeared. It was abnormally brilliant and could fit almost an entire star. As this enormous spatial gate opened, a mushroom-shaped giant had emerged. It was a golden warship shaped like a mushroom. On its bow was a cannon larger than a moon, pitch black and intimidating. This was a Titan, the strongest warship in the universe. The product of all the genius Cobaltists could muster and the first-class technology of Summit. Shock. Incomparable shock. None dared to believe their eyes. A warship could be even larger than a planet. This was a scientific miracle, the strongest form a warship could reach. There was no other. And appearing with the universe's strongest warship was a top-class energy weapon. Doomsday. Rumble. The moment the Titan appeared, it unleashed a laser beam more dazzling than the sun. A doomsday device. It had this destructive name because this giant cannon the Cobaltists had designed had the ability to destroy the universe. Through the work of several renowned scientists and the members of the mech race, the current doomsday weapon had far surpassed the designs of the Yolani. It was now a weapon that matched its name. Rumble. Such power and force. The fiery beam of God shot into the abyss. The founders and Hosu had been fighting in the abyss, but fortunately, they had received advance notification from Xia Guanghai and were able to retreat quickly. Otherwise, they would have been injured by this berserk beam of energy. Everyone felt this cruel beam of energy, but the most vicious explosion was still to come. Rumble. After the beam entered the abyss, it exploded. It produced a force more than 10 times greater than the divine seal. This was simply an unthinkable sight, like someone had thrown a massive bomb into the abyss. Moreover, the Titan had clearly fired a beam of light. Those who had not seen the Titan's blueprints naturally couldn't understand its complexity. The Cobaltists had truly lived up to their reputation as a race of scientific geniuses. They had used the repulsing nature of light waves to create a light bomb. Light had a frequency, and the Cobaltists had used the different frequencies of laser beams to design a brand new laser beam that the frequencies within could not tolerate. If it encountered no obstructions, this laser would travel in a straight line into the depths of space. But once it ran into something, the countless explosive spectrums would be thrown into disarray, triggering an immense explosion and annihilating anything that stood in the way of this laser. This was why this weapon was called a doomsday weapon. This was why the Titan was considered the ultimate warship. It was all because of the doomsday laser, an existence that could not be surpassed. The Titan that Xia Fei had meticulously worked on within the hidden realm had appeared for the first time, and with its first shot, it had revolutionized the universe. These invincible warriors from the law realm finally realized the power of science. It was a mistake to believe that law powers were the ultimate power of the universe. When science was developed to a certain level, it could release a power that transcended the full force blow of a founder. The sound and fury created by the explosion was so loud as to be maddening. Even so, the warriors still stared in shock at the damage wrought by the Titan, for this was more amazing than any movie. As for the inverse, they truly threw down their armor and weapons and fled for their lives. Besides Hosu's soul-destroying divine seal, the Titan was the greatest threat to them. Hurrah! The Law Realm warriors were reinvigorated. It turned out that besides a hidden expert like Hosu, the universe also had this killing machine, a Titan. More importantly, these destructive factors all stood on their side. Whoosh! The clumsy Titan slowly emerged from the spatial tunnel. Suddenly, several dark figures shot out and immediately rushed at this enormous ship that was everyone's hope, law force gathering in their hands. Rather than helping, their goal was clearly to destroy the Titan. Founders, someone with sharp eyes was able to make out these newcomers. They were Solo, Constant, Chill, and Rock, the four founders who had fled. Everyone knew that they had betrayed the law realm, but nobody had expected this betrayal to be so absolute. They were helping the inverse by destroying this ultimate weapon so crucial to the law realm, the Titan. Whoosh! Hosu and the other founders immediately rushed up. They had to protect the Titan, or else the law realm would be without hope. At this moment, a second Titan appeared, giving everyone's heart a severe shock. It turned out that Xia Fei had more than one Titan. A second one of these galaxy-destroying weapons had come out hot on the heels of the first. Way to go, Xia Fei! He had somehow built up a power that could contend with the law realm. Solo, who had been rushing at the first Titan, exclaimed in shock, "What's going on here?" His face turning pale. What was going on? This was Xia Fei's trump card. They were nothing when they were hidden, but once they were revealed, they would scare you to death. The calm here served as a stark contrast to the fierce battle at the Cosmic Gate. Not far from the venal system was a fairy tale-like green little planet that had served as Qin Meng's home in his later years. It was a place awash with the aroma of flowers and the song of birds. This peaceful planet seemed unaffected by the turmoil gripping the universe, as quiet and serene as ever. Sighing, Moonsong softly said, "This is truly a beautiful place. Qin Meng must have lived a very pleasant retirement. To tell the truth, if someone was willing to marry me and live with me here, I would definitely agree." Moonsong glanced at Xia Fei, a profound meaning in her eyes. Alas, Xia Fei had a solemn look and seemed deaf to Moonsong's words. For a long time now, Xia Fei had always been rather distant when he was serious, and today, Xia Fei was very serious. Waving the key that Qin Meng had left him, Xia Fei said sternly, "Let's go and take a look in the basement." Books, countless books. Old man Qin Meng's house was like a library, filled with numerous books. While there were a lot of books, the place wasn't messy at all. The bookshelves were all properly categorized and arranged. Xia Fei suddenly thought back to his days working in the library. Those calm days of studying now seemed hard to come by. When he had left the library, he had started on a long, dangerous, and stimulating road, and calm drew farther and farther away. Items were not like people. While the books were still the same books in the library, the old man was nowhere to be seen, and Xia Fei felt a tinge of grief. After standing for several seconds in the library, Xia Fei got a hold of himself and pulled aside a bookshelf, opening a secret tunnel. Xia Fei had personally ordered this secret tunnel and chamber to be made for the old man. Logically, if Xia Fei had wanted to, he could have gone inside whenever he wanted and taken a look at the old man's treasure, but Xia Fei hadn't done such a thing out of respect. Clack! The arc-shaped 13-section key turned a circle and a half before Xia Fei was able to open the thick alloy door, revealing a long, dark corridor. Moon Song pressed a button, turning on the lights, and the three headed in. After going through 3 such protective systems, Xia Fei's group finally entered the old man's most cherished secret room. The place was lit as brightly as day. Inside the room was a giant stone sarcophagus, one made of dragon sealing stone. Dragonstone? And it's of the highest Xuanwu grade, too. Isn't this something you can only find in the law realm? Why is there a sarcophagus made of dragon sealing stone in the old man's secret room? Moon Song asked, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Dragonstone could impede law force and so store high-level materials that gave off intense energy waves. But this Xuanwu-grade Dragonstone was produced in the Dark Race and was extremely rare in the law realm. Xia Fei, Moon Song, and Chun Dong were all surprised to find a coffin made of Dragonstone in Qin Meng's secret room. These materials are extremely old, so I'm guessing that rather than belonging to old man Qin Meng, he inherited it from someone else, or else found it during his adventures in the earlier half of his life, Chun Dong remarked. Xia Geng silently took the lid off the coffin. There was no time, and while Xia Fei missed old man Qin Meng, he understood that he did not have the time. He still needed to head to the cosmic gate. The scraping of stone rang out in the room as the item within revealed itself to Xia Fei. Before Xia Fei could speak, Radix called out in surprise, "The overcast wind mace. Hosu's soul weapon was here." Heavens, that's too absurd. Xia Fei was stunned. He carefully examined the long, purple-handled bronze mace in the coffin. It looked like a thin pagoda, all sharp angles, and as it lay in the coffin, it exuded a vicious, killing intent. It also radiated some invisible energy that made other people stare at it. Just one glance would leave one transfixed. Xia Fei was a superior law god, so he was able to maintain his composure. But Moon Song and Celestial Moon became a little dazed and walked forward as if they were sleepwalking. Whoosh! Xia Fei took out a small spatial ring and hastily put the overcast wind mace away. Xia Fei had been in a lot of battles as of late and had gained many treasures, so he wasn't lacking for spatial rings. Moon Song and Chun Dong awoke from their dazed states, their heads covered in sweat. Heavens, that weapon was far too bizarre. It made me subconsciously want to get close, like some power was pulling on me. Moon Song wiped the sweat off her face, some fear still in her voice. Chun Dong threw up his arms, indicating that he didn't understand. Radix explained, "This is the power of a soul weapon. After all, Hosu is a soul hunter, and his weapon is meant for killing and absorbing souls. Moon Song and Chun Dong have no experience fighting with a soul hunter, so the overcast wind mace naturally had an easy time entrancing them." Xia Fei was taken aback by the mystical properties of the overcast wind mace. Not only could it kill enemies, it could even seize their soul power on its own. Even people that were still alive could be influenced by its powerful energy. No wonder Hosu was always talking about his weapon. So the overcast wind mace was this powerful. Xia Fei muttered, turning his head, his eyes turning grave. Xia Fei gave the spatial ring with the overcast wind mace to Chun Dong and solemnly said, "There's no time to spare. You must immediately pass this weapon to Hosu." Chun Dong trembled in shock. He could tell that Xia Fei was actually rather concerned and could not afford the slightest delay. "Hosu? That super expert who was with you?" Chun Dong asked for clarification. "Correct. This item is extremely important to him. You have to personally deliver it to him at once." Xia Fei said solemnly. "What about you?" Moon Song asked anxiously. "I have something more important to take care of," Xia Fei said, turning his head and staring at the 2 other items in the Dragonstone coffin. For some reason, there was a little leaf in the sarcophagus, just quietly sitting there. Battle, 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 frenzied battle. The super warships Titans and the 4 remaining founders of the Hall of Many Gods had arrived at the same time. The founders were stunned as they moved through space, for across from them, a second Titan was emerging from the spatial tunnel. It had to be understood that this was an ultimate killing weapon, even larger than a star, and there was more than one. Only a ghost would know how many resources and manpower this took. Forget about it and destroy this one first. We'll destroy as many as there are. Solo ordered, resolving himself. The 4 founders began to savagely attack the first Titan. Rumble. In explosions of energy, the 4 founders began to unleash long-distance attacks, to destroy Xia Fei's titans. The Law Realm warriors were so shocked that their jaws dropped, and then their teeth clenched in hatred. The Law Realm had no way to retreat and had been forced into a dead end. Then Xia Fei's titans had arrived and given everyone hope. Now these traitorous founders wanted to destroy the Law Realm's last trump card. To think that they had once regarded the likes of Constant and Solo as gods and idols. This was the worst joke in the universe. The people they had most admired were trying to destroy the Law Realm. Everyone instantly exploded with rage. After all, the attacks of the founders were immensely powerful, and the hearts of the warriors went cold upon seeing them. No one felt like the Titans could resist founder-level attacks. But that was when a roar tore through the space. The Titan had not been destroyed by the founders. On the contrary, it was beginning to return fire. It once more sent a howling laser beam at the abyss. The mushroom-shaped Titan was surrounded by a thick protective barrier. Rather than shattering from the Law Force attacks, it was absorbing them. The Law Realm had destroyed Titans long ago because these warships had a unique immunity to laws. They could convert frenzied Law Force into energy, dispersing it and absorbing it. It allowed the power of science to match the power of laws. This was truly a pioneering work of science. The four founders were so stunned that their eyes almost fell out. Although they had not used their full power, this giant ship's defenses were simply too formidable. It could hold out against the attacks of a founder? That was just too unbelievable. It was actually quite the coincidence. If they had attacked the second Titan rather than the first, they would have gotten a much better result. This was because Xia Fei's Titans hadn't all started being built at the same time, and they were at different levels of completion. Once a new dock was finished, the mech race would commit itself to building a new Titan and a new dock. Among all of Xia Fei's Titans, only the first, the Starlock, was fully armed and armored, possessing every required module. It had been in the testing stage, but because of the sudden outbreak of war, it had been rushed to the front line. The others were all still in the arming phase. Some lacked engine power, while others had no shield. In short, the Starlock was the only fully equipped Titan. And as the founders had chosen to attack this Titan, their attacks were naturally not that effective. Moreover, they had felt that they could destroy the Titan without using their full power, and by underestimating their enemy, they had given the Starlock some hope of survival. Moreover, after that wave of attacks, the Starlock had activated its overclocking system. The entire warship was now operating at above normal capacity, so even if the founders intensified their attacks, it still might be able to hold. Sometimes, the situation was just that bizarre. The four founders had a major blow dealt to their confidence by their failure to destroy the Titan, and at this moment, the experts led by Xia Guqing and Hosu had arrived. The four founders now had to contend with these new opponents. Whoosh! At this moment, Moonsong and Chundong arrived with Hosu's important soul weapon, the overcast wind mace. Without a word, Chundong accelerated to the founder battlefield. Hosu, Xia Fei wanted me to give this to you. Chundong roared. Hosu was startled, and then he saw the spatial ring that Chundong was clutching in his hand. Xia Fei had chosen to not close off the link between the spatial ring and the hidden space it was connected to, but Hosu was able to sense a familiar energy coming from it. Overcast wind mace. Hosu was stunned, and he became so excited that he almost went crazy. He rushed over, took the spatial ring from Chundong, and lightly brushed a finger across it. The soul weapon emerged. The entire universe was stunned. Rumble. Both Xia Fei and Chundong had interacted with the overcast wind mace, but it had not done anything too incredible, merely exuding a formidable mental pressure. But the moment the overcast wind mace appeared in Hosu's hand, it immediately exploded with boundless power. As Hosu raised this mace, a terrifying lightning bolt streaked through space, striking the tip of the overcast wind mace. The shockwave unleashed was even greater than that of a person breaking into the law god realm. A powerful gale immediately began to stir. Countless white wisps of energy that ordinary people couldn't see began to rush toward Hosu, and all of it was absorbed by the overcast wind mace. This was a soul weapon, something that killed foes and helped its master accumulate energy. Moreover, this soul weapon was Hosu's personal weapon. While Xia Fei's White Dragon Screech had been incredibly powerful, it was not Hosu's personal soul weapon, so it would not have been as effective in his hands. But the overcast wind mace was a part of Hosu. Without the soul weapon, Hosu could barely be considered an average soul hunter, but with the soul weapon, he could unleash all of his power. Rumble. It wasn't just the warriors who were stunned. The entire river of stars quaked. 1 second after Hosu grabbed the overcast wind mace, Hosu's energy began to rise crazily. Like a rocket, it headed straight to the heavens. At the same time, a third titan appeared in the spatial tunnel. Wind and clouds stirred. With a single hand covering the heavens, a singular clap of thunder could turn the sea of stars to dust. At this moment, the cosmic gate played host to the return of a king. As Soul Hunter Hosu raised the overcast wind mace, the entire universe seemed to be drained of light. Countless bolts of lightning blasted out of the sea of stars. They were incomparably bright and dazzling, a flame that could stun the universe. This was Hosu. This was the super expert who had single-handedly sealed the cosmic gate, the only soul hunter in the universe. It was like a god had descended. The overcast wind mace began to devour the scattered souls around the cosmic gate. Those warriors who had yet to unlock their soul marks naturally could not see those countless streams of white energy entering Hosu's body, but they could see the flashes of lightning. Merely by activating the overcast wind mace, Hosu had allowed everyone to witness this unbelievable sight. The battle came to a sudden halt. Even the founders were entranced by this magnificent sight and were unable to move even half a step. Heavens! Is this a legendary miracle? Miracle? This is the work of a god. I don't believe it. How could a mortal possibly be this powerful? In the fierce battles just now, countless inverse and law realm warriors had fallen into the abyss, and while their lives had ended, their souls had yet to scatter. The overcast wind mace came at the perfect time. Hosu activated his soul weapon, and whether it came from inverse or the law realm, so long as it was soul power, he could absorb it. At this moment, Hosu could no longer care about too much. What he needed to do was gather as much energy as possible so that he could seal the cosmic gate again. Once the cosmic gate was sealed, Xia Fei would have enough time to improve himself and his soul mark. Without the founders controlling the law realm, Hosu could definitely help the universe produce more founders. Once the cosmic gate was opened again, the law realm, Hosu, and Xia Fei would have finished building up their power. Who would come out victorious would no longer be so certain. Hosu could not help but grow excited at the prospect. The zeal of the Skywing clan, the devotion of the law realm's countless brave warriors, and Xia Fei's incredible potential. All of this gave him enormous confidence. Hosu was sure that so long as the law realm was given enough time, a day would come when it would trample over the home of the inverse. On that day, the law realm would no longer be on the defensive. It would be charging straight out of the cosmic gate. Hosu very quickly finished his first phase of energy accumulation. With his power of a soul hunter recovered, he raised his head slightly, his unfathomable gaze glancing at Solo, Constant, and the other two founders. That one glance left those founders turning pale. There was no doubt that Hosu was now on a completely different level of power, not something that they could fight against. Go! Solo roared. He decided to retreat, and had given up on the plan of destroying the Titans. Even a fool could understand that fighting with Hosu meant death. He was the universe's only soul hunter. He was several planes above them in fighting power. Whoosh! The four founders fled hastily. Xia Guqing wanted to give chase, but Hosu reacted even faster than the max-level speed Law Grand Ancestor. Crunch! The overcast wind mace swung down. It smashed into Founder Chill's head. A founder of the Law Realm could not even dodge Hosu's attack. One could only sigh in melancholy, for Hosu's level had reached a level that an ordinary person simply could no longer fathom. Even more astonishing were Hosu's methods. A mighty soul hunter did not even resort to using soul arts, and had simply smashed Cold's face in with the overcast wind mace. How cruel was that? Had Hosu also been influenced by Xia Fei and started to go crazy? Smack! Crunch! Squelch! Hosu's brutal killing methods drew side eyes from the Law Realm warriors. In the blink of an eye, the four founders had all been bludgeoned to death by Hosu. The Law Realm warriors felt like they were seeing things. They were all experts who had killed before, but they had never seen founders being squashed like ants. These were founders. The entire universe only had 10 some founders, but Hosu had killed 4 of them like he was chopping cabbages. Each one had been smashed to death. Phew, Hosu exhaled. Absorbing the souls of 4 founders had greatly boosted his mental power, and he was brimming with killing intent. This moment was exactly when the counterattack of the Law Realm began. Everyone was paying so much attention to how Hosu hunted souls that they had failed to notice a 5th giant head emerging from the spatial tunnel. This was the 5th Titan. Only a ghost knew just how many of these lethal cards Xia Fei had been hiding. There were no rites or sighs. Old man Xin Mang's secret room was eerily quiet, punctuated only by Xia Fei's breathing that gradually grew heavier and heavier. Xia Fei did not stay to commemorate the old man's passing. He knew that the best commemoration was murder, killing until all his enemies had been wiped from the universe. Doing so would allow Avril and his other friends like Qin Mang to experience safe and peaceful days. Xia Fei was currently working toward this goal. This was not just limited to the warriors on the battlefield who were in combat. In the secret room, Xia Fei was also fighting, and his enemy was not one bit weaker. One leaf to upend mountains. The Fringe Mountain Leaf. The most mysterious of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, and the strongest. Xia Fei's enemy was none other than this troublesome and rootless leaf. Not even in his dreams would Xia Fei have imagined that Qin Mang had collected both Hosu's soul weapon, the Overcast Wind Mace, and the Fringe Mountain Leaf. The Fringe Mountain Leaf was alone, like a maple leaf, bearing a bright red color and clearly marked veins. Before finding the Fringe Mountain Leaf, Xia Fei had imagined what this first of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea would look like many times. But now that it was at his side, he was at his wit's end. Strange. I've never seen an immemorial mystical armament like this before. Xia Fei frowned as he spoke to himself. In the past, when subduing the other immemorial mystical armaments, they would always have fierce resistance. And even Peacock Blue required me to go through a rigorous mental trial that almost broke me. But this Fringe Mountain Leaf doesn't strike me or even pay me any attention. It's not reacting no matter what I do. If it wasn't for you, I really would have taken it for an ordinary leaf and ignored it. Xia Fei's complaints were not without reason. A war was going on, and Xia Fei didn't have time to keep wasting on the Fringe Mountain Leaf. The Fringe Mountain Leaf was like an old monk in meditation. If Xia Fei put it on the ground, it would just sit there, and if Xia Fei put it in his hand, it would obediently drift into his palm and just sit there. Extending his right arm, Xia Fei had tried to use Peacock Blue to absorb the Fringe Mountain Leaf, but Peacock Blue had gone abnormally silent, like a mouse seeing a cat. No matter how Xia Fei urged it, Peacock Blue refused to attack the Fringe Mountain Leaf. Radix, I remember you saying that all of the immemorial mystical armaments fell from the Ark when it exploded. As the Ark Soul, you should know how to subdue the Fringe Mountain Leaf, right? Xia Fei asked him. Radix helplessly spread out his hands and said, to be more precise, the immemorial mystical armaments belong to the clan of your grandfather, the Aurora clan. I'm simply a guard of the Aurora clan, a servant, and a servant really only knows what their lords want him to. As for what they were used for, or how they were used, I don't know anything. That was beyond the scope of my duties. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Radix made sense. As a servant, it was improper to peep at a master's possessions. Thus, not even Radix knew how to subdue this strange Fringe Mountain Leaf. After a pause, Radix continued, but this Qin Mang has a truly surprising background. He's actually a descendant of the god race's #1 wandering warrior, Zek Sin. It's no wonder he has so many treasures. He inherited all of them from his ancestor. Qin Mang probably spent the earlier half of his life wandering the universe because of the Zex clan's genes. After all, that clan has always loved adventuring. Xia Fei was shocked by Qin Mang's background. According to the documents left by the old man, he was a descendant of the Law Realm's Zex Sin. Zex Sin had wandered the universe, even becoming good friends with the Dark King, a sign of just how unusual his experiences were. Alas, later on, Zex Sin had fled back to the Law Realm with the Dark Knight Diary, triggering the long struggle between the Law Realm and the Dark Race. As the culprit, Zex Sin had naturally been killed, and his descendants were no longer able to stay within the Law Realm. Thus, the Zex clan had divided their great ancestors' property, changed their names and faces, and fled for their lives. Qin Meng's ancestor had been Zheng Xin's second son, and he had inherited 3 incredible items before proceeding to hide himself in the human alliance. As time passed, the Zheng clan's people gradually forgot that they had been part of the Law realm, and their bloodline thinned until it ended with Qin Meng, who had chosen to live a solitary life. Qin Meng never married, but in his later years, he had encountered the monstrous Xia Fei. Xia Fei's rocket-like progress made Qin Meng gradually recall the tragic family history his father had once recounted to him, so he began to entertain the idea of passing his ancestors' inheritance to Xia Fei. But Qin Meng had heard of how cruel the struggles in the Law realm were, and Xia Fei didn't necessarily have a steady foundation in the Law realm, so he had waited until he was on the brink of death to hand over the key to the secret chamber, in the hopes that Xia Fei could use the items within well. As the Zheng clan had no extant bloodline, Old Man Qin Meng had also requested Xia Fei to reinstate the good name of the Zheng clan and allow the surviving members of the Zheng clan to return to the Law realm. The old man had recounted a heart-wrenching tragedy in his last words. The sorrowful family history of Zheng Xin's line had leapt out of the pages and moved hearts. To tell the truth, Xia Fei really did have the ability to reinstate the Zheng clan. As the Skywing clan's lone wolf and a superior law god, if Xia Fei wanted to bring the Zheng clan back to the Law realm, nobody would say a word. But the problem was, the inverse were here. The Law realm might not even be able to protect itself. Putting aside his emotions, Xia Fei stared at the fringe mountain leaf for several seconds. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he took out the only other plant-type immemorial mystical armament he had yet to subdue, the Warp Sea Lotus. The Warp Sea Lotus was the only water-attributed plant-type mystical armament. Water had the trait of encompassing all things, so it made sense that the Warp Sea Lotus was the last mystical armament to be added into the integration. By using its water attribute, it could thoroughly merge together the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea in one go. At present, the eccentric fringe mountain leaf had yet to be integrated, so Radix was rather curious as to the reason Xia Fei had pulled out the Warp Sea Lotus. The Warp Sea Lotus is a catalyst, so you taking it out now is a little early. You should first think of a way to subdue the fringe mountain leaf, Radix advised him. Xia Fei replied, "The peacock blue has no reaction to the fringe mountain leaf, which is very abnormal. Right now, I need to completely consider the relationship between these last 2 of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. Let's see if the fringe mountain leaf will interact with the Warp Sea Lotus or not." It was not hard to understand Xia Fei's method. It was a deductive method. Since there was no chemistry between the fringe mountain leaf and peacock blue, he might as well see if the Warp Sea Lotus would have an effect. But the result was very disappointing. The Warp Sea Lotus and fringe mountain leaf acted like strangers, both of them ignoring each other. The leaf was still that strange maple leaf that lay proudly on the ground. Frowning, Xia Fei prepared to put these 2 plant-type mystical armaments away. A battle was going on at the Cosmic Gate, and Xia Fei did not want to waste any time, so he was planning on heading over. Although the complete form of the plant mystical armament would have been very helpful to Xia Fei, it was not like he could force it, right? If he kept waiting, the Cosmic Gate might be lost. Suddenly, as Xia Fei's arm touched the Warp Sea Lotus and the fringe mountain leaf at the same time, peacock blue suddenly rushed out and swept out at the 2 mystical armaments. Soon after, both the fringe mountain leaf and the Warp Sea Lotus exerted their power and began to resist the intrusion of peacock blue. So that was it. Radix was startled, his eyes flashing as he said, "It turns out that the Warp Sea Lotus isn't the last to be integrated. Rather, it needs to be brought together with the fringe mountain leaf and peacock blue to produce a reaction." Xia Fei's inadvertent action had started a new battle. This time, Xia Fei needed to subdue both the Warp Sea Lotus and the fringe mountain leaf. Only then could he reach the ultimate goal of integrating all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. This time, Xia Fei needed to deal with those plant-type mystical armaments all at once. It was the first time and the last time. If Xia Fei succeeded, he would be the first in history to obtain the complete form of the plant-type mystical armament. The Cosmic Gate, the Abyss, a hellish world. No matter how intimidating those names were, none of them could fully describe the ferocity of the battle. For a whole 24 hours, The inverse attacked the cosmic gate in wave after vicious wave, gripped by a heedless insanity that bordered on despair. It was as if the inverse possessed limitless combat power and an infinite army. Moreover, the inverse seemed to have their finger on the pulse of the law realm. They had first sent their weakest force and then followed up with forces that were stronger and stronger, going from those with dark blue eyes to mysterious purple eyes, and then to those with crimson eyes. While the law realm had barely managed to hold against the 3 waves of inverse, it had come at great sacrifice. After all, these law realm warriors weren't like Hosu, who was a soul hunter that grew stronger the more he killed. The law realm relied entirely on energy, and by now, many warriors were utterly exhausted and resisting fatigue as they struggled to stand. There were 2 things that no one could have predicted: the super expert Hosu and Xia Fei's fleet of titans. No one could have expected that Xia Fei would bring a fleet of 10 of these enormous ships. Only one of these titans was fully equipped, with the other 9 missing something or other, like a warp drive, a shield, or even their radar system. But everyone had to admit that these incomplete titans had saved the law realm. Upon learning that the inverse were threatening the cosmic gate, Xia Fei had immediately altered his orders to the mech race, having them prioritize the weapon systems of the titans over everything, with the energy systems being second, the energy shields being third, and the warp engine being far behind. Under this offensively minded guidance, Dimsky had led the mech race in endless work, allowing them to complete the weapon systems of the 10 titans ahead of time, satisfying the minimum requirements Xia Fei had for the titans: the ability to shoot and bring the enemy down with them. Madmen were madmen. A normal person would first install the energy, engine, and radar. After all, these were the foundations of a warship. Without those 3, a warship would be extremely unstable. But Xia Fei was the exact opposite. He didn't care if the Titan was stable, only if it could kill the enemy. At this moment, the 10 majestic super warships surrounded the cosmic gate. If the inverse attacked, the doomsday weapons would fire in unison, sending them back wherever they came from. With the Titans backing them up, the Law Realm warriors were under much less pressure. Otherwise, they would have been laid out flat on their backs from the fierce melees by now. The Titans were not just enormously helpful to the Law Realm. They had also carried a significant meaning to Hosu. Soul hunters needed to constantly absorb soul power to maintain their combat state, and when the Titans killed the inverse, the souls of the inverse slain would all become Hosus. Hosu grew stronger and stronger, and he was soon able to sustain a virtuous cycle. While he was using a lot of energy in battle, he was still able to gather even more energy. After all, the inverse were using all their strength to battle the countless elites of the Law Realm. Warriors were dying every second, and the amount of soul power Hosu was accumulating was also rising by the second. After 3 waves, the inverse seemed to have stopped, and the Law Realm warriors and founders had a rare moment of respite. The sight of all those warriors splayed out around the cosmic gate in tatters was enough for one to know how challenging the battle had been. It had to be understood that even the wars between the gods and demons hadn't lasted for more than 24 hours. The 6 founders and Hosu gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Through this battle, these experts that had been strangers to each other were now bosom friends, comrades who had fought alongside each other. This camaraderie was forged from blood. This was particularly true for the heavily injured Ocean. Hosu had pulled him back from the brink many times, and he utterly adored this sole super expert of the universe. Letting this go on is no solution. While the inverse haven't been able to get through yet, we won't be able to last for too much longer, Crane said as he grit his teeth. He was clearly very tired. Among all the experts, Crane was the second most injured. Xia Fei's strike had not been faked, thrusting into Crane's body. If not for Xia Fei's incredible control, a slight tremble of his wrist would have taken Crane's life. Xia Guqing nodded as he used an origin crystal to recover and made a call to the mech race's #1 general and the admiral of the Titan fleet, Warstar, to ask him about the situation. I need even more origin crystals, whether they're refined or not. I need them all. The more the better, the stern Warstar replied. The founders grimaced, because Warstar wasn't asking for low-tier origin crystals. His bottom line was Tier 7. Titans were able to exhibit such enormous power because of their prodigious energy systems. The only flaw of this system was that it needed high-grade energy to sustain itself. Energy of low quality would severely drop the Titan's power. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was planning to use up a precious Tier 8 crystal, but when he heard these words, he immediately put down the black crystal and said, "The Titans are a powerful aid to us, so we need to ensure the fleet's energy supply. We will use lower-quality crystals." Everyone nodded in agreement, and the Skywing warriors soon spread the order of the founders throughout the battlefield, gathering up the high-quality crystals from everyone and delivering them to Warstar. "How long can this energy sustain your fleet?" Xia Guqing sternly asked. Warstar glanced at the crystals behind him and replied, 12 salvos at most." This was not good news, and everyone's faces darkened. No one had expected the Titans to need that much energy. It had only been 24 hours, and the 10 Titans had already used up the vast stockpile of high-grade crystals. They were squeezing out these crystals from between their teeth, and the Law Realm no longer had any high-grade crystals to give to the Titan fleet. Xia Guqing clenched his teeth and said, "If I had known, I would have put more work into raising a large group of energy masters. Then we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation." Hosu shook his head. High-level energy masters were also controlled by the inverse. Why did you think it was so difficult for the Law Realm to produce high-level energy masters? It was all because Constant and his lot were messing with them. They weren't just controlling the number of law gods and founders, but also the number of energy masters, and even the number of high-quality origin crystals. Moreover, the level of this battle is far too high, far beyond what the Law Realm can take. Everyone loathed the founders led by Constant so much that they gnashed their teeth in rage. If not for their scheming, the Law Realm would have long ago produced a large number of founders and top-class energy masters. The Law Realm, which had considered itself to have the greatest energy reserves in the universe, was now in an embarrassing energy shortage. Truly, it was only when fighting with the formidable inverse that the Law Realm warriors realized that they weren't just lacking in combat power, they were also unthinkably poor. "Don't panic. My energy reserves are already at above 50%. If we keep this up, I will have accumulated enough energy to seal the Cosmic Gate." Hosa said, "Once the Cosmic Gate is sealed, we will have enough time to rest and stage a comeback. Then we can see who will win this battle." Hosu's words were naturally very encouraging. So long as the Cosmic Gate was resealed, there was still hope. But all the experts knew that Hosu resealing the Cosmic Gate required energy. No matter what, the Law Realm had to hold on. They had to ensure that Hosu used as little energy as possible so that he could accumulate enough energy to reseal the Cosmic Gate. This was an extremely difficult mission. At that moment, the war drums began to thunder. The Inverse's fourth attack wave had begun. The Law Realm warriors gathered their resolve and dragged their tired and wounded bodies into formation, their faces pale. Everyone knew that each inverse attack wave was stronger than the last. This time, the Law Realm would have to face an even tougher trial. Things were not looking good. Xia Guqing smiled bitterly as he raised his head toward the sea of stars. "While we're fighting for our lives here, I wonder what Xia Fei is doing. If he were here, he would definitely come up with some strange idea that could actually work." The founders all shrugged helplessly. They had all seen Xia Fei before and knew that while he wasn't a founder, he had the combat power of a founder. He also had an unconventional style. The Law Realm's chances of victory were slim, and what it needed was a monster like Xia Fei. After all, he was the most unconventional strategist in the Law Realm, beyond all logic and reason. The secret room. After nearly 24 hours of struggle, Xia Fei had entered the cleanup phase of the complete integration of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. The complete form of the plant-type mystical armament was about to emerge. Holy! The Warp Sea Lotus and Fringe Mountain Leaf no longer have the strength to fight back. You've almost integrated all 7 mystical armaments. You're on the verge of making history. Radix shouted nervously, overcome with excitement. After these 24 hours of control and counter-control, Xia Fei seemed very tired. After all, subduing 2 mystical armaments at once expended energy on a whole new level, and only Xia Fei understood all the twists and turns in the process of this battle. This accursed Fringe Mountain Leaf had managed to draw in Xia Fei's soul mark. Such a thing had never happened before. It was as if the fringe mountain leaf had some kind of energy that was able to resonate with the soul mark in his seventh brain region. At present, the width of Xia Fei's seventh brain region was at 200%. The larger the region, the greater the vibration of the soul mark, and so the effects of the resonance were particularly intense, making Xia Geng very uncomfortable. Every second was torment. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a tenacious will and a resolve that would never give in. As he struggled on, a subtle transformation began to take place. Gradually, Xia Fei adjusted to the constant trembling of the soul mark. This sort of cultivation, while difficult at the start, became much easier once one had gotten through the first part. Xia Fei was in that stage right now. No matter how much his soul mark resounded or shook, he was no longer as threatened by it. Xia Fei was even treating this restless activity in his seventh brain region as a massage. Submit. Xia Fei roared, sending all his energy to Peacock Blue. This was the moment. He could see that the fringe mountain leaf and warp sea lotus were getting weaker and weaker, perfect for him to subdue them both in one go. Xia Fei decided to attack and finish this at all costs. He would integrate all 7 plants in the shortest time possible and then head off the battlefield. Rumble. As if a bomb had exploded inside it, the secret room instantly collapsed from the pressure. Even the castle that Qin Meng had lived in was turned into ruins. Xia Fei was crushed beneath it all. 1 or 2 minutes later, a massive boom came from the ruins. 13 blue blades of grass flew out and tore open the rubble. Each blade of grass was 10 kilometers long and as thick as the arms of a devil. Flowers bloomed and leaves flourished. This was the complete form of the plant-type mystical armament. This was Peacock Blue's ultimate form. It was like the heaven-reaching beansprout of fairy tales, 3 enormously powerful blades of grass soaring into the clouds. At the same time, a figure pushed aside the rubble and stood proudly in the center of the ruins, a book made of alloy held in his left hand. Light circled around his body like a pack of evil dragons. This was Xia Fei. The moment the 7 plants had integrated, for some reason, Xia Fei had ascended all the way to peak law god. Not even the most optimistic radix could have imagined that Xia Fei would ascend 3 levels, reaching the peak of the physical body. Rank 9 law god. The absolute limit of a sapient life form could push body cultivation. Every inch of muscle was bursting with strength, and every cell was energetically jumping around. At this moment, the body had evolved from warrior to war god. The alloy in Xia Fei's hands softly crumbled into powder, falling out from between his fingers. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "So this is the limit of the body. I felt like I was about to explode just now. Every cell in my body felt like it was about to break open. The switching out of the old with the new is at least 10,000 times faster than before." Radix nodded hastily, saying excitedly, "Correct. This is a sign that you've reached the limits of the body. All of the cells in your body will undergo a one-time replacement. In the past, whenever you advanced a rank, your body's functions would be improved somewhat, but now that you've reached peak law god, your body will experience a one-time cleansing. The effect will be far stronger than everything that happened to you in the past put together. This will be immensely helpful to you when you use soul power. After all, soul power is mental energy and needs to travel through your entire body. At the peak, your body can help you move the soul energy around even faster, and it won't be damaged even if the soul power is too strong. In short, peak law god is a massive step forward for you. With a little more effort, you'll be a founder. Of course, while your body has already hit the limit, you have to keep on working on your law forces and try to cultivate to the maximum level in the law of primal chaos and the law of speed." Radix's excitement had made him a little incoherent, but Xia Fei understood what he meant. It seemed that peak law god wasn't just an increase in level, but a kind of transformation. Everything he had accumulated so far erupted all at once, and Xia Fei was completely reborn. Frowning, Xia Fei said, "Take a look at my 7th brain region." Whoosh. As he spoke, the law totems appeared in his 7th brain region. The law totem for the law of space was complete. It was no longer disparate, instead forming into a single whole. Beside it, Radix stared in shock at the law of primal chaos and the law of speed. Xia Fei had originally been at level 5 of the law of primal chaos and level 4 in the law of speed, But now that Xia Fei had reached maximum body cultivation, the two law powers had both upgraded a level. This, Radix was stunned, asking, "Is this an effect of the 7 plants integrating? Not only has it pushed your body to the peak, it even boosted these two important law powers, the law of primal chaos and the law of speed." Xia Fei was rather disappointed. He hadn't expected that not even Radix would understand the changes to his body. "It's not just that. My soul mark also changed when I promoted," Xia Fei informed him after a pause. Radix was instantly dumbstruck, utterly flabbergasted. Before Radix could speak, the stars suddenly shifted. Several dozen comets began to gather at the apex of the firmament. This was truly a mystical day. Surprising, truly surprising. Everything was bursting out on this day. The cosmic gate. The inverse's 4th wave had begun, and the law realm was under enormous pressure. After testing the law realm for 3 waves, the inverse had finally taken out their trump card, the black eyes. There weren't many inverse attacking this time, 10 to 20,000, but there was simply no comparing their power to the first 3 waves. The inverse with black eyes could use some sort of mystical power. With a flick of their wrists, pitch-black shadows would sweep out like banners, and any law realm warrior that made contact with them would instantly break apart. Heavens! These inverse are simply too strong. What is this power? The illusion-type founder, Vista, found it hard to believe what he was seeing. It was clear that the inverse weren't using law force, but their combat power far exceeded law force. This is soul power. Over the years, Constant gave the inverse countless souls, and they're now using this soul power against the law realm. These inverse are at the level of basic soul eaters. Even outside the cosmic gate, they have powers that cannot be underestimated. Hosu said grimly, "Basic soul eaters?" The law realm warriors had no concept of what soul eaters were, but everyone understood that these inverse were probably like Hosu, existences that could use some supreme power. Their level was far above that of law gods. Mental energy had always been stronger than physical energy, and the inverse that could use soul power was on a completely different plane from the law realm that was stuck with law force. The law realm was forced to expend a lot of strength to deal with this small number of inverse elites. Rumble. The 10 titans fired in unison. 10 dazzling beams of light howled into the abyss. The doomsday weapons relied on light spectrum interference to produce their power. Those 10 beams firing in unison produced a severe reaction, the explosion truly bringing doomsday. Everyone was gobsmacked, and the cosmic gate shuddered. "Good work." Crane raised his arms in excitement. He thought that just like last time, the Titan's powerful attacks would destroy the enemy. But he soon furrowed his brow as he saw pitch-black eyes appearing out of the abyss, angrily glaring back at the Law Realm warriors. No way. Such a powerful attack can't even kill these inverse. It's over. Even the Titans can't do anything to them. What else is left to stop them? The warriors were dumbfounded. Rather than killing these inverse, the full power salvo of the Titans had only been able to push them back into the abyss. This was like ants crawling out of a pipe. Even if water could flush the ants back down, so long as the insidious insects weren't killing, they would eventually crawl back up the pipe and take control of the Law Realm. The Titan salvo required an immense amount of energy, and they now only had enough power for 11 more salvos. Once the Titans ran out of energy, what would be left to stop the inverse attack? Hosu. They knew Hosu's energy wasn't endless. At this moment, Warstar, the steel general of the mech race, was standing coldly on the command deck of the Starlock, Xia Guanghai at his side as the liaison officer. Compared to the cool and collected Warstar, Xia Guanghai had a rather nasty expression. It failed. What are these inverse made from? Even the toughest metal would have melted from those high temperatures, just now. Xia Guanghai muttered. As he spoke, Warstar gave an order, one which caused Xia Guanghai to start sweating like crazy. Proceed with the self-destruct sequence. The Star Moon shall be the first to attack. Warstar gave the order without the slightest hint of emotion, not wavering at all as he spoke so callously. Self-destruct? Xia Guanghai exclaimed in shock. Do we really need to pay such a heavy price? What about your comrades? Other people might not understand, but Xia Guanghai knew very well that this fleet of Titans was Xia Fei's precious reserve. For several years, Xia Fei had been investing all of his money and all of the mech race's resources into building these titans. But Warstar had so easily given the order for one of these unprecedented warships to self-destruct. It had to be understood that each warship had millions of mech race comrades. These highly intelligent robots were little different from other sapient life forms and could think and feel. Warstar was unmoved, but he did speak in an even louder voice. The order I received was to protect the cosmic gate at all costs. At all costs. There are no relatives on the battlefield, only victors and losers. As the commander of the Titan fleet, I only have a responsibility to Xia Fei. I will only execute his orders. His electronic eyes gradually turned red. While he was just a machine, his resolve and the loyalty unique to the mech race shook one's soul. The Star Moon will be the first to self-destruct. The Star River will be second. The Star Thought will be third. In 15 seconds, the second salvo will be fired. Warstar remained the same, continuing to issue orders of death and destruction. The battle had now reached a white-hot climax. In the distant sea of stars, the mech race's first expedition fleet. In the end, it was still time to leave. Since they had embarked, Avril had been standing by the window, looking at the astonishing flames shooting out of the Titan's engines as it traveled in the exact opposite direction of where Xia Fei was headed. The direction Avril was moving in was opposite to the cosmic gate, and with each jump of the fleet, she was getting farther and farther from Xia Fei. Next to her, Xiaoyu clearly understood what Avril was thinking, and while she was also having a hard time. At times like this, she carried out her duty of comforting Avril. Big sister Avril, why not go in and rest? Big brother Xia Fei will be fine. Whatever he's run into before, big brother Xia Fei has always been able to turn disaster into fortune, Xiaoyu said softly. Avril said nothing, turning her head and glancing at Xiaoyu. Ever since Xiaoyu had received her orders from Xia Fei, she had never left Avril's side, even minimizing the number of times she went home. Xia Fei's orders were extremely important to her, and she would rather suffer hardship than defy his will. If Avril refused to go back, Xiaoyu would keep her company, no matter long she stayed. Smiling, Avril said, "All right, I'll head back. There's no reason for you to stay here. Go to the rear cabin and see how your family is doing. For you not to see them despite being in the same ship just won't do." Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Once you're asleep, I'll go and see my grandparents." With that said, the two girls held hands and returned to their room, each with worries on their mind. At that moment, Avril suddenly froze in shock. Whoosh! The blazing phoenix tail stone rushed out without her command, circling around her and chirping. The mystical armament had suddenly been awakened and was bidding farewell to its longtime companion Avril. She was suddenly overcome with the grief of parting. She was already very sad over having to part with Xia Fei, and now, even the phoenix tail stone was saying goodbye. This made Avril feel even worse. Now that she thought about it, it was rather funny. Despite his astonishing wealth, Xia Fei hadn't given Avril too many presents. This immemorial mystical armament was one of the few presents Xia Fei had given to Avril. Avril had deeply cherished this mischievous Shao stone. For some reason, after being with her for so long, the phoenix tail stone had suddenly decided to leave. Not even Avril being her master could stop it. Bang! A comet flashing through the stars. The phoenix tail stone chirped happily, dragging a long tail behind it as it vanished into the sea of stars, brimming with cheer and anticipation. The phoenix tail stone. It's run off, Xiaoyu said in shock. She had never heard of an immemorial mystical armament leaving its master and disappearing before. Turning her head, Xiaoyu saw that Avril was tearing up and seemed very excited. Xia Fei said before that when he completely integrated all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, it would trigger a chain reaction among all 5 types of mystical armaments. The other 4 types of mystical armaments would no longer remain scattered. Instead, they would gather together into 4 universe-shaking powers. Since the phoenix tail stone has suddenly disappeared, it means that Xia Fei has completely integrated the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, and the strongest plant-type mystical armament has appeared. Avril said excitedly, and Xiaoyu went from confusion to excitement. After all, the complete integration of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea was wonderful news. More importantly, This complete plant-type mystical armament belonged to Xia Fei. With this ultimate mystical armament, Xia Fei was many times stronger. With this war going on, there was nothing of greater help to Xia Fei than this mystical armament. The two girls hugged each other in happiness as they watched the mystical armament leave. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they also felt an intense pride. With the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, Xia Fei was unstoppable. As Xia Fei stood in the ruins, dazzling comets began to gather in the firmament. Xia Fei didn't know where these comets had come from, but he knew that each one represented an immemorial mystical armament. Radix pointed at the stars and said excitedly, "Huh. So this is the chain reaction. What a wondrous sight. It's as if all the immemorial mystical armaments have been summoned to the point where the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea emerged." The comets soon began to spiral, gradually converging until they ultimately became one. Bang! With a massive boom, when the immemorial mystical armaments parted again, there were only 4 comets, shooting off into the sea of stars in the shape of a cross. Radix swallowed and softly said, "By integrating the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, you've also started the prelude to the immemorial mystical armament frenzy. There will no longer be 30 mystical armaments, but 5. Metal, plant, water, fire, and earth. Each one will represent the power of cosmic origin energy." The power of cosmic origin energy? Xia Fei frowned slightly. He truly didn't know whether the sudden fusion of the immemorial mystical armaments brought about by his obtaining of the ultimate plant immemorial mystical armament was a blessing or a curse. Right, the origin is elemental power. All matter arises from metal, plant, water, fire, and earth, and besides that are darkness and light. These 7 elemental energies together form the framework of the universe. You hold plant, one of the 7 great elemental energies. The young lord once said that immemorial mystical armaments aren't just weapons. They have some other important purpose, but I don't know what, Radix chattered on. Xia Fei clearly was not in the mood to think about what would happen now that the mystical armaments had fused. Even if someone managed to get an elemental mystical armament and became his powerful foe, that would be a matter for the future. Right now, Xia Fei's only concern was the cosmic gate. An astonishing development. When Warstar realized that the doomsday weapons couldn't kill the black-eyed high-level inverse, he immediately gave the order to self-destruct. A massive titan charged into the abyss where the cosmic gate was located, sputtering flames as it heedlessly rushed in. A lack of energy was the greatest problem for the Titan fleet. Without the doomsday weapons, the Titans were nothing more than giant coffins, enormous punching bags. Warstar clearly understood his situation, and the highly developed intelligent command system of the mech race immediately made a decision. The only way out was to use the Titans themselves to trigger an even larger explosion. Titans had an extremely complex structure, and their energy system utilized a crazy 12-unit design. When all 12 energy units were detonated, they were bound to produce a heaven-shaking explosion that even had a chance of creating a black hole. Just like how a warrior's ultimate weapon was detonating their lifetime of cultivation, the Titan's strongest attack was to go down with the enemy. Zoom. As the massive Titan charged into the abyss, the remaining 9 Titans prepared their second and third salvos. No one doubted Warstar's resolve to execute the strategic objective. No matter how precious a single Titan was, so long as detonation was effective, Warstar was willing to pay all 10 Titans that Xia Fei and the mech race had poured so much blood and sweat into. The word flexible didn't exist in the dictionary of the mech race. Since Xia Fei had ordered them to hold the cosmic gate at any cost, they would do so. Let alone the Titans, they wouldn't even care if they had to sacrifice the entire mech race today. It had to be said that Xia Fei's madness was so infectious that it was even able to reverse the thought processes of these robots. The mech race was no longer the mech race of the past. Every one of its members had understood an important principle. There was no survival without insanity. Rumble. The enormous Titan let out a furious howl as it smashed out of space, its mushroom shape becoming like Thor's hammer, blotting out the stars. Reporting. All the extra origin crystals have been sent to the Starlock, the communications officer of the Star Moon reported. Since it was about to self-destruct, the Star Moon naturally didn't need any extra energy. It had sent its remaining origin crystals to war stars so that their companions would have the reserves to keep firing. Man your stations. Give me a report on reactors 1 to 12. Reaction 1 is operating at 100%. It will enter overclocking process in 5 seconds. Reactor is overclocked at 105% power. It is still 96 seconds away from the limit detonation point. Although they were going to their deaths, the mechs in charge of controlling the Titan were unmoved. Humans were afraid of death, but these loyal robots were not. Even in the last minutes of their lives, they were still busy at work, ensuring that the Titan was working properly. Even the cleaning robots were still cleaning. All 12 reactors were overclocked. This method of detonating a nuclear reaction from within was naturally far more powerful than a self-destruct system. The nuclear reactors were sturdy and intricate. It was only when these reactors were overloaded to the limit that the explosion would begin. This was the Titan's last trump card, the limit detonation, overclocking all possible energy that could be detonated. There was no craziest explosion, only one that was more crazy. The Law Realm warriors could only watch as this precious Titan sailed into the abyss. Many people had no idea what the ship was doing. It was like it didn't want to live and was planning to go down with its enemies. Their breathing gradually heavier as all bore witness to this heroic yet tragic sight. Even Titans needed to kill themselves. This was just how difficult the straits the Law Realm was in. The super capital ship soon disappeared into the abyss. The Inverse had also noticed the abnormal actions of the enormous ship and began to attack it crazily. Alas, the armor of the Titan was too thick. Even though it seemed like it was about to fall apart, it still maintained its course and speed. Rumble. The explosion erupted, filling the abyss with flames and dyeing the galaxy red. Let alone the Inverse in the abyss. Even some of the weaker Law Realm warriors outside were sent flying, thrown far into the universe. This was the power of the self-destruction of the universe's most powerful ship. It was a scene impossible to describe with words. Even those in the distant Law Realm could clearly make out the explosion. The Star Moon has completed its mission. Star River, begin your charge. Star Thought, get ready. Prepare for a salvo in 10 seconds. Warstar continued to coldly issue suicide orders, making Xia Guanghai, who had killed countless people, blush in shame. Everyone said that the Skywings were ruthless, but it was clear that the mech race was the most ruthless race in the universe. Whoosh. Before the explosion of the first Titan could subside, the second Titan started up. The mechs never rested once it started fighting. Suddenly, two bizarre and enormous eyes appeared in the humongous flaming explosion in the abyss. It was all golden, brimming with savagery as they swept a cold gaze around. Not good. It's the golden eyes. Hosu called out urgently. The Titan's self-destruction had shaken the universe. In the middle of those majestic flames, a strange pair of golden eyes had suddenly appeared, which caused all of the Law Realm warriors to turn pale in shock. Could a single pair of golden eyes cause countless veteran warriors to suddenly be drenched in sweat? The people present may never be able to understand why, but everyone here would probably remember this sight for the rest of their lives. That was a pair of evil eyes, radiating a ruthless killing intent that penetrated right down to the bones. Wherever the eyes looked, trees would shrivel up, flowers would wither, and even the dazzling stars would go silent. The oval eyes were as cruel as those of a snake. Around them was a kaleidoscope of light, making those golden eyes seem like a being that was peering out of the deepest depths of hell. All the warriors were dumbfounded. Even the founders were deeply shaken, their faces turning pale. Oh no, this is a top-class expert of the Inverse, the Golden Eyes. Hosu called. Golden Eyes? Crane asked in confusion. They're the elite experts of the Inverse, the main force that pursued me and my young lord. They possess formidable power, and even at my peak, I was only able to fight with one to a draw, said Hosu sternly, his eyes gradually turning red. After all, Hosu was a guard of the Aurora clan. When Xia Fei's grandfather, Xiaogu, had died because of the pursuit of the Inverse, Hosu had been filled with much grief. Now that an enemy of the past had reappeared, Hosu was naturally bursting with killing intent. There's no time. I have to forcefully close the cosmic gate. You must hold on. You absolutely can't let the golden eyes get close. Hosu yelled. Rationality still had the upper hand. While Hosu dearly wanted to rush up and vent his hatred, he also understood that he was no match for the golden eyes. Impulse could not resolve any problem, only cool and collected thought. The six founders led by Xia Guqing all nodded. They knew that sealing the cosmic gate was an impressive feat that would be extremely advantageous to the law realm. Alas, they did not know that Hosu was forcing himself to close the cosmic gate. It was no different from a second annihilation for him. The law realm had just broken free of the shackles of the founders, and it now had a future to look forward to, a period of explosive development. Countless law gods would break into the founder level, massively increasing the strength of the law realm. However, all these had one condition: a long and peaceful period to cultivate. Unless the threat of the inverse was removed, the law realm would never know peace, and it would never reach the level where it could contend against the inverse. Thus, Hosu had immediately made up his mind to begin sealing while the golden eyes had yet to attack. Those golden eyes appearing did not mean that their owner had actually arrived. He was just nearby and was using his unique technique to observe the situation on the battlefield. The golden eyes were not just strong, but wise, too. He would not move unless he was absolutely confident of his chances. So his first move was to observe and see who it was that had so severely impeded the assault of the inverse. The golden eyes soon spotted Hosu. It seemed to ignore all the law realm warriors, only staring at Hosu. Smiling, Hosu put on a determined face and flipped his wrist over. The storm cloud mace floated into space while Hosu spread apart his arms and took a deep breath, his energy exploding. The golden eyes were startled, and then they were shocked. He seemed to understand what Hosu was doing. Whoosh! Those frightening eyes disappeared, as did that pressure that had subdued all the law realm warriors, allowing everyone to breathe again. The inverse had stopped attacking, the abyss falling silent, but it was a somber silence that made one tremble in fear. "Look!" yelled a warrior as he pointed at the center of the abyss. For some reason, Hosu was now standing above the abyss. His arms were spread open, and he looked as solemn as the god of creation while he chanted. Energy began to surge out of Hosu's body swiftly, creating a storm around him, and as this energy flew out, he rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, his hair had all gone white. What is he doing? I'm not sure. It's probably some ultimate move. Yeah, that's likely. He's a super expert with unfathomable cultivation, far more powerful than we can comprehend. The Law Realm warriors believed that Hosu was using some powerful attack and began to pay attention to his strange movements. Why are the founders going over, too? Another warrior called in surprise. Everyone now realized that while Hosu was standing above the abyss, the six founders had formed a circle around the entrance. It was easy to see that the founders were protecting Hosu. If the inverse charged out of the abyss, they would have to get through the founders first. Everyone was confused. Hosu was clearly the strongest, so why were the weaker founders protecting him? Had Hosu already lost the ability to defend himself? Xia Guqing waved his arm, and the 5 Skywing Law Gods flew over, standing together and waiting for the Grand Ancestor's order. Wolfpack formation, flood, said Xia Guqing sternly. The flood formation? Xia startled, his brows creasing. The flood formation was not a combat formation, but rather a killing formation. A formation that killed both the enemy and the user. The 5 Skywing Law Gods were confused as to why the Grand Ancestor had suddenly made them assume the flood formation. Xia Fei isn't here. The strongest of them, Xia Xiang, said gravely. Xia Fei was the lone wolf of the Wolfpack formation, its wandering cavalry. Without Xia Fei, the Wolfpack formation would be weaker. The Grand Ancestor raised an eyebrow and firmly said, "Assume the formation. We don't need Xia Fei. In a little while, no matter who charges out, make sure that they can never go back." Zing! The Skywing wolves went pale. Only at this point did they realize that the Grand Ancestor had not really cared about what sort of formation they assumed. Rather, he wanted them to use their lifetime of cultivation to seal off the abyss. Everyone had just finished assuming formation when a frightening roar came from the abyss. It was just a single voice, but it was louder and more soul-shaking than all of the inverse army before it. Hosu was startled, and he shot a glance at Xia Guqing. After which, he closed his eyes and began to push his energy to the maximum. Whoosh! Energy soared at and gathered into a seal. This was not the divine seal that Hosu had used the first time around, but rather a stamp of sealing. The round seal started off very small, but as Hosu's energy soared, the seal grew massive, becoming a design that was bursting with mystery. At this moment, a human figure shot out of the abyss, brimming with power even greater than Hosu's. The golden eyes in particular could shake one's soul down to the core. Begin, Xia Guqing called, and the 5 Skywing Law Gods nodded and began to attack. At this moment, the silent ocean suddenly exploded forward. While this chubby founder was heavily injured, he did not move slowly at all, instantly rushing up to the golden eyes. Ocean's strategy was to have no strategy. As an expert, Ocean knew that he was probably the weakest of the founders, even weaker than the 5 Skywing Law Gods. Thus, he had made a decision. He resolved to be the first to fight the golden eyes to the death, serving as a frontliner for the rest. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win a battle. The golden eyes were completely unknown to the founders, and no one knew what abilities this strange fellow had or how powerful he was. Xia Guqing had called over the 5 Skywing Law Gods so that they could attack and see what the enemy was capable of, allowing Xia Guqing to devise a strategy. Ocean knew what Xia Guqing wanted, so he attacked first. No one was usually willing to take on such a suicidal mission, but the Law Realm warriors were fighting over it. It was both surprising but also made the others feel admiration for their resolve in the face of dire circumstances. Ocean had not been able to become a founder for no reason. Even though he was fat, he was still a martial artist. However, only those who had actually worked with him knew of the terrifying ability he possessed. Devour. As Ocean approached the golden eyes, he roared. His mouth opened, and it began to suck in energy. This was Ocean's power, energy devouring. Unlike the devouring of Nirvana, Ocean did not need to get close. He could take his enemy's energy from a distance. Although the energy conversion was not on the same level as Nirvana, it could easily take the enemy by surprise and make them panic. This moment would be when Ocean could deal the killing blow. Whoosh! Unseen particles began to rush into Ocean's body. The pair of golden eyes clearly had not expected Ocean's energy to be so special. It instinctively wanted to dodge, but for some reason, it gave up on the idea and charged at Ocean. Plush! As the experts clashed, the outcome was instantly decided. The law power that Ocean had been so proud was unable to even scratch the golden eyes. Rather than injuring the enemy, absorbing energy had only made Ocean turn pale, and he was frozen on the spot. At the same time, the pair of golden eyes savagely charged over, the lobe-shaped blade in its hand swinging down, cutting Ocean in two. Yes, Ocean had managed to absorb a small part of the golden eye's energy, but he could have never imagined that the Law Realm did not share an energy system with the inverse. This energy, rather than being absorbed, took his life. The extremely pained look on Ocean's face at that moment made it seem like he had taken some terrible poison. The founders and the 5 Skywing Law Gods were all stunned. No one had expected the golden eyes to be this strong. The pair of golden eyes had sliced through Ocean as if it were cutting a cabbage. Xia Guqing furrowed his brows, and then he waved his right fist and called, "Attack together. We must hold this thing back." Through his astounding experience, Xia Guqing had immediately understood that none of them could deal with this enemy. Therefore, everyone needed to work together. Charging in one by one was no different from suicide. Whoosh! The remaining 5 founders and the 5 Skywing Law Gods arranged themselves in a circle and charged in. 10 versus 1, fighting to the death with the golden eyes. 7 seconds later, Crane was slain. 12 seconds later, Yer was severely wounded. The Law Realm warriors were rendered speechless. Could not even all the strongest warriors working together not stop the golden eyes? There were still 3 minutes and 26 seconds until Hosu's seal would be completed. One person had killed 2 founders, heavily wounding the Law Realm. This owner of golden eyes was undoubtedly the most challenging opponent the Law Realm had encountered to date. The experts went all out to prevent it from getting close to Hosu, who was sealing the cosmic gate. In 1 minute, Founder Ocean had been slain. Crane had been slain too. As for Yer, he had been mortally injured. This was the price that the Law Realm had paid for holding off the golden eyes. Although these people were immortal and could be reborn through their respective seeds of life. Even if they were reborn, they would lose all of their accumulated cultivation and would require countless years to recover. It was still a horrific price. "Hold!" roared Xia Guqing, his fiend wings unfurling as he traveled at twice the speed of light, circling around the golden eyes and seeking an opportunity to strike back. The Skywing Wolfpack also used its high-speed formation to try and restrain this foe. Xia Guqing had not called over the other law gods, only bringing the Skywing Wolves. This was because he had judged that this enemy was so powerful the law gods could only fight together in a formation, like with Xia Xiang's group. Fighting alone with it was simply suicide. Even so, the law realm was still suffering bitter losses. It was clear that the Golden Eyes were owned by a supreme expert who was several planes above the law realm. Plush, with a miserable howl, another founder, Vista, was terribly injured. This law of illusion warrior had created numerous phantoms in space, which had surrounded the Golden Eyes. Alas, the Golden Eyes had seen through Vista's disguise. An illusion warrior without their disguise was no match for the Golden Eyes. Vista instantly had an arm chopped off and almost lost his life. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering overhead. Hosu was using his life force to create the seal, his brows tightly furrowed in deep concentration. The seal was still incomplete, and Hosu could not move even half a step. He could only watch as the Law Realm warriors were pushed to even more dire straits. While the Golden Eyes were formidable, Xia Guqing's strength could not be underestimated. Although he was a new founder and had yet to reach the formidable cultivation level of Crane and the others, he had the speed of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Among all the martial arts of the world, only speed was without flaw. Just like a flexible bamboo, he retreated when the enemy advanced and advanced when the enemy retreated. Xia Guqing and the 5 Skywing Law Gods utilized their speed to the absolute limit. The Golden Eyes were momentarily helpless against the Skywing Wolves, who were moving so quickly that they seemed like illusions. Time, even if it was just 1 second, was vitally important to Hosu. When the seal was more than halfway done, the Golden Eyes finally began to panic. While Hosu was using the seal, even though he lacked energy, he was pouring his life out just to complete this seal. Once the cosmic gate was sealed, even if the inverse used all their power, they would be unable to attack the Law Realm for the next 100 years. The Law Realm would undoubtedly use this precious time to advance explosively. Once the cosmic gate opened again, it would be uncertain who the victor might be. Since the inverse and Law Realm had turned completely hostile to each other, whether or not the Law Realm would be completely eradicated depended on what happened today. Rumble. The pair of Golden Eyes roared, and then it curled its body into a ball. When it burst forth again, it exploded with countless rays of golden light. These rays of light were not just fast, but also covered a vast area. While these lights did not seem very remarkable, they contained soul power. Each ray of golden light was the restless soul of a warrior, turned after death into a vicious ghost. As the golden lights shot out, the entire universe was instantly frozen, a chill sweeping out. "Fall back!" roared Xia Guqing, and the Skywing Wolves hastily retreated. Alas, the attack of the Golden Eyes was just too fast and too unexpected. Even for a speed expert, it was still very difficult to dodge. As the golden deluge burst out, a tragic scene played out around the abyss. Numerous warriors were heavily injured and even killed by the golden rays of light. Truly not knowing your own strength. With these ant-like bodies, you still dared to block me. You deserve death. Once I take care of this soul hunter, I'll be taking your lives. The owner of Golden Eyes had spoken for the first time, and his words jabbed deeply into the hearts of all the warriors of the Law Realm. The difference in strength was like a chasm. While the Law Realm had done everything it could, it still could not protect Hosu. Even Xia Guqing was injured now, and Hosu was completely exposed to the Golden Eyes. What would happen next was going to be very ugly, and the entire universe would probably be wiped out. Despair was written on everyone's faces. The Law Realm, the entire universe, was at the critical moment of life and death. Whoosh! The owner of those golden eyes coldly laughed as he swung his saber at Hosu. "Master Soul Hunter, to think that even you would have a day like this." He raised one arm, preparing to bring his saber down and slay Hosu. At that moment, a beam of light shot forth. The last peak law god of the Skywing clan, Lone Wolf Xia Fei, had arrived. The Skywing's business. Those unconcerned should scram. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei yelled out the characteristic words of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The hammer then came down. Peacock Blue, the complete form of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, possessing 13 blades of grass, were 10 kilometers long each. The 13 blades of grass had balled up together into a steely fist that howled down. Xia Fei's peak law god strength, coupled with the legendary combined form of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, imbued this fist with unsurpassed strength. The Golden Eyes could have never imagined that Xia Fei would charge out of nowhere at this crucial moment. Caught by surprise, he took the full blow from Peacock Blue. An excellent punch. A miniature vortex appeared in space as the inverse Golden Eyes flew backward like a cannonball, punched back into the abyss by Xia Fei. Not just the Golden Eyes. Even all the Law Realm warriors present had not anticipated this and felt very surprised. The moment Xia Fei arrived, he let out a vicious and crazy counterattack, like a god descending from the heavens. Hosu had already closed his eyes, feeling like the edge of that saber was only a few centimeters from his face. However, for some reason, the blade had brushed past him. When he opened his eyes, he bore witness to a surprising sight. The 10 experts of the Law Realm had been unable to do a thing to the owner of Golden Eyes, but Xia Fei had sent him flying with one punch. Xia Fei, Hosu called. With his cultivation, he could tell at once that Xia Fei had undergone a transformation. Hosu was just about to ask when Xia Fei suddenly stuck out a hand and stopped him, saying sternly, "Continue with your seal. Everything depends on you." Hosu suddenly felt like he was seeing young Lord Wistful Valley of the Aurorians, though Xia Fei also carried with him a madness that no one could imitate. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, chasing after the falling Golden Eyes, traveling 8 million meters per second. "Die for me." With a roar, the restless Nirvana flew out. Radix and Hosu shared an extremely close relationship, and after seeing Hosu's condition, the former was itching to fight. All he had been waiting for was Xia Fei's order. The fiendish blade glinted with a cold light. Meanwhile, the cunning furball had already pulled away, ready to unleash long-distance energy attacks. As for the owner of Golden Eyes, while he had been caught off guard and punched by Xia Fei, his mind was still clear, and he was just as powerful as ever. The shuddering of his body told him that this young man was not easy to deal with. "You dared to strike me?" The owner of Golden Eyes felt his face turning hot as he viciously spat this. "That I did." As Xia Fei spoke, he rushed up and punched the Golden Eyes again. It was difficult for the same move to work against an expert twice. The owner of Golden Eyes raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had already found out how to deal with Xia Fei's complete plant-type mystical armament. For Xia Fei to use the same move was simply suicidal. Humph! The owner of Golden Eyes coldly snorted and pushed with his feet, rising to meet Peacock Blue. Rumble! As the fist reached the owner of the Golden Eyes' head, he raised his Gale Leaf saber. He was confident that he could heavily wound Peacock Blue with his cultivation. Separate. To his surprise, just as these two mystical armaments were about to clash, Xia Fei roared, and then Peacock Blue came apart. The blue blades of grass brushed past the Gale Leaf saber, causing his attack to miss. At the same time, the owner of Golden Eyes heard a piercing whistle in his ear. Radix, controlling Nirvana, was gunning straight for his head. The owner of the Golden Eyes was alarmed, but he was a top-class warrior with divine reaction speed. He tilted his saber, bringing it up to protect his face from Nirvana. A resounding clang ensued as the two mystical weapons clashed and bounced away. Xia Fei's attack had not hit, but Nirvana's devilish ability to devour all things gave the Golden Eyes a rather bad fright. "You have two mystical armaments," the Golden Eyes blurted out in shock. To the Golden Eyes, weapons like the Celestial Stamp Bodhi and White Skull did not deserve to be called mystical armaments. After all, it had come from beyond the Cosmic Gate and had much higher standards than the Law Realm. However, the complete Peacock Blue and Nirvana had definitely reached the level of mystical armaments, and Nirvana was also a mutated soul weapon. Even outside the Cosmic Gate, finding a soul weapon was not easy. The owner of the Golden Eyes was shocked that Xia Fei had too. However, as the golden eyes spoke, a green short sword flew out of Xia Fei's hand. It was none other than the mystical sword of the Aurorians, Jade Green. "Who told you that I only had 2 mystical armaments?" asked Xia Fei, eerily smiling. The owner of the golden eyes found it impossible to maintain his composure. For the space of a few seconds, Xia Fei had taken out 3 mystical armaments, even treating Jade Green as a flying sword. Even someone as strong as the golden eyes had only 1 soul weapon. After all, these things were too valuable, and even outside the cosmic gate, not every soul hunter had a soul weapon. However, Xia Fei had just thrown out Jade Green, which was still a precious basic-grade soul weapon. He had seen wasteful people before, but never anyone this wasteful. Xia Fei had seemingly very hastily thrown out Jade Green. It was not moving very quickly, and its trajectory was slightly off. The owner of the golden eyes was delighted and reached out to grab it. He knew just how precious it was, so he would be rich if he could get his hands on the Jade Green. Alas, he did not use his head. When had it ever been that easy to make money off of Xia Fei? It had been proven time and again that anyone who tried to take advantage of Xia Fei would end up looking for their teeth on the floor. Not even the golden eyes were an exception. Zing! Jade Green shot out a green beam of light, which stabbed into the golden eyes. This soul weapon's primary ability was to extend, using its length to wound its foes grievously. Throwing out Jade Green was all part of Xia Fei's plan. He wanted to use Jade Green's special trait to kill the golden eyes. "Arg! It's a trap!" The owner of the golden eyes roared as he tried to back away. Alas, the green ray of light was already here. It pierced straight through his shoulder bone. Xia Fei had heavily injured the owner of the golden eyes all by himself. His combat prowess had the entire universe blushing in shame. However, something even more shocking happened next. A mighty roar tore through the universe. Xia Fei had taken out his 4th mystical armament, the White Dragon Screech. White Dragon Screech. The golden eyes were shocked, roaring. "So you're that man's descendant." White Dragon Screech was the legendary soul weapon of the Aurora clan. The moment this sword appeared, the golden eyes determined that Xia Fei had some connection to Wistful Valley. After all, the battle that had taken place many years ago between Xia Fei's grandfather Wistful Valley and the inverse had truly been soul-shaking. The refined Wistful Valley had never shown his power, but just when the inverse were about to seize the ark, Wistful Valley had exploded. Not only had he pushed back the inverse, he had used his extraordinary strength to open the cosmic gate. The golden eyes still found it hard to forget the figure of Wistful Valley with White Dragon Screech in hand. He was like a descending god, single-handedly dealing the inverse a massive blow. The moment he saw Hosu, the owner of the golden eyes immediately recalled the past, and when Xia Fei took out the White Dragon Screech, he was even more shocked. That man's descendant? Xia Fei glared. He then roared, "I'm Xia Fei. You'd best get that straight." The White Dragon Screech let out a powerful cry like the cry of a vast army. All mystical armaments had souls. White Dragon Screech was willing to be held by Xia Fei because he had the bloodline of the Aurorians running through his veins, and also because it was full of hatred for the golden eyes. This attack was as swift as lightning, casting the entire universe into gloom. Plush! The White Dragon Screech pierced straight through the heart of the golden eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. The moment Xia Fei appeared on the battlefield, he instantly killed this supreme inverse expert. Hurrah! Cheers rang out. The Law Realm warriors found it hard to describe their excitement. Hurrah for the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The Supreme Skywings. The Supreme Xia Fei. Woohoo! The Law Realm is saved. Everyone continued to cheer, for Hosu's seal was on the verge of completion, while Xia Fei's sword had slain the golden eyes. The Law Realm was closer to victory than ever before. Everyone could see the light of victory. If the cosmic gate was sealed, the Law Realm would get 100 years of time, and in these 100 years, under the guidance of Hosu the Soul Hunter and Xia Fei, with all his infinite potential, the Law Realm's prospects were boundless. However, in the middle of this cheering, Xia Fei felt his heart grow heavy. White Dragon Screech was sharp enough, having pierced through the body of the golden eyes, but Xia Fei could clearly tell that there was something wrong when the sword had penetrated into the body. He did not get the sensation that he had pierced through the heart, meaning that he had not succeeded in doing so. All he had managed to succeed was pierce through some unimportant location. The chest muscles of the owner of the golden eyes contracted, trying to trap the white dragon's screech in his body. But Xia Fei still pulled the sword out, his eyes gleaming with a vicious light. Rumble. No one could see what had happened, but the massive explosion made all the Law Realm warriors wake up from their dream. It turned out that the golden eyes were not dead, and this battle was far from over. Heavens! You used a soul mark shield. That's an intermediate soul art. Radix cried in surprise and disbelief. Other people may have been unable to see anything, but Radix had a close-up view and had been able to make out everything. At that moment just now, the golden eyes had unleashed a powerful soul shade, which had howled at Xia Fei. As it had been too close, Xia Fei had only two choices: give up on the white dragon's screech and dodge, or take the full force of the attack. The former meant that Xia Fei could lose this legendary weapon, while the latter meant that it could leave him mortally wounded. Shockingly, Xia Fei chose neither, instead releasing the soul mark shield. The golden soul mark in his seventh brain region suddenly disappeared, appearing in front of Xia Fei to protect him. This made it so that the soul shade unleashed by the golden eyes collided against Xia Fei's soul mark, and the explosive power it produced separated them again. Radix was stunned that Xia Fei had been able to use an intermediate soul art after only a few days. As for the owner of the golden eyes, he was also marveling at the power of Xia Fei's soul mark. It must be understood that the golden eyes had unleashed a founder-level soul shade. Soul shades were made from the souls of warriors, and the stronger the deceased warrior, the greater the power of the soul shade. When the Temple of Many Gods had killed those founders, their souls had all been offered as tribute to the inverse. The golden eyes happened to have such souls on hand. In a moment of desperation, he had released a founder-tier soul shade, but it had been blocked by Xia Fei's puny soul mark. A little of the soul shade had managed to penetrate through the soul mark, but Xia Fei's legendary suit of armor, Celestial Soul Warning, had neutralized it. Was even this not enough to kill Xia Fei? The shock of the golden eyes could be easily imagined. Whoosh! As the two war gods separated, the soul mark disappeared, returning to Xia Fei's brain region to continue supporting him in battle. It could both attack and defend, could store energy, and could be used as a shield in crucial moments. This was the real power of the soul mark. I don't know what this soul mark shield is about, but this guy must die. Xia Fei snarled. Whoosh! Accelerating, Xia Fei lunged like a wolf, using 200% of his combat power to fight to the death with the golden eyes. The owner of the golden eyes was heavily wounded in two spots from Xia Fei's unexpected attacks, with the blow from the white dragon's screech almost taking his life. Fortunately, the bodies of the inverse were not structured in the same way as that of ordinary sapient life forms. Their hearts were in the center of the chest, not the sides. Otherwise, Xia Fei's sword would have ended this battle. You're a soul hunter? The frantic golden eyes cried out in alarm. In the space of several days, a second soul hunter had appeared in this universe. The owner of the golden eyes felt like his brain was not working, for he could not understand how a mere peak law god like Xia Fei could have a soul mark and soul arts. By now, Xia Fei's eyes were red with bloodlust. Where would he get the time to respond to these questions? An astonishing sight played out in the stars. Peak law god Xia Fei was giving the golden eyes, which not even 10 powerful experts could deal with, a savage beating. Those attacks came down like a deluge. Nirvana came right on the heels of Peacock Blue's attacks, and when it missed, the white dragon screech came, followed by Jade Green, Furball, White Skull, Heavenly Mark, and so on. Anyone coming across this battle who did not know that this was a battle to the death between two war gods would take it as a military parade. Xia Fei held nothing back, using every weapon at his disposal, leaving the golden eyes hard-pressed. There's no time. You must push the golden eyes back, or else he'll threaten the entire universe. Hosu roared, his face already ghastly pale. To reseal the cosmic gate, Hosu was not merely consuming all of his cultivation, but also using his life a second time. Xia Fei and the golden eyes were still battling outside of the abyss. Once the seal was complete, the golden eyes would be sealed inside the universe, which would be a calamity for the universe. The only one who could restrain him, Hosu, was shriveling away as the seal approached completion, let alone defeating the Golden Eyes. He could even end up getting his soul devoured. The founders were all dead or wounded. The only one left who could contend against the Golden Eyes was Xia Fei. Xia Fei had the upper hand because of his unexpected attack and because he had far too many weapons. By using everything at once, he left the Golden Eyes busy dealing with all of them. Once the Golden Eyes adapted to Xia Fei's frenzied tempo, the result would become obvious. The surest method was to push the Golden Eyes into the abyss so that Hosu could seize the moment to seal the cosmic gate. This was the most difficult challenge Xia Fei had faced in his entire life. He was only one person with peak law god cultivation, but he had to push out the Golden Eyes, who had the power of a soul hunter, out of the cosmic gate. No one could help Xia Fei. He could only rely on his own power. When people spoke about Xia Fei, they would speak of his boundless potential, his frenzied fighting spirit, and his far-sighted plans. However, they would often neglect a very important part of his nature, his resolve. Xia Fei had always been decisive and resolute. Even if he had to kill hundreds of millions, Xia Fei would not hesitate to raise the butcher's knife. Today, Xia Fei had made a decision in 1,000th of a second, with no hesitation whatsoever. Hosu did not have the time. With the seal complete, Hosu's body was undergoing an immense transformation. His cells were starting to wither away, a sign that his life force was running out. He needed to finish the seal in 5 seconds, or else all their efforts would go to waste. This meant that Xia Fei needed to drive the Golden Eyes out in 5 seconds. Otherwise, there would be no one left to stop this disaster from sweeping through the universe. With a fierce grin, Xia Fei began to accelerate. Be it Furball, Radix, or even Peacock Blue, who did not know how to talk, they instantly understood what Xia Fei was thinking. After fighting alongside him for so long, they had all developed a mutual understanding. Since Xia Fei had chosen the craziest method possible, as his companions, they were duty-bound to go crazy with him. The warriors of the Law Realm stared in shock as a bitter scene played out. Furball first used his body to push for all he was worth. Xia Fei then embraced the Golden Eyes and flew into the abyss. No one had expected Xia Fei to even risk heavy injuries just so he could bring the Golden Eyes out of the universe. Crazy. All of them had gone crazy. Peacock Blue, Furball, and Nirvana had all rushed out to push the Golden Eyes to the bottom of the abyss. Xia Fei kept close, chasing the owner of the Golden Eyes as he continued raining blows on him. The owner of the Golden Eyes naturally understood that if he could remain in the universe, he could flatten the Law Realm through his power alone. Unfortunately, Xia Fei would not let him get his way. This frenzied attack gave no time to breathe, with not even a single break in the barrage. Madman Xia Fei had unleashed the craziest offensive of his life, going all out against the Golden Eyes. This sort of heedless offensive left the rest of the universe in shame. No! Hosu and Xia Guqing shouted in unison. They wanted Xia Fei to give up on his crazy idea. Alas, Xia Fei did not seem to be listening, only growing crazier. There was no time. Hosu clenched his teeth and finally threw down the seal, after which his body turned to dust. Rumble! The dazzling seal descended from the stars, plunging into the abyss and forming a dazzling net of energy. 12 seals completely sealed the cosmic gate, but it also sealed Xia Fei beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei, who was known for being constantly involved in trouble, had now come upon the biggest problem in his life. In this 24 hours long battle in which the Law Realm's life had been on the line, Xia Fei had only participated for 3 minutes, but these 3 minutes had decided the fate of it. The Law Realm was finally safe. What about Xia Fei, though? Someone had once said a long time ago that if Xia Fei lacked anything, it was that he had no lack of trouble. The battle at the Cosmic Gate had proven this saying to be true once more. Not only was Xia Fei in trouble, but also in big trouble at that. He was currently sealed outside of the Cosmic Gate, in the territory of the Inverse. I'll kill you. His eyes red with bloodlust, Xia Fei did not have the time to care about his situation. He swung Nirvana with one hand and the White Dragon Screech with the other. The two mystical armaments rained down blows, and it was not long before the Golden Eyes were truly nothing but just 2 eyes. As his energy ran out, his body began to crumble, ultimately vanishing into the abyss. Too crazy. Truly too crazy. Although there were still many inverse warriors around him, none of them moved. They simply watched as the monstrous Xia Fei turned the golden eyes into dregs. The fiendish blade Nirvana had absorbed the energy of this peerless inverse expert, causing Xia Fei to be bursting with energy. After all, this was a super expert on par with a soul hunter. Xia Fei found it impossible to describe the energy he had absorbed from him, and the golden soul mark in his brain region was so bright it was blinding. Whoa! Xia Fei naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. Before the inverse could surround him, he howled, waved his weapon, and charged out of the encirclement. There was no going back to the law realm. Xia Fei's only option was to break out through the abyss. He needed to get far away from the danger to rest and recuperate. After all, while he had killed the golden eyes in this battle, he was heavily injured. He was only able to remain standing entirely due to his formidable mental energy, but he could fall over at any moment. "Anyone who stands in my way dies," bellowed Xia Fei savagely. Perhaps because the energy from the golden eyes was simply too strong, Xia Fei was still a little dumb, charging at the densest concentration of inverse. The inverse army was startled at first, but then it began to encircle Xia Fei in layer upon layer of warriors. The battle grew more and more difficult. It was said that 2 fists found it hard to fight against 4 hands, and while Xia Fei had divine beasts, a holy beast, and speed, there were simply too many enemies. No matter how many he killed, there was simply no end to them. Moreover, these inverse did not fear death, more continuing to replace the fallen as they vented their rage for the death of the golden eyes on Xia Fei. In the middle of these dire circumstances, 4 comets arrived, and from their trajectory, they had somehow come from the other end of the cosmic gate, from the law realm. Rumble! The comets roared, pushing through the inverse with an unstoppable momentum and shooting out of the cosmic gate, throwing the inverse blocking the abyss into turmoil. Startled, Radix cried, "Xia Fei, this is your chance. If you follow those comets, you'll be able to escape the inverse." Xia Fei's last sliver of consciousness also told him that external aid would be required to break out of the inverse encirclement, and these 4 comets were his best vanguard. The inverse could not stop the comets, so there was no way that they could stop Xia Fei if he followed them. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, charging along the path of the comets. These comets were truly unusual. Not only were they pushing through the inverse army, the path they had chosen was simply immaculate, too. By following the comets, Xia Fei hardly needed to stain his weapons with blood to escape the abyss. As he got a look around, Xia Fei deeply frowned. The inverse army numbered in the hundreds of millions. It was a good thing that Hosu had successfully sealed the cosmic gate. Otherwise, if this powerful army managed to rush in, the universe on the other side would be completely wiped out. Xia Fei also made the surprising discovery that what was on the other side of the cosmic gate was another piece of the universe. However, these galaxies and nebulas were clearly no playground. Rather, they were a world brimming with danger and death. With no time to ponder these revelations, Xia Fei continued following the comets. He could travel at 4 million meters per second, and with the mystical power of the soul mark, this speed reached 8 million meters per second. However, even this speed was not enough to keep up with the comets. After breaking through the cosmic gate, these comets had begun to accelerate explosively, and they soon became 4 twinkling lights, which rapidly dwindled into space, traveling in 4 different directions and vanishing without a sight. Do not give up. Never give up. Xia Fei, who had yet to escape the inverse ranks, continued to charge, his mystical armaments constantly swinging. From time to time, he would unleash the law of primal chaos to open the way. After some time, and after killing numerous enemies, Xia Fei finally escaped the inverse's midst, and with his outstanding speed, he vanished into the sea of stars. He kept running and running, feeling like he had never run as much in all his life. In front of him was a long asteroid belt that seemed to extend to infinity, full of lethal and disruptive fragments. Glancing at the pursuers behind him and at the dangerous as well as disorderly debris field, Xia Fei gritted his teeth and flew into the asteroid belt. Another endless run began, and his pursuers gradually faded into the distance. Xia Fei's eyelids started to feel heavy as pain and fatigue assailed his brain. Thump, Finally, he began to fall, plunging into a crevice of a giant asteroid. Xia Fei, are you alright? Quickly wake up, Radix hollered. Furball pulled on his sleeve, and Peacock Blue hastily opened its blades of grass to protect him from harm. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had entered a strange state. It was similar to a coma, but he still kept a sliver of consciousness, which made it seem like he was awake. However, no matter what, his eyes just would not open. Thump! After tensome minutes of falling, Xia Fei finally landed at the bottom of the crevice. While this asteroid was not too huge, it possessed a powerful gravity. Even with Peacock Blue's 13 bluegrass blades supporting him, Xia Fei still had a rather hard fall. However, to everyone's surprise, this fall caused his 7th brain region to go through an astonishing transformation. His soul mark grew brighter and brighter. Following which, the patterns belonging to the law of space and the beast spirit codex were all absorbed. All that was left in the brain region was the soul mark and the patterns belonging to the law of speed and the law of primal chaos. After eating these patterns, the soul mark began to show its power. The imprint was changing with every passing second. Radix's eyes flew open in shock. This was because he was growing more and more confused by Xia Fei's soul mark. Never in his life had he seen a soul mark that could still change after taking form. Rumble. At this moment, 7 dragons soared into the heavens. The 7 silver dragons that emerged from Xia Fei's body into the heavens were even more savage than those of Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing. Founder, you actually reached the founder tier. Radix cried in disbelief, shock evident on his face. Alas, Xia Fei could not see any of this. Even that last sliver of consciousness of his was focused entirely on the changes taking place in his 7th brain region. Radix had a very uneasy time that first day, worried that Xia Fei would be found by the inverse. After all, the scene created when Xia Fei advanced to founder had been very loud and flashy. If any inverse happened to be in the area, they would undoubtedly take notice. Fortunately, on the second day, Radix found that the inverse had not chased them here, so he became much more relaxed and turned his focus onto the changes happening in Xia Fei's body. The more he looked, the more surprised he felt. Xia Fei had truly been severely injured, and his body had been on the verge of collapse because of the intense battle, but his mental energy had been strengthened to an absurd level. This was particularly true of his soul mark. It was bursting with mystery, and he grew more and more confused as he examined it. Xia Fei had never trained with soul power before, so how could he possess such a powerful soul mark? As Radix pondered over this problem, on the third day, Xia Fei finally woke up. Stretching, he leaned tiredly against the wall and massaged his temples with both his hands as he exhaled. You're finally awake. I've been watching you these last few days. You're clearly conscious, but wouldn't you wake up? Radix asked. Xia Fei shrugged, helplessly saying, I don't know either. After breaking into the founder tier, my 7th brain region went through some changes. It drew all of my attention. I actually knew of everything that had happened, including falling into this crevice. I just couldn't control myself, all of my mental energy being drawn toward the soul mark. It's only now that I could break free of the soul mark's control. Radix nodded. Xia Fei's explanation matched with what he had seen. It was just that he could not understand how Xia Fei's soul mark had become like this. The soul mark was no longer unchangeable, instead becoming similar to a constantly working machine. What matters is that you're fine. Don't forget that even if you're a founder, you don't have a seed of life. Other experts can use the seed to be reborn, but you can't. Starting from now, you must move carefully. After all, this isn't the law realm, but rather inverse territory, Radix warned. The strange soul mark had left Xia Fei in a peculiar state. Other people had seeds of life that they could use to be reborn, but Xia Fei had none. Still, on the other hand, he had a unique soul mark and a self-learning ability that other experts did not possess. Neither Xia Fei nor Radix could say what consequences this different soul mark would have. Sighing, Xia Fei sternly said, Regardless, I can't go back to the law realm. I wonder what Avril will think once she hears about this. Radix frowned and said, There's no guarantee that you can't go back. You have the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Radix. Have you gone senile? What cultivation level was Hosu at? Do you think that the law of primal chaos can open up the seal he created using his life force? Also, taking a huge step back, even if I could open it that way, I wouldn't do it. Isn't opening the seal the same as letting the inverse into the law realm? Where am I going to find a second Hosu to apply the seal? Radix was startled. It seemed like Xia Fei's brain was working fine, his analytical and decision-making abilities operating as before. On the contrary, it was him who had thought of the problem too simply. The mood became rather strange. Xia Fei opened up the spatial ring he had taken from the golden eyes and dumped its contents. At a time like this, looking through his spoils was a good method of relaxing and altering the mood. The golden eyes had only one sole weapon, the Gale Leaf Saber. While this saber had ended up in Xia Fei's hands after that fierce battle, it had been severely damaged. The legendary white dragon's screech had left a large gap in it, so it could no longer be used. Xia Fei held the Gale Leaf Saber in his hand. While it was a basic soul weapon like Jade Green, it was still rather valuable. Destroying it was quite the pity. Suddenly, as if the Gale Leaf Saber had triggered a chain reaction, Xia Fei's soul mark suddenly began to turn even faster. The soul mark was the mark of a warrior who could control soul power. It was similar to a law pattern, but while a law pattern helped a warrior obtain energy from the body, which was law power, a soul mark acted on another energy system, which was soul power. Xia Fei had a very unique soul mark. When activated, it absorbed the patterns of the law of space and the beast's spirit codex. Not only had Radix never seen such a soul mark before, this soul mark could also change. When Xia Fei grabbed the damaged Gale Leaf Saber, which was left behind by the golden eyes, the mysterious soul mark in his seventh brain region started to revolve faster, a bizarre idea soon developing in Xia Fei's mind. Xia Fei brought his hands together, holding the saber between his palms. The soul mark released some mysterious energy, which instantly shattered the soul weapon. Ugh! Xia Fei could not help but feel frustrated. This Gale Leaf Saber is still a valuable soul weapon. It might have been damaged, but there's still some soul power left inside it. I might encounter some master who could repair it. How could it have broken so easily? Radix was as shocked as could be. He stared at Xia Fei for a while, and then stared at the Gale Leaf Saber, which had been turned into metal dust. Only then did he shout, "A master? You're the master. I've never heard of anyone being able to destroy a soul weapon before. Even if the Gale Leaf Saber is now damaged and has less than 10% of its energy left, it's still a soul weapon. Your white dragon screech has been passed down through generations of the Aurora clan. But while I believe that it can destroy a soul weapon, you destroyed it with your bare hands. What's up with that?" Seeing how wide Radix's eyes were, Xia Fei realized that he had done something quite incredible. It seemed like it was not just anybody who could destroy a soul weapon. "Is destroying a soul weapon that difficult?" asked Xia Fei curiously. Earlier, the soul mark had given Xia Fei a power, which he had released from his hands, upon which the soul weapon had been destroyed. Thus, Xia Fei did not feel like this had taken much strength. "Difficult?" Radix tilted his head. "It's not just difficult. It's absurdly difficult. I know that high-level soul weapons can destroy low-level soul weapons, but I've never heard of anyone relying solely on soul power to destroy a soul weapon. This is because soul weapons aren't made by soul hunters or soul eaters, but by the peak existences of the Alpha universe, spiritualists." Xia Fei described what had happened to Radix, and Radix was in disbelief once he was done listening. He muttered, "Your soul mark loaned you the power to destroy a soul weapon. How bizarre. What sort of soul mark do you have?" Radix dropped his head and began to think. After a long while, Radix slapped his thigh and said, "I think that everything has to do with when you first unlock your soul mark. Normally, a warrior who hasn't unlocked as a soul hunter will be a soul eater, but you unlocked some black fog, which nobody could understand, so the energy you obtained is completely different. Could Xia Fei be a spiritualist?" Radix muttered. Radix scared himself with this thought, for it was just too insane. Xia Fei, who did not understand, asked, "Didn't you say that soul power only has soul eaters and soul hunters as the two major combat lineages? Where did this spiritualist come from?" Radix rolled his eyes. "Who said that a spiritualist is a warrior? Spiritualists are responsible for forging soul weapons, the most mysterious and most revered profession in the Alpha universe. After all, Even the strongest warrior will have to seek a soul weapon from a spiritualist. Just look at Hosu. Without a soul weapon, he wouldn't even be able to use half of his power. It's easy to imagine how transcendent the status of spiritualists, whose duty is to forge soul weapons, is. I've never heard of a spiritualist who can destroy soul weapons, though. Also, the Alpha universe has been mired in strife for many years, and the number of spiritualists has dwindled since. You come from the Aurora clan, and their bloodline has never produced a spiritualist before, so you shouldn't be a spiritualist because of that. As for your Skywing blood and Earthling blood, that's even less possible. Both species probably don't even know what a spiritualist is. After thinking it over, Radix could only reach one conclusion. Xia Fei was a monster. He was a monster who had transcended all fields and domains. There was no other way of explaining this abnormality. Through his conversation with Radix, Xia Fei learned that this was his grandfather's home, the Alpha universe, linked with the unknown universe, which Xia Fei had lived in, through the cosmic gate. The Alpha universe had a history that was much longer than that of the Law realm. It was home to countless sapient species and covered an infinitely vast area. Xia Fei's grandfather had brought Hosu and traveled on the Ark, which was controlled by Radix, but they had ended up running into the inverse and the cosmic gate and suffered from a disaster. In short, the Alpha universe was very large and mysterious, and it brimmed with danger. Anyone who lived there had to be very careful. Suddenly, Radix slapped himself on the head and said, "Right. How could I have forgotten about the Feather Spirit Codex? Xia Fei, hurry up and take out that third thing that Qin Mang used to have." Xia Fei shrugged and stroked his spatial ring, taking out a thick book made of alloy. On it were the words, Feather Spirit Codex. Radix pointed at it and said, "This book was given to the young lord by his good friend Wuya, the last successor of the Feather Spirit lineage, a master among masters. Your white dragon Screech was originally damaged and had been kept in the clan for many years, as no one had been able to fix it. The patriarch already gave up on getting it fixed, but then the young lord became friends with Wuya in his travels and brought him back. The patriarch requested for Master Wuya to repair the white dragon Screech, and Wuya said that he would try. After just 7 days, he managed to repair that legendary sword. This super soul weapon once more saw the light of day, and the rest of the clan soon learned of this matter. Everyone understood the importance of this sword and desired it, leaving the patriarch in a difficult position. Later, Master Wuya met with the patriarch and proposed giving the white dragon Screech to your grandfather. Wuya fixed the divine sword, so without him, there would be no white dragon Screech. His words had a lot of weight, so the patriarch gave white dragon Screech to your grandfather, Xiaogu, thereby calming this tempest in the clan. Xia Fei nodded after hearing all this. I didn't think that there would be such a story behind the white dragon Screech. It seems like spiritualists truly have a frighteningly high status. A spiritualist was even able to decide what the Aurora Patriarch could not. Radix firmly said, "Of course, things are no longer what they once were. For some reason, spiritualist lineage is waning. Let alone those high-level spiritualists. Even basic spiritualists are hard to find nowadays. The big clans are all racking their brains night and day over ways to get spiritualists." Xia Fei pursed his lips and changed the subject. "You said that the Aurora clan is full of modest noblemen, but it doesn't seem like that. They fought so much over a single soul weapon. Could the Aurora clan really be nothing but hypocrites?" Radix went pale and hastily said, "Don't you dare. Besides, Aurora is the clan of your grandfather, and you also have some stake in the clan. You can't just badmouth them like that." Radix was actually unsure if Xia Fei counted as part of the Aurora clan. After all, the latter differed drastically from the rest. He would be considered an extremist in the Aurora clan purely because of his willingness to try any method, and because of his resolve to always take revenge when he was wronged. His presence would undoubtedly engender much internal strife. Fortunately, the Aurora clan was far away, and it would take ages to get there from the inverse territory. This was not like the Law realm, where spatial arrays could whisk one back and forth. Xia Fei did not even have a method of transportation, so getting back to the clan would be excruciatingly difficult. Thus, for now, Radix did not need to worry about what sort of quarrel Xia Fei would have with his clan. "So why'd you take out the Feather Spirit Codex?" asked Xia Fei. Radix solemnly said, "It's very simple. You just need to try and cultivate the Feather Spirit Codex to know whether you chose the spiritualist lineage or not. Becoming a spiritualist? Xia Fei became a little excited. Even a fool could understand after listening to Radix's explanation that a spiritualist held the lifeline of warriors, soul weapons. Be it forging soul weapons or repairing them, a spiritualist was required. If his soul mark really was the imprint of a spiritualist, then he would be rich. His body was still in pain, and he felt uneasy about his missing law patterns. After some thought, he realized that the soul mark had probably absorbed them because they were both complete. The law of primal chaos and law of speed had been spared because he was still cultivating them. Right now, Xia Fei needed to rest so that he could heal up and get back on the road. Thus, Xia Fei agreed to Radix's request, resting up his body while reading the Feather Spirit Codex. Half a month went by in the blink of an eye. Xia Fei's body gradually healed, and he also obtained some understanding of the Feather Spirit Codex. Xia Fei was very curious about the methods of forging soul weapons, repairing soul weapons, and setting up soul weapon arrays. Just like this, the days flew by. Phew. Xia Fei exhaled, an annoyed look on his face. My injuries are that serious? It seems like it'll take me at least half a year to recover completely. As he was inspecting his body, Xia Fei discovered that his condition was far worse than he originally thought. Xia Fei would not recover his fighting power for at least half a year. A warrior that could not fight? Xia Fei was very gloomy over this thought. Radix soothed Xia Fei. This isn't important. Half a year will go by quickly, and besides, you've only recently unlocked your soul mark. Time is needed for your body energy to become balanced, perhaps even fused together with your soul power. All of this will take time. Xia Fei said nothing, picking up a small knife from the ground. This was October Flying Snow, the chilling blade that Xia Fei had used before. Of course, he had long moved past the level where he could use it. Open. Xia Fei placed his hands on both sides of the knife and called. In a flash of light, October Flying Snow transformed. It lost its cold and frigid trait, instead faintly radiating soul power. A soul weapon. You actually turned October Flying Snow into a soul weapon. Radix was in shock. Although October Flying Snow had a very weak aura, it was still an authentic soul weapon. More importantly, only one kind of person could make soul weapons, a spiritualist. After all those twists and turns, Xia Fei had actually become a spiritualist? Spirit was the energy of all things in the universe. Soul was the energy of sapient life forms. The two of them together created the spiritual soul. The spirit took precedence, while the soul took the back seat, indicating their difference in status. Be they soul hunters or soul eaters, all belonged to the soul lineage. As for Xia Fei, he belonged to the more powerful spirit lineage. He was a spiritualist who could gather the power of the universe and forge various soul weapons. Radix was utterly speechless. Xia Fei's October Flying Snow had become a low-level soul weapon, proving his identity, but he could not understand how Xia Fei, being a spiritualist, was able to fight with the power of the soul lineage. Was the young man capable of using all energy? Also, on a deeper level, the Aurora clan had never produced a spiritualist before, but it had now appeared on a weirdo like Xia Fei. Was this a blessing or a curse for the Aurora clan? Radix's mind was buzzing with thoughts. Xia Fei was growing more and more incomprehensible. In the law realm, Xia Fei had set out to be a Protean master, and now that he was in the Alpha universe, he had not stopped at all. On the contrary, he had grown even more formidable, becoming a spiritualist with strange abilities. Of course, Xia Fei had paid a corresponding price for this. Everyone else had seeds of life that they could use to be reborn, but Xia Fei did not have. He was probably the only founder in the universe who did not have eternal life. Someone's coming. Radix was going to ask the other a few more questions when Xia Fei suddenly said this. As he spoke, two warriors came down on his left and right, blocking Xia Fei in the middle. Radix glanced at their attire and said, "Don't be afraid. These are hunters. They won't hurt you." Hunters? Are they a branch of soul hunters? Asked Xia Fei in curiosity. From their energy pulses, he could tell that they were not that strong. Let alone Hosu. Even Xia Fei at his peak would be much stronger than them. I suppose you can consider them soul hunters? You think soul hunters can be found wherever you go? Said Radix in scorn. A hunter is a simple profession. Normally, They serve as assistants to soul hunters, or else they join together to surround an exotic beast to make a living. These two are at about the level of a law sage or great law sage. It turned out that hunters could be considered soul hunter candidates. They were warriors, but they had yet to complete the cultivation of their body or unlock their soul mark. These were lower-class people of the Alpha universe. Only when they opened their soul mark would they be considered soul hunters. If these two were soul hunters, then Xia Fei might be afraid, but at the warrior's law sage tier were nothing to him. While he was not fully recovered and was in no shape to fight, he had Furball, Peacock Blue, and Radix controlling Nirvana. Killing these two would be as easy as raising his hand. The two warriors inspected Xia Fei, but they did not strike. 3 more people appeared in the crevice, 2 higher-level warriors and a big-bellied fellow. In this crevice filled with cold air, the fatty panted for breath. He apparently was not used to exercising. Boss Xiang, this is the place. A warrior who had cultivation comparable to a level 1 law god whispered into the fatty's ear. The fatty, Xiang Beiyang, inspected Xia Fei and smiled. Little brother, you've been here for a few days. Have you seen a white dragonfly around? Xia Fei smiled. Half a month ago, the inverse suddenly advanced, and this little brother was forced to hide in this crevice. As for this white dragonfly of yours, I've never seen such a thing. Xiang Beiyang lightly nodded, but a short-bearded man next to him impatiently said, Kid, you best get your wits about you. I'll have your hide if you're lying. Xia Fei slightly frowned. Truly, a tiger that came down to the open plains would be bullied by a dog. To think a puny level 1 law god would actually be bossing him around? However, it was hard to blame them. Xia Fei's 7th brain region was very strange. No one could see through it, and Xia Fei did not release any energy pulses when not attacking. Anyone would take him for an ordinary person, and in this world where the strong reigned supreme, ordinary person was a term synonymous with death. This short-bearded law god naturally would not respect Xia Fei very much. Hold on. Don't be impolite. Xiang Beiyang pulled on his guard and said. As a businessman, Xiang Beiyang understood that harmony led to profit, and his mind was much sharper than these foolish warriors. Xiang Beiyang had risked entering the inverse territory to find an exotic beast called the diamond dragonfly. This exotic beast lived in this massive asteroid belt, and it was said that it had the miraculous ability to repair the soul. In the Alpha universe, a battle was not just a contest of bodies. High-level warriors had soul marks, and they fought soul battles. An injured body could be healed with medicine, but the soul's wounds could only be healed through rare exotic beasts like the diamond dragonfly. Alas, this rare exotic beast lived in the dangerous inverse territory, and even searching for it was dangerous. Moreover, the diamond dragonfly was a cunning exotic beast that was extremely difficult to capture. Xiang Beiyang had taken on a big job this time and was seeking 10 diamond dragonflies for a big client. Unfortunately, even after running himself ragged, he had only managed to find 7 so far, and he was still lacking 3 to complete the job. He did not fear offending people. What he feared was offending someone who he could not afford to offend. The day of the contract was coming up, but Xiang Beiyang still did not have the agreed-upon number. Thus, he had hardened his heart, hired some men, and gone searching in the dangerous asteroid belt. Boss Xiang had been rather lucky. Several days later, he really had managed to catch 3 diamond dragonflies. He was just about to get back and hand over the goods to his client when he passed by this giant asteroid and saw Xia Fei using his soul mark to turn the October flying snow into a soul weapon. One of Boss Xiang's hunters suspected this to be another diamond dragonfly, so he hastily reported it to him. Boss Xiang had run some calculations. There were still 6 days until he needed to hand over the goods, and 2 days was enough to get back. He decided to test his luck and see if he could catch another diamond dragonfly. In this day and age, it was not easy to get into inverse territory, and he did not want to see a chance like this escape him. Those hunters he had hired were also happy to help. After all, there was a commission for each one captured, so anyone would be happy to make more money. This had led to the scene just now. The group came down the crevice, but instead of finding a diamond dragonfly, they startled lone wolf Xia Fei. Little brother, you said that the inverse had passed through this asteroid belt half a month ago? Asked Boss Xiang urgently. The 4 hunters were all startled. They had all missed out on the most important piece of information in Xia Fei's words. Correct. It's a huge army that obliterated everything in its path, said Xia Fei indifferently. Is that for real? Asked the short-bearded hunter in panic, his heart in turmoil. He realized how lucky he had been, coming right after the inverse army retreated. As true as can be, said Xia Fei, keeping on his poker face. The hunters all sighed, and one of them slapped his thigh. No wonder we were so lucky and caught 3 diamond dragonflies. They were all pushed into this area by the inverse. Now that you mention it, I recall that diamond dragonflies are known to be eccentric creatures that prefer to live far from one another rather than in groups. For us to catch 3 in the area simply doesn't make sense. So it had all been because of the inverse, huh? One of the older hunters said in realization. As the hunters conversed, they began to notice more and more details that did not make sense. Their hunting expedition this time had gone too smoothly, so both the hunters and Boss Yang had lost themselves in their good fortune. Otherwise, they would have long realized that something was wrong. As they thought about it, they realized how lucky they had been. If they had accidentally run into the inverse, there wouldn't have even been enough of their small team to squeeze between one's teeth. The hunters all felt like they could not stand it anymore. Since they had finished their mission, they all wanted to get out of inverse territory as quickly as possible. After all, the money gained by gambling one's life could only be spent if one still had a life. While many things were important in this world, nothing was more important than surviving. Xia Fei made a casual comment that instantly pushed everyone's tension to the maximum. While the army may have retreated, there are still many hidden sentries in the area. If you're going back, you need to be careful. All fell silent, everyone staring at Xia Fei. The 2 more timid hunters even started sweating. The inverse are the most sinister, so this will be very in line with their style. The veteran hunter stroked his chin and said. Xia Fei was happy to see that someone was helping him with his little ploy. Smiling, Xia Fei nods at the veteran hunter. Boss Yang, we should head back now. That's right. Didn't you say that the big client's job can't be delayed? Let's get to the handoff point early. We absolutely can't offend that big shot. The tone had instantly changed, and no one was in the mood to talk about the diamond dragonfly now. All of them wanted to get out of this place at once so as not to fall into the hands of the inverse. Xia Fei's plan was very simple: fabricate a powerful foe. In this current situation, this group had taken him for an enemy and suspected that this place contained a diamond dragonfly. If they were not pushed off this line of thought, these people would not give the matter rest. Thus, Xia Fei had intentionally started fear-mongering, making it so that everyone would stop worrying about Xia Fei and the diamond dragonfly. To tell the truth, Xia Fei did not mind killing these people. Even if he did not do it, Peacock Blue, Furball, and Nirvana would easily slay them. However, Xia Fei's keen senses informed him that there was a warship above him. If Xia Fei wanted to escape this place, he would need their help. It was not difficult to kill these people and take over their ship, but this move was even easier. Everyone's right. Let's get moving. Boss Yang's back was already drenched in sweat. He had tossed the idea of getting another diamond dragonfly far out of his mind and immediately agreed to this suggestion. Everyone, be careful, Xia Fei. He did not ask to go with them. Instead, he sat back down and began stroking Furball with one hand. You're crazy. This is a chance. Hurry up and leave with these people. Do you plan to stay in the inverse territory for the rest of your life? Cried Radix urgently, perplexed by Xia Fei's move. There's no rush. These people are afraid and will beg me to go with them, said Xia Fei nonchalantly. Be careful. It was not because he was dumb that Boss Xiang had become a local tycoon. He instantly sensed what Xia Fei was getting at and immediately smiled as he told Xia Fei. Little brother, staying here isn't safe. Why don't you come with us? Well, Xia Fei stroked his chin, appearing hesitant. Suddenly, Boss Xiang's eyes flashed, for he had seen that fuzzy little ball in Xia Fei's bosom. Xia Fei had fabricated a lie, claiming that this asteroid belt was crawling with hidden sentries from the inverse, scaring Boss Xiang badly. After all, these were the monstrous inverse. No one was willing to fight with them. Xiang Beiyang quickly realized that if Xia Fei could tell him that sentries were hidden in the area, he had to know their location. If he brought Xia Fei back with him, he might be able to avoid disaster. Thus, Boss Xiang turned around to try and convince Xia Fei into coming back with him. However, as he turned his head, his eyes were transfixed, for Xia Fei's little ball was none other than Holy Beast Shatterstar. Zing! Boss Xiang went pale, and he grew even more afraid. As a businessman who specialized in the exotic beast trade, he naturally understood what sort of class Furball belonged to. Moreover, Boss Xiang also understood that holy beasts did not follow just anyone. Anyone who could raise a holy beast was no easy customer. Thinking about how Xia Fei had been alone in this dangerous asteroid belt and had avoided the sweep of the inverse, Xiang Beiyang felt like this young man was a reclusive master or a descendant of some big clan who had come out to travel. Otherwise, how else could Xia Fei be so indifferent when speaking about the cruel inverse? Little brother, Red Dwarf Star is the largest base in the area, so I presume that you're going there? I won't hide it from you. But our ship's radar system has a problem and will sometimes work and sometimes not work. In order to avoid conflict with the inverse, we will have to rely on little brother for guidance. Xiang Beiyang bowed, his tone becoming very genial and warm. The hunters were instantly confused. To capture the diamond dragonflies, Boss Xiang had rented the fastest warship in the Red Dwarf Star, the Stellar River. How had this elite warship of Red Dwarf Star suddenly become a shabby ship with a flaw? They were about to speak when the short-bearded lead hunter shot them all a glance, silencing everyone. Having also noticed Furball, he knew that someone with a holy beast was not to be provoked. Xia Fei pretended to refuse a little before finally agreeing to board Xiang Beiyang's ship. The Stellar River's radar was naturally fine. Xia Fei understood what Xiang Beiyang wanted and did not ask. He randomly pointed at a few points on the star map and solemnly told Xiang Beiyang that they would have to be careful while passing through these areas. Xiang Beiyang was carrying 3 precious diamond dragonflies. Even if he suspected Xia Fei of lying, he would rather believe his words than not. He ordered the captain to avoid the areas pointed out by Xia Fei and urged to be careful on the way back. As he finally left the inverse territory, Xia Fei exhaled in relief and headed to the room Xiang Beiyang had given him to ponder on his next step. You can't go back to the Cosmic Gate, so let's head to the Aurora clan. It is a major clan of the Alpha universe. Don't you always say that one can only enjoy the shade while under a big tree? A big tree like that might be able to ensure the safety of the Law Realm. While Hosu did seal the Cosmic Gate, that sealing lacked preparation. The seal will fail after 100 years, and the Law Realm will once more be subjected to the Inverse's invasion, Radix said. Xia Fei said nothing. His greatest worry was Avril and his friends. When he heard that Hosu's seal could keep the Law Realm safe for 100 years, he calmed down a lot. Avril cultivated the law of life, so her lifespan was constantly increasing. Moreover, the Law Realm was still protected by Hosu and the Sky Wings, so there was no problem with safety. It was just that Xia Fei could not help but yearn for them. His many years of adventuring had made him understand one thing. To do something well, it is best to do it oneself. There was far too much backstabbing in the world, so, unless absolutely necessary, Xia Fei was unwilling to entrust the safety of the Law Realm to others. Thus, Xia Fei decided to look around the Alpha universe and raise his cultivation as much as possible. He would naturally visit the Aurora clan, but he did not want to go there on his knees. As he was thinking of this, someone knocked at his door. He opened the door and saw that it was Xiang Beiyang. Xia Fei had already changed into a suit of exercise clothes, the celestial soul warning armor tightly clinging onto his skin. He flashed him a harmless smile. "Is Boss Xiang seeking me for something?" asked Xia Fei. When boarding the ship, he had already registered his name, so everyone knew who he was. "It's nothing big. I'm just wondering if Brother Xia knows anyone at Red Dwarf Star. Red Dwarf Star is a gathering place of hunters, and you can meet all sorts of people there, so it's best to be careful," said Xiang Beiyang solemnly. They were out of the asteroid belt now. Xiang Beiyang was relieved that they had not encountered any inverse. Xiang Beiyang was very curious about Xia Fei's identity and why he was raising a holy beast, so he had come to probe him out. Xia Fei smiled and frankly admitted, "It's my first time going to Red Dwarf Star, so I don't have any acquaintances there." Xiang Beiyang slightly frowned. He was a local tycoon of the Red Dwarf Star, so he could tell that since Xia Fei was able to admit frankly that he had never been to that place before, it meant that the latter feared nothing, not even some secret plot from him. His plain clothes and guileless smile caused Xiang Beiyang to be more on guard as he pondered on it further. If Xia Fei did not have the mindset of a master, he would not be this relaxed. This was not an attitude a normal person would have. Glancing at the sleeping furball on the bed, Xiang Beiyang said, "Brother Xia, to tell the truth, I have a few properties on Red Dwarf Star, so if you don't mind, why don't you live in one of my inns? I can properly take care of you there. It's all because of Brother Xia's directions that we were able to return safely. You're my honored guest. If you have no objections, I'll handle all your room and board during your stay on Red Dwarf Star," offered Xiang Beiyang, thumping his chest. Xia Fei would naturally not refuse when someone was offering to pay for his food and drink, so he readily agreed. Xiang Beiyang changed the subject, staring at Furball and saying, "With such a unique appearance and peerless aura, I presume that this is one of the legendary holy beasts." Xia Fei nods, though he inwardly laughed. What peerless aura? Furball is a lazy with fellow cunning streak. There's nothing peerless about him. Still, this was only normal. In battle, Furball went from a lovable soul into a figure that was just as intimidating as Xia Fei. Radix frowned. If Xiang Beiyang can recognize that Furball is a holy beast, then he must possess excellent judgment. What if he harbors ill intentions? Wouldn't living in his inn be a lamb entering the lion's mouth? Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, "You need to understand who the lamb is here." Radix was startled, but he realized that Xia Fei was telling the truth. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and while Xia Fei was injured and was not in fighting form, Furball and Peacock Blue were raring to go. If a fight really did occur, it would be hard to say who the lamb actually was. After a few moments of silence, Xiang Beiyang finally broached the topic. "Brother Xia, this holy beast has a delightful appearance. If you agree, I'm willing to buy it at a high price." Xia Fei smiled as he countered, "When did holy beasts ever have a price?" Zing! Xiang Beiyang instantly turned red in the face. Holy beasts were unique existences. There was no second furball in the universe. In other words, every holy beast was priceless. Taking another step back, holy beasts were not Pekingese dogs. If a holy beast that had already recognized a master was given to him, Xiang Beiyang would be unable to obtain it no matter what he did. Him trying to bid for a holy beast was truly very ludicrously hasty. Xiang Beiyang stuttered. Too was rash. He then found an excuse to leave the room. "I'm losing it. That holy beast already has a master, so how could it be traded for? Since Xia Fei has a holy beast, he can't be lacking money. I really must be going senile in my old age." Xiang Beiyang reproached himself as he walked away. Red Dwarf Star. It was called Red Dwarf Star, but this planet was no dwarf at all. It was several sizes larger than Earth and had a population exceeding 10 billion. Most of its inhabitants were hunters. There were a few soul hunters and soul eaters, but not a lot. After all, this was a remote area, and true soul hunters looked down on such a small planet. Xiang Beiyang, who could not see through Xia Fei, gave a piece of paper to the latter and told him to go to his inn for lodging. He then hurried off to report the good news to his client. With the Diamond Dragonfly deal complete, Boss Xiang naturally was not stingy. The inn was called the Beiyang Inn. It carried the name of the owner and had 36 rooms. On Red Dwarf Star, it was a middle-lower class inn. The manager of the inn had the surname Li and was rather self-interested. He saw how simple Xia Fei's clothes were and concluded that he was not anyone too important. Thus, he gave him a small room in the basement. A few rays of sunlight seeped in through the small half-window, so it barely passed the grate. Xia Fei grew up in poverty, so he was not too picky about his room. He immediately took it, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began to sort out his body's condition. After a silent night, Xia Fei woke up early in the morning to help himself to the buffet, following which, he walked on the streets to understand what this place was like. Xia Fei would have to stay in the Alpha mission for a very long time, and while he had gotten a lot of information from Radix about this side of the universe, seeing was better than hearing. This was truly a city of hunters. There were law sage experts, even quite a lot of law gods, wherever he looked. Xia Fei's horizons had been broadened. So many experts. This would be incredible if this were the law realm. Xia Fei squinted as he spoke. Radix casually said, "This is nothing. Red Dwarf Star is far from the core. Once you get to the more prosperous area, you'll realize that it's actually peak law gods and level 1 founders that are most abundant in the Alpha universe, their numbers even exceeding that of law sages." Xia Fei was shocked, suspiciously asking, What's going on with that? Peak law gods and level 1 founders are way stronger than lost sages. So why is that they're more plentiful? Radix smiled. What you don't know is that while there's a barrier between lost sage and law god, there's an even greater barrier between peak law god and unlocking a soul mark. Many people reach peak law god but fail to unlock their soul mark. And since law gods have seeds of life and can't die, over time, countless peak law gods accumulate. There's also a reason for so many level 1 founders. Unlocking a soul mark doesn't mean that one can hunt souls. Look at Xia Guqing and Old Crane. They have soul mark and can use some soul power, but they're still stuck in the law realm. Until they receive a soul weapon and learn how to use soul arts, they can't be considered real soul hunters. As they chatted and strolled around, the morning quickly passed. Besides the might of the Alpha universe, Xia Fei discovered an important problem. While he was rich in the law realm, he was now completely broke. He did not own even a single coin in the local currency. On his morning trip, what delighted and surprised Xia Fei the most was not the number of experts on Red Dwarf Star, but rather what the apothecary stocked. It had to be said that the Alpha universe was a mystical place, and many precious items that had already gone extinct in the law realm were being sold here. Although the prices were not cheap, these were all superb items. Xia Fei counted himself lucky for even having the opportunity to purchase them. "Can these medicines treat your injuries?" asked Radix curiously. He knew nothing of pharmacology, but considering how excited Xia Fei was, these had to be pretty good items. "I don't know about curing them, but if I have these medicines, then with the support of a soul weapon, in about 3 months' time, my serious injuries will have been healed," replied Xia Fei. According to Xia Fei's most optimistic estimates from before, it would take half a year to heal his body, but now, he could shrink this time to 3 months, which was huge progress. After all, his injuries were complicated. On the day before his fight with the inverse, Xia Fei had crazily increased his level and his soul mark, so his foundation was not exactly rock solid. Getting injured in this situation was very risky. Besides his body, even his 7th brain region was slightly hurting. These were all side effects from that desperate battle. Xia Fei marked down the prices of those medicines in his mind and then did some calculations. He would need at least 1.5 million to buy all the herbs. Like the other places in the Alpha universe, Red Dwarf Star used an item called white pearls as currency. The origin crystals of the law realm were simply commodities here and were not being circulated as currency. This was a problem. As the first person from the law realm to have succeeded in coming to the Alpha universe, Xia Fei did not possess a single white pearl. In other words, he was a pauper without a single penny to his name. Let alone buying these high-quality medicines, he could not even drink a cup of tea. Xia Fei shrugged and casually walked out of the drugstore, earning him a look of contempt from the owner. This store owner had seen Xia Fei only eyeing the high-priced items, so he had taken him for a big customer and was diligently attending to him. Alas, to the owner's surprise, Xia Fei ultimately did not buy anything, wasting all of his consideration, so he naturally felt very unhappy. "You've got no money and you're still acting like a big shot?" grumbled the owner softly. Radix smiled and shrugged. "There's nothing to be done. Even in the Alpha universe, you can't do anything without money. Why don't you do what you've always done and steal them?" Xia Fei looked suspiciously at Radix. Perhaps because he had spent too long with him, Radix was getting more and more different. Did he really just suggest they engage in theft? This would have been unimaginable in the past. After all, he was a Golden Blade Guard of the Aurora clan and had had an excellent upbringing. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "It's not like I can't steal, but it also depends on the item. These herbs aren't exactly rare in the Alpha universe, so they're not worth my time. If I'm going to be a thief, I have to be a thief with standards." Radix was very sullen. To tell the truth, he had yet to learn the essence of Xia Fei's mentality. When Xia Fei had stolen things before, be it Pinnacle's research station or Hua Xinyang's treasury, which one was not a heaven-shaking heist? Xia Fei did not even consider these trivial things. However, not having money truly made Xia Fei unhappy. There were many famous snacks of Red Dwarf Star being sold on the streets, all of them possessing alluring colors and scents. Xia Fei wanted to try them out. Alas, he had no money. "Seems like I'll have to find a way to make some money," muttered Xia Fei as he stood in front of a skyscraper. Radix followed Xia Fei's gaze, and saw that this skyscraper had many guards and was opulently decorated, the people going in and out radiating wealth and nobility. Xia Fei, you're not thinking of robbing this trading company, are you? Xia Fei softly said, no. I just think that such a luxurious trading company must have a vault. I'm thinking of stealing their vault. Radix broke out in a cold sweat. Truly, he only did big heists. He had not wanted to rob the drugstore because he thought that it was too small. Instead, he had turned his eye on the illustrious Tai Ning Trading Company. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Xia Fei moved to enter, but was stopped by the guard at the door. Sir, this is the entrance to the Tai Ning weapon exhibit. Please present your invitation card. The guard raised his head and spoke in an officious tone, though it was clear that he was looking down on Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned, disliking how aloof this man's tone was. A voice sounded from behind Xia Fei. This little brother is with me. I don't have an invitation card, either. Do you think that I can go inside? Xia Fei turned around and saw that it was Boss Xiang standing behind him. Next to him was an old man wearing spectacles. He appeared to be Xiang Beiyang's butler. Boss Xiang. The guard was startled and hastily opened the door as he respectfully spoke. The boss has ordered that no one is to be allowed entry without an invitation card, but an exception naturally has to be made for Boss Xiang. Please come inside. Seeing that the guard had been flexible, Xiang Beiyang did not press the matter and merely led Xia Fei into Tai Ning Company's weapon exhibit. Brother Xia Fei, since you wanted to look at the weapon exhibit, why didn't you tell me beforehand so that I could make arrangements? Fortunately, we ran into each other, or else that small-minded fellow would have made you lose face, said Xiang Beiyang resentfully. He was not being so polite simply because of furball. Xiang Beiyang had been in business for so long that his shrewd acumen had penetrated into his bones. He truly could not understand this Xia Fei, who kept a holy beast as a pet, so he was constantly on his guard for fear that the latter would turn out to be a major clan's young master. A single misstep could lead to him instantly losing his life, at which point he would not even have a place to cry. Xiang Beiyang's butler used the moment to say promptly, Master originally didn't plan to enter the weapon exhibit, but when he saw you being stopped by the guard at the door, he hastily rushed over. Indeed, this man was Xiang Beiyang's close attendant. Upon seeing how his master acted, he immediately somewhat understood what was going on and pointed out how much Xiang Beiyang cared for Xia Fei. Xiang Beiyang smiled, very happy with what his butler had done. He considered giving the old man a reward once they got back, as there were few talents around in this day and age who understood him so well. Thanks, replied Xia Fei casually. The butler became a little angry. They were already showing him much consideration, so how could Xia Fei be so ungrateful? Was a simple thanks really it? Xiang Beiyang hastily pulled back his butler and said, There's no need to thank me. It was a simple matter. Little brother is my savior, so it's my duty, my duty. The butler was somewhat dumbfounded. What was wrong with his master today? This stranger was being so indifferent to him, yet he was so anxious to curry favor with him. Was his master not just making things difficult for himself? He had no idea that if Xia Fei had been overly grateful about such a small gesture, Xiang Beiyang would not have cared about him. It was precisely Xia Fei's cold attitude that confirmed his suspicions. Xia Fei was very confident. Since he did not care much about Xiang Beiyang, he had to have a powerful backer. Calming himself down, Boss Xiang told the butler, Go up and wait for me. I'd like to personally take Brother Xia around the weapon exhibit. Plush. The old butler was stunned, his mouth dropping. He had helped Xia Fei get in, and now he was even going to keep him company? What status did this man have? Boss Xiang's plan was actually pretty simple. As he had decided that Xia Fei was from a background that could not afford to provoke, he had decided to use everything in his power to leave a deep impression on Xia Fei. Even if he could not win Xia Fei's favor, at least he would not leave a bad impression. It had to be understood that the Alpha universe was awash with experts. Any random soul hunter could kill Xiang Beiyang, crushing him like an ant. As someone who had worked his way up from the bottom, Xiang Beiyang was keenly aware of their ruthless and domineering methods. He had been able to last this long precisely because he had always sought to offend no one. Xiang Beiyang really did as he said. After sending away the butler, he kept Xia Fei company for more than half an hour. As someone who did not get much exercise, he was covered in sweat, but he did not complain in the slightest. Other visitors who recognized Boss Xiang were all puzzled. Someone as young as Xia Fei was having a famous businessman of Red Dwarf Star run around like his lackey. All of them raised their opinion of Xia Fei. However, Xia Fei's seeming lack of interest in today's weapon exhibition left Xiang Beiyang even more uneasy. Tai Ning was one of Red Dwarf Star's finest companies, and their weapon exhibits were top-notch among the locals. However, Xia Fei had barely looked at the weapons on display. Even weapons that Boss Xiang found superb got only a passing glance from Xia Fei. This could only mean that the other possessed rich experience. In actuality, Xia Fei really did not consider this so-called weapon exhibition a big deal. This was because he was already using soul weapons for his equipment. A craftsman needed good tools to do a good job, and Xia Fei had always clung on to this principle. While he had come out of the backward law realm, Xia Fei possessed the inheritance of the Aurora clan. Even in the Alpha universe, this was top of the class. Nirvana was a soul weapon, Jade Green was a soul weapon, and White Dragon Screech was a top-notch soul weapon. Even the unremarkable October Flying Snow had been turned into a soul weapon by Xia Fei. Only those who use soul weapons could understand how much more terrifying they were than regular weapons. It would be far stranger if any of these weapons managed to earn his attention. Not even a single soul weapon from all these. Let's not waste any time here. As a soul hunter, Radix was about to fall asleep. Xia Fei shrugged, but just as he was about to leave, a sign on a glass display counter drew his attention. Consignment? Weapons can be consigned for sale here, asked Xia Fei. Xiang Beiyang replied cautiously. Of course. I don't know about others, but if Brother Xia Fei needs it, I can immediately open a sales counter for you where you can sell anything you want without a problem. Xiang Beiyang slapped his chest while mentally saying to himself, this is great. Since Xia Fei wants to sell weapons, I'll be able to tell if this kid is the real deal from the level of the weapon he takes out. Xia Fei nominee, and Xiang Beiyang hastily ran off to find a manager. One of the glass display counters, located in a pretty good location, had been cleared out, and the key was then handed to Xia Fei. Beiyang stared at Xia Fei in anticipation of what he would pull out. Whoosh! Xia Fei leisurely took out a snowy white dagger and placed it inside. Xiang Beiyang instantly grimaced as he thought to himself, it's such a big display counter, but all you're putting in is this one lousy dagger? What's going on here? The dagger Xia Fei had just put on display was none other than that basic soul weapon he created 2 days ago, the October Flying Snow. This chilling dagger held little value to Xia Fei at this point. His level had been crazily climbing over the years. In addition, he now did not just have a mystical armament, but also 3 soul weapons. Thus, the October Flying Snow had become a mere display piece, which spent all day lying in Xia Fei's spatial ring. After getting a soul mark and learning the Featherwing Codex, Xia Fei had become a spiritualist who could create soul weapons, and October Flying Snow was his very first work. Alas, as he lacked skill and his level was low, though the October Flying Snow had become a soul weapon, it was only the most basic of its kind. Let alone the White Dragon Screech and Nirvana, it could not even compare to Green Jade. After thinking about it, he decided that he still could not use it. Today, he came to this weapon exhibit, only to realize that not a single soul weapon had been put up for sale. As such, the moment he learned that he could put items up for consignment, he decided to sell off the October Flying Snow. After all, he was very short on money, and more importantly, he needed to know how much the soul weapon he had made was worth. The warrior profession always burned through money freely, and it was difficult to get anywhere without money. If he could fetch a good price for the October Flying Snow, then he would have a path toward making money in the future. Xia Fei closed the display case, letting October Flying Snow quietly lay inside, drawing little attention. Thank you, Boss Xiang. Xia Fei smiled and said. It's nothing. Xiang Beiyang smiled. Turning to the manager, he said, Old Pang, tell my little brother the rules so that we avoid any misunderstandings. Manager Pang smiled. Brother Xia, since you are consigning this item but haven't put up a price, can I presume that you intend to negotiate the price with the interested buyers? Xia Fei replied, Precisely. It's hard to put a price on this item, and it will differ depending on the person. Manager Pang and Xiang Beiyang shared an understanding smile. Xia Fei's intentions were obvious. The price would depend on the buyer's power, and if some big shot came, Xia Fei would naturally demand the world of them. This was why most would say all businessmen were evil. Since that's the case, stay here, brother Xia, so that you can negotiate with the potential buyers. Even if you have something else to do and must leave, each display case has a code, so if someone wants to find you, we can have them go look for brother Xia to discuss the price. As for the commission, out of respect for Boss Yang, we won't take a cent, said Manager Pang with a smile. Normally, selling items on consignment at Tai Ning Company would yield to a 10% commission, but this Manager Pang did not think that this snowy white dagger could sell for much, probably several thousand pearls at most, and the fee would likely not exceed 1,000 pearls. Tai Ning Company was incredibly wealthy, so rather than taking this paltry sum of money, it preferred to win Xiang Beiyang's favor. Over the last few years, Xiang Beiyang had been rising in the exotic beast trade and was about to become one of the top-class businessmen of Red Dwarf Star. Getting on good terms with him would be a boon to Tai Ning Company. Manager Pang left after saying his piece, telling the exhibit employees to keep a close eye on Xia Fei. After all, Xiang Beiyang had personally led this young man here, and he had even asked for a display case for him. Manager Pang wanted to know Xia Fei's secrets and the true value of the little dagger. As for Xiang Beiyang, he kept Xia Fei company and tried to strike up a conversation. Alas, the latter was impervious to his advances, giving no response regardless of what he said. Seeing that the time had come and there were still no bidders for the October flying snow, Xiang Beiyang bid goodbye, saying that there was someone upstairs whom he needed to discuss business with. Xiang Beiyang had only just left when a stocky middle-aged man, his hair tied into numerous little braids, came over. He was wearing good-fitting clothes and appeared to be someone of status. Bystanders all smiled at him and called him Third Master Lung. Third Master Lung stared at the October flying snow for several minutes, and then told Xia Fei with a smile, "This dagger's material and workmanship are both excellent, and it even has a cold aura. It must possess a cold attribute, but for some reason, this dagger seems to have lost its most outstanding trait and no longer has that cold energy. It's truly a great pity. Normally, a dagger like this won't sell for more than 2,000 pearls at this exhibit, but I can feel its murderous aura. It must have been through quite a few big battles in its heyday, and while the cold energy is gone, the murderous aura is still there. It's perfect for warriors who are lacking in killing intent. I'll give you 4,000 for it." The bystanders who heard this all voiced their approval. Third Master Lung truly deserves his reputation as a weapons specialist. It's a clear and logical analysis. Naturally, Third Master Lung runs his own weapons store, so how could he be wrong? Xia Fei shook his head and replied softly, "My apologies." Seeing how polite this person was and how logical his analysis was, Xia Fei did not feel that it was right to speak too frankly. Third Master Lung was correct on all points. The October flying snow had accompanied Xia Fei in killing many people, so it naturally had a ruthless aura. 4,000 for this murderous energy was quite reasonable as a starting price. Alas, Third Master Lung had failed to see how October flying snow had actually been altered. It was no longer a simple dagger, but rather a basic soul weapon. For 4,000 pearls, Xia Fei was not even willing to help him take a look. Third Master Lung was taken aback, not expecting for Xia Fei's refusal to be so determined. However, after thinking it over, he chuckled. Forget it. I just had to take a liking to this dagger. This dagger hasn't just been through some big battles. Its master's probably also an expert with a firm attitude. After being in his hands, it stands at the apex of daggers among its peers. I'll offer 10,000 pearls to satisfy my little fancy. Third Master Lung was rather easy to work with, immediately raising his price to 10,000. 10,000 pearls? Is this dagger really worth that much? Of course not. Didn't Third Master Lung already say that it's to satisfy his fancy? It seems like Third Master really liked this dagger. Everyone felt that Xia Fei had to be satisfied now. Anyone who could enter Tai Ning Company's weapon exhibit was a person of some caliber. Third Master Lung offering 10,000 for a dagger that probably did not have a market price of more than 5,000. Xia Fei had to sell it. However, Xia Fei did not say a word, only shaking his head, his attitude even more determined than before. Are you trying to mess with me? Third Master Lung felt like he was being humiliated. By offering 10,000 for this dagger, which should have a value of less than 5,000, he was already letting Xia Fei take advantage of him. but the latter still did not agree. Third Master Lung felt like Xia Fei was just trying to play with him. Everyone gasped and shot strange gazes at Xia Fei. 20,000 pearls. Third Master Lung's face darkened as he raised 2 fingers. Sir, I'd advise you to look elsewhere, said Xia Fei firmly. As it was said, goods were sold to those people who could use their heads. Since Third Master Lung could not tell that this was a soul weapon, he would never be able to give a price that satisfied him. So Xia Fei could not be bothered to negotiate with the man. You. Third Master Lung went pale. He then waved his sleeve and left in a huff. The crowd also disapproved of Xia Fei, and as they chatted over what had just happened, they soon decided that Xia Fei was a fellow who did not know what was good for him, treating trash as treasure. The entire exhibit soon knew about this weirdo Xia Fei. There's nothing to be done. Red Dwarf Star isn't one of the core regions of the Alpha universe, and the people who live here don't have the experience. I can't believe that they don't even recognize a soul weapon, said Radix, shaking his head. Standing around was rather boring, so Xia Fei went to the entrance to smoke 2 cigarettes. When he came back, he saw that there were 2 people in front of the display counter, an elder and a thin, energetic, middle-aged man. They were staring at the October flying snow and occasionally whispering to each other. The elder had an unusual bearing, having an attitude that only a man of great wealth and status could possess. As for the middle-aged man, he radiated energy pulses that Xia Fei was very familiar with, so he was probably a warrior. I can't see through that old man, but the middle-aged man is certainly a soul hunter. Still, his level is very low, and he's not that powerful, Radix concluded. Xia Fei stood behind the display counter, not looking at the pair. Little brother, is this dagger yours? Asked the middle-aged soul hunter. Yes. Its name is October Flying Snow. October Flying Snow? A good name. Would you mind letting us take a closer look and hold it? Since this was a soul hunter, he had presumably discovered that the October Flying Snow was a soul weapon, so Xia Fei was happy to let them hold it. After all, they were professionals and would not give a joke of a price like 20,000 pearls for a soul weapon. Opening the display case, Xia Fei took out the October Flying Snow and handed it to the middle-aged man. The moment the man touched the dagger, his wrist trembled, a detail that failed to escape Xia Fei's eyes. What about it? The elder whispered. Master Tang, I can guarantee you that this is a soul weapon, the middle-aged man said sternly. It's really a soul weapon. This elderly Tang's eyes exploded with the light of excitement. I'm sure of it. It's not just a soul weapon. This dagger also has some strange energy that I can't understand. Old Master Tang was startled, hastily asking, There's a soul weapon that even Mr. Song can't see through? Then this item must be incredible. This soul hunter Song nodded. Incredible. It's definitely acceptable to purchase. Xia Fei, who had closely been listening this entire time, could see that this Red Dwarf Star was truly lacking in masters. A soul weapon that Xia Fei had casually created was being called incredible by this soul hunter. At this moment, there was a clamor from outside. Greetings, Boss Tai. Boss Tai, today's weapon exhibit is incredible. Tai Ning Company deserves its reputation. Yours is the only trading company on Red Dwarf Star that can invest so much. Xia Fei looked up. It seemed like the boss of Tai Ning Company was here. The surrounding people all stood aside while greeting him. Upon seeing old Master Tang, Boss Tai cast aside his dignity and jogged over. Master Tang, why are you here? Tai Ning hurriedly bowed, treating that old Master Tang with utmost respect. Master Tang ignored him, so clearly they were not on equal standing with each other. Little Tai, I'd like to borrow from you somewhere quiet so that I could discuss some business with this young man, said Master Tang without averting his eyes. Tai Ning was deeply moved and hurriedly ordered his employees to open up a VIP room and then respectfully escorted Master Tang inside. Tai Ning also treated Xia Fei with utmost respect. Everyone only knew that Tai Ning was a top-class businessman on Red Dwarf Star and had never seen him attend to someone so assiduously before. They grew even more confused and could not help but wonder where the elderly Tang and Xia Fei had come from. Xiang Beiyong happened to see all this transpire. He had come here to talk business with Tai Ning, as it was his company that had sought the 10 diamond dragonflies. Boss Tai, where did this Master Tang come from? Whispered Xiang Beiyong. He was immensely curious after seeing Xia Fei follow this extremely revered elder into the VIP room, so he hastily ran over to gather information. Tai Ning called Xiang Beiyang over to the side and then told him sternly, "That man is old Master Tang Wanyan." Some people might not have heard of the name Tang Wanyan, but if someone was to mention Master Tang's nickname, which was Two City Tang, everyone would know that it was him. Red Dwarf Star had a population of 1 billion, with 31 cities having populations that exceeded 20 million, and Tang Wanyan owned 2 of them. This was why he was known as Two City Tang. To have control of 2 large cities all by himself meant that Tang Wanyan was a super businessman, one who enjoyed the fruits of both the proper world and the underworld of Red Dwarf Star. Xiang Beiyang was immediately dumbfounded. Tang Wanyan was a very low-key person and rarely showed his face to others, so he had not recognized him. He could not help but be frustrated for having missed out on a chance to build a connection with this incredible business tycoon. Human relations consisted of different social circles. Xiang Beiyang was considered one of the higher-class businessmen of Red Dwarf Star, and he was currently stepping from the second class into the first class. The circle that Tang Wanyan resided in naturally would not care about him, so it was very normal for Xiang Beiyang not to recognize Tang Wanyan. That man next to Master Tang is also incredible. His name is Song Jinhu. I heard that he's a soul hunter hired at a high price from the outside. Those 10 diamond dragonflies you got me were also for a job from Master Tang, said Tai Ning smugly. He was very comforted by the fact that he could recognize those 2, whereas Xiang Beiyang could not. After all, Xiang Beiyang was a newly ascending businessman, so his resources were inferior to his. Xiang Beiyang could naturally hear the pride in Tai Ning's words, but he was more furious that the 10 diamond dragonflies he had worked so hard to get were easily handed over to Tai Ning. Tang Wanyan would only remember Tai Ning and would know nothing of all the effort Xiang Beiyang had gone through. This was the mystery of social circles. If Boss Tang wanted diamond dragonflies, he would not go find someone that actually did business in exotic beasts like Xiang Beiyang, only going and finding someone like Tai, who was only a bit lower in social status to him. Tai Ning would get all the benefits and favor, while Xiang Beiyang could only look on. Resentful, Xiang Beiyang smiled coldly. Although I don't recognize Boss Tang, I do know that the person who went with him into the VIP room is a friend of mine. His name is Xia Fei. Zing. Tai Ning immediately grew interested, looking at Xiang Beiyang in a new light. After all, Xia Fei had been respectfully led into the VIP room by Tang Wanyan and Song Jinhu, being treated with much more respect than him. Where had this man come from? Since Xiang Beiyang knew Xia Fei, that naturally meant he could not be underestimated. Brother Xiang, I suddenly remember that today is the 17th birthday of my daughter. Why don't you come to visit my home today? Invited Tai Ning. While Tai Ning had shown respect for Xiang Beiyang in many ways, it did not mean that Boss Tai actually thought highly of him. After all, Xiang Beiyang was only a rising businessman of Red Dwarf Star, much more lacking compared to real top-class businessmen. Tai Ning had made some exotic beast transactions with Xiang Beiyang to be polite, but he would not invite him to something like his daughter's birthday. He would only invite those of closer social status, perhaps even those of higher status compared to him. So it's my niece's birthday. I must prepare a generous gift for her. Xiang Beiyang grinned while silently cursing Tai Ning's lack of sincerity. Nonetheless, while he inwardly grumbled, he was not about to miss out on this chance to participate in a gathering of the upper crust of society. As for that brother Xia, Tai Ning probed. Xiang Beiyang was startled at first, but he quickly smiled and told Tai Ning, "Now that you've mentioned it, brother Xia, who has come from far away, is looking to make some new friends. I'll come together with him tonight." Xiang Beiyang immediately made the decision for Xia Fei. However, the thought that Tai Ning had only invited him to a meeting of his social circle because of the latter left Boss Xiang feeling rather discontented. The VIP room was naturally luxurious to the extreme. An employee served tea and snacks before very tactfully withdrawing, leaving Tang Wanyan, Song Jinhu, and Xia Fei alone in the room. Sipping his tea, Tang Wanyan examined Xia Fei from the corner of his eyes. Xia Fei looked straight ahead, appearing relaxed and composed, having clearly been to high-class venues like this before. Tang Wanyan raised his opinion of Xia Fei. If it were only a mere scoundrel who had taken out a soul weapon, Tang Wanyin would have suspected that the October flying snow was obtained through illegal means, but Xia Fei's attitude had dispelled this notion. Just like Xiang Beiyang, Tang Wanyin suspected that Xia Fei was a descendant of a major clan. Otherwise, how else could he immediately take out a precious soul weapon to sell? After exchanging a round of pleasantries, all Tang Wanyin learned was Xia Fei's name. Xia Fei's efforts to conceal who he was further cemented Tang Wanyin's conjecture. If this man was not from a big clan, why would he hide his identity? Getting a connection with Tang Wanyin was something that many people could only wish for, but Xia Fei did not seem to care who he was. In fact, if Tang Wanyin had not stated who he was, Xia Fei would not have even bothered to ask. This old man rather likes this October flying snow. Brother Xia, would you like to quote a price? Everything is negotiable, Tang Wanyin said cautiously. Xia Fei smiled and spoke nonchalantly. This is my first time on Red Dwarf Star, and I don't know how much this little thing is worth here. Elder, why don't you give a price? After all, you are my senior here. Xia Fei pushed the question back. In truth, it was not that Xia Fei did not want to give a price. It was just that he really did not know how much a soul weapon was worth. Radix had told him that a basic soul weapon was worth 500,000 pearls, but Xia Fei felt that this was too little. After all, this was the first soul weapon he had made, and it had a lot of sentimental value. Selling off October flying snow not to even be enough for him to buy the medicines he required did not sit well with him. 1,000,000 pearls. Brother Xia Fei, what do you think? Said Tang Wanyin sternly, throwing up a finger. 1,000,000 was no small sum. A normal family only made 10,000 pearls a year, and they would have to work 100 years to reach that number. This Tang fellow is quite generous, Radix told Xia Fei. Xia Fei was unmoved. Tang Wanyin frowned. Well, it's a good thing that I really need this. 1.5 million pearls. Xia Fei was still unmoved. He could not be blamed for this. He was originally going to give in once he had enough money to buy his medicines, but Tang Wanyin just had to say that he needed this soul weapon. Since the old man urgently needed it, Xia Fei was being too nice if he sold it for just 1.5 million pearls. He was a big fan of extortion by taking advantage of someone's weakness. Seeing that Xia Fei still was not satisfied, Tang Wanyin turned to Song Jinhu. Old Song, for my granddaughter, will this thing? Song Jinhu whispered. Master Tang, there's something odd about this dagger, and it may not be a simple soul weapon. While you have already purchased 10 diamond dragonflies, those exotic beasts can only serve as support. They won't compare to this October flying snow. Tang Wanyin firmly stands. Turning his head back, he raised 2 fingers. This is my last offer. 2 million. Deal, replied Xia Fei crisply, knowing when to take a deal. In any case, he could make a soul weapon of this level every half a month, so there was no need to haggle down to the last penny. It was best if he quickly gathered his medicines to restore his strength. The money and item were exchanged. Though Tang Wanyin had spent a lot of money, he had finally managed to get his hands on a soul weapon and was quite happy. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had gotten his first load of money in the Alpha universe and resolved his urgent need for medicine, so he was also quite satisfied. The 3 of them came out of the room together, and countless confused and curious eyes turned to them. Boss Xiang and Boss Tai, who had been waiting all this time, quickly came up to welcome them. Boss Tai naturally went up to Tang Wanyin, while Xiang Beiyang went up to Xia Fei and said to Tang Wanyin and Song Jinhu, "This one is Xiang Beiyang. Brother Xia is my good friend." Xia Fei frowned as he grumbled mentally. When did we become good friends? I don't think our relationship is that good, is it? Tang Wanyin exchanged a few words with Xiang Beiyang out of respect for Tang Wanyin. On Red Dwarf Star, it was an honor to exchange a few words with 2 City Tang, and Xiang Beiyang's face glowed with a ruddy light. Only now did Xia Fei understand that Xiang Beiyang wanted to build a connection with this Tang fellow. It was not as if Xia Fei had not encountered this kind of thing before, so he did not take it to heart. Everyone, carry on as you please. Xia Fei still has business and must bid farewell. Xia Fei bowed and prepared to leave. Xiang Beiyang pulled on him and said, Brother Xia, this is the owner of Tai Ning Company, Boss Tai. His daughter is having her birthday tonight. He has invited us to have a cup of tea with him. Tai Ning said, Yes. Brother Xia, this is your first time at Red Dwarf Star, so if you have the time, why don't you come and visit my home? Treat it as a welcome dinner for me. Master Tang will be going as well. Perhaps afraid that Xia Fei would not respect him, Tai Ning had even brought up Tang Wanyan's name. Seeing that Xia Fei and Tang Wanyan had gotten along, Tai Ning took Xia Fei for someone on the same level of status as Tang Wanyan. What does Master Tang going to the banquet have to do with me? I have business tonight, so let's make it another day, said Xia Fei casually before turning to leave. This was truly a painful slap. This was the exhibit's main hall, and everyone was looking, and so many had come to make connections with these big bosses. However, in front of everyone, Xia Fei had slapped Xiang Beiyang, Tai Ning, Tang Wanyan, and Song Jinhu in the face. Zing! Even the most composed Tang Wanyan felt embarrassed, his face turning pale. As for Tai Ning, who had brought Tang Wanyan up, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to jump in. Truly, this was a disaster brought by rashness. He had brought up Tang Wanyan to try and encourage Xia Fei into joining the banquet, but Xia Fei had thrown it back at him and humiliated him. And he humiliated Tang Wanyan, too. One word from this old man could drive him from Red Dwarf Star. Humph! With a cold grunt and a glare at Tai Ning, Tang Wanyan and Song Jinhu left in a huff. Tai Ning did not have the courage to stop him. Xiang Beiyang saw that the situation was not good and hurried after Xia Fei. His original plan was to use this moment to borrow Xia Fei and ascend to the top-class circle of Red Dwarf Star, but it appeared that this was no longer possible. It would be good enough if he was not kicked down to a lower circle. Xiang Beiyang was no fool. He had hurried after Xia Fei to see if there were any means of salvaging the situation. Brother Xia, how much did you sell the dagger to Master Tang for? How many pearls? Xiang Beiyang asked bluntly. 2 million pearls, replied Xia Fei casually. 2 million. You sold that dagger for 2 million. Perhaps because he was too shocked, Xiang Beiyang shouted this out. Not even in his dreams had he imagined that the October flying snow would be worth this much, and Xia Fei had sold it to the illustrious Tang Wanyan to boot. Clang! In the distance, Third Master Long, who had tried to buy the October flying snow for 20,000 pearls, shuddered, and the weapon he had been inspecting dropped from his hands, the clatter as it hit the ground resounding through the now eerily silent exhibition hall. Spending money was easier than making it. Anyone with the slightest experience in society understood this. Xia Fei had encountered just such a situation. After taking a stroll around Red Dwarf Star's largest drugstore, the Fengzi Pharmacy, he had not only spent all 2 million pearls, he was even in debt by quite a large sum. Xia Fei frowned as he stared at the palm-sized dragon print violet hanging in the very center of the store. Xia Fei had never been stingy when it came to warrior essentials like equipment and medicine. After getting those 2 million pearls from Tang Wanyan, he had gone straight to the largest drugstore in the area to buy the best and most valuable herbs. In truth, the improvement offered by top-quality herbs over high-quality herbs was only 3%, but the price was several times higher. By buying only the best, Xia Fei naturally spent his money like water. Those who had not studied pharmacology might feel that a 3% increase was not worth several times the price. But Xia Fei was keenly aware that 3% per herb would lead to an increase in level once all of the herbs were put together. Money could be saved anywhere else, but it could not be saved on equipment and medicine. After paying off the 2 million pearls, all he had left were several hundred pearls in spare change, and this was because Boss Fengzi had given him a discount out of respect for Xiang Beiyang. There was nothing to be done. Precious and rare herbs were grossly expensive whether one was in the Law Realm or the Alpha Universe. The change in environment had not changed this at all. However, as he prepared to leave and was paying the bill, Xia Fei just happened to see the treasure of Fengzi Pharmacy, the dragon print violet. The dragon print violet was a single-leaf plant that grew very slowly. It took 100 years to grow into a blade of grass, 1,000 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to mature. On its single leaf was the image of a giant dragon from whence it obtained its name. In the Law Realm, the dragon print violet was a legendary plant that only a scant few people had seen before. In the Alpha Universe, while the dragon print violet was not legendary, it was still a valuable herb, such that Fengzi Pharmacy had delegated this palm-sized plant the treasure of the store. Xia Fei had been transfixed by the dragon print violet precisely because of its unique medicinal value. It could restore one's vital energy and repair one's mental energy, so it would naturally be extremely beneficial to his treatment. Boss Feng, Can I take a closer look at this dragonprint violet? Asked Xia Fei. Xia Fei had bought a large number of materials and was also accompanied by the ascendant Xiang Beiyang, so Feng Zi was happy to work with him. He hastily had someone take down the dragonprint violet and place it in front of Xia Fei, but the climate-controlled cover remained closed. Little brother, you have excellent eyes. This dragonprint violet is already mature. Look at the purple dragon image on its leaf. It's like an actual dragon soaring to the heavens. It's a rare ultimate-grade item. Little brother, if you like it, Old Feng is willing to sell this dragonprint violet to you at cost. I bought it at 3 million pearls, and I can hand it to you for 3 million. Every potter praised their own pot, and those in business always spoke well about their goods. Boss Feng understood this principle, and when selling to Xia Fei, he did not call it selling, instead saying that he was handing it over. Xia Fei smiled and nonchalantly said, "A mature dragonprint violet has 4 claws, like a hawk hunting a rabbit, but yours only has 3 claws, so it's still at least 1,500 years off maturity. Plus, an ultimate-grade dragonprint violet will have an inky green leaf, with the dragon being a dark reddish purple. Yours has yet to achieve these 2 points. If my guess is right, this plant must have grown in poor soil and didn't receive enough sunlight, causing it to have these innate flaws. For it to grow into this is already quite difficult. Boss Feng, even if you raise it for another 10,000 years, it won't be more than a middle-grade dragonprint violet." Xiang Beiyang and Feng Zi said unison, a professional. The two of them were full of admiration for Xia Fei's casual evaluation and looked at him in a different light. Xiang Beiyang once more made up his mind to form a good relationship with Xia Fei. Right after the scene at the weapon exhibit, Xia Fei had once more displayed his prodigious insight, winning him over entirely. How could Xia Fei have such experience and insight if he was not from a major clan? In truth, Boss Yang was right. Xia Fei was from the Alpha Universe's Aurora clan. It was just that Xia Fei did not even know which way the door to the Aurora clan's house opened. Feng Zi was rather embarrassed after being exposed. I didn't think that brother Xia Fei would possess such insight at such a young age. This old Feng truly admires you, so I won't try to hide it. I inherited this dragonprint violet from my grandfather, and he bought this flower for 1.5 million pearls. Today, since I was so fortunate to have met you, I am willing to part with it for 1.5 million as well. Feng Zi then went on about inflation, as if implying that he was still eating a big loss by selling the dragonprint violet for 1.5 million. Xia Fei did some mental calculations and found that while Feng Zi was still making a profit on this price, it was not by much. It was a reasonable price. Alas, Xia Fei did not have this much money, so he had to bid farewell. Xiang Beiyang immediately had an idea and came forward. "Brother Xia, since you've taken a liking to this dragonprint violet, I'll buy it and give it to you as a gift. Feng Zi, wrap this dragonprint violet up for me. You can settle the bill with my accountant." Feng Zi was elated to make the deal, and he hastily wrapped up the dragonprint violet with the rest of the herbs that Xia Fei had just purchased. Xia Fei frowned. He did need the dragonprint violet, but he did not want to owe Xiang Beiyang a favor. At this moment, Radix suddenly said, "Since he's willing to pay for you, just take it. It's no big deal. Just return the money when you have the chance, and if it's really no good, just find a reason to exterminate the Xiang name and make a clean break of it." Radix made a chopping motion with his hand. Xia Fei was truly speechless. Radix had changed. Originally, whenever Xia Fei killed, Radix would go on lengthy tirades about how this did not match the style of the Aurora clan. Now, Radix had become a ruthless character. His first suggestion was to kill and clean up, his ruthlessness on par with Xia Fei's. "What are you looking at me for? You're the one who taught me that one can't subsist on style and grace. You don't wish to owe Xiang Beiyang a favor, and you also want the dragonprint violet, so won't killing him solve everything?" Radix spread apart his hands as he asked nonchalantly, "Li Jun, this is the room you gave my good brother?" Not only did Xiang Beiyang gift Xia Fei a 1.5 million dragonprint violet, he even accompanied him back to the inn, but when he saw the room manager Li had given Xia Fei, he exploded. 2 days ago, Xiang Beiyang would not have cared about Xia Fei's situation, but now, Xia Fei was someone that Xiang Beiyang ardently wanted to get close to, even gifting him the dragonprint violet. Hence, when he found out that manager Li had given Xia Fei a basement room, fire was lit up in his heart. Li Jun, get out here right now. Xiang Beiyang rolled up his sleeves and angrily charged up to the counter. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and commented, Xiang Beiyang crawled up from the bottom of society. So while he's wealthy, his personality is still much worse than the true upper-class merchants. This is probably the reason Tang Wanyin and Tai Ning are unwilling to deepen their relationship with him. Radix nodded. As the saying goes, only 3 generations of wealth can produce a true gentleman. When you get to the Aurora clan, you'll find out what a true gentleman is like. Xia Fei did not really care. He hated sanctimonious people the most. A real man showed happiness at debts of gratitude and would seek revenge over the smallest of slights. Xia Fei was not someone who would intentionally suppress the flames of rage. A person like Ba Xiang, who was both slippery and coarse, was more Xia Fei style. Pa, pa, pa. Xiang Beiyang called Manager Li over and immediately slapped him 3 times before kicking him out the door, showing off the brutish attitude he used to have back when he was on the streets. After doing this, Xiang Beiyang ordered someone to open up the best room in the inn before he continued acting subservient to Xia Fei, even flashing him a smile. Xia Fei sighed. Brother Xiang, I'll accompany you to Tai Ning's gathering tonight. Xiang Beiyang was startled, and then he grinned. Why had Xiang Beiyang been working so hard today? Was it not exactly so that Xia Fei would come with him to the Tai mansion? Putting aside Tang Wanyin, Tai Ning refused to accept Xiang Beiyang, but he was very respectful to Xia Fei. Since Xia Fei was willing to go to the Tai mansion, Xiang Beiyang had not spent that 1.5 million for nothing. With a few good words from him, Ba Xiang would finally be able to enter the upper class of Red Dwarf Star's businessmen, which no amount of money could buy. Xiang Beiyang profusely thanked him before leaving. Radix chuckled and said, This person has some ability, possessing both audacity and brains. It won't do to be all alone in the Alpha universe, so why don't you let Xiang Beiyang follow you and be your lackey? Xia Fei shook his head. I don't value audacity or shrewdness. I value loyalty far more. Xia Fei was right. Loyalty was truly a rare attribute. Someone who was not loyal enough, even if they were extremely capable, would not be employed by Xia Fei. The Law Realm, Dark Space. A golden demon chrysalis fiercely slammed into an impassable energy seal, again and again, letting out howls of rage and sorrow. It was none other than Little Goldie. Has Little Goldie been like this the entire time? Xia Guqing frowned. Xia Guanghai pursed his lips. Precisely. On the day Xia Fei was sealed outside the cosmic gate, I worried that Little Goldie would be overcome by sorrow, so I went into dark space to look for him. It was like this when I found it. Xia Guqing was startled, and he turned to that vast web of energy and said, Does Little Goldie battering at the energy seal here mean that if he can break the seal, he can reach Xia Fei's location? Very possible. Demon chrysalises are intelligent, so it's very normal for Little Goldie to be able to sense Xia Fei's energy, Hosu replied. His body had once more turned into dust, and he was back to being a soul. Only the founders who had unlocked their soul marks could see him. However, Hosu had gotten lucky this time, because he still had his overcast wind mace. With the help of a powerful expert like Xia Guqing, rebuilding his body would be much easier. That's no good. The Law Realm is heavily wounded, and if Little Goldie opens up a path outside through dark space, and the enemy finds it, we may be in for another grim battle, Xia Guqing solemnly said. Guanghai, go and persuade Little Goldie to stop ramming. If he really busts through the seal, no one will benefit. Xia Guanghai bitterly smiled as he shook his head. It's not like I haven't tried. Little Goldie just ignores me. As everyone was at their wits' end, Oro's eyes suddenly brightened. I have an idea. We can have Avril try. After all, this demon chrysalis is intelligent, and Avril is the person closest to Xia Fei. I'm sure that Little Goldie will listen to her. Even that wicked furball is very obedient to Avril. I suppose that's our only option. Everyone sighed. While Xia Fei was worried that Xiang Beiyang was not loyal enough, the rather silly Little Goldie was too loyal, and its desperate search for Xia Fei seemed to be a problem. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.